Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
We're live.
We're live.
Yeah, sorry I missed last week, everyone. I think, Shab told me he couldn't make the stream because Jack was all sick and everything, and he had to take care of Jack. So, blame Shabisky's cat.
He ate a bird and he got the bird flu.
No, Shab thinks that it's okay to, feed cats milk. So, he was making bowls of milk and everything to try to prove that, humans aren't the only animals that drink milk.
Well, yeah. Have you never watched Tom and Jerry?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess let's get into it. Crystal spirit science. Do you know anything about this? Like the
Oh yeah, I'm a Did you say
crystal
pseudo?
here?
Did you say pseudo sciencer? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a Crystallian myself, okay? So I know very well of the crystal worships.
Well, it's like a bunch of astrology bullshit, but this guy, his channel's called Spirit Science.
And he has too many subscribers.
So let's see. Let's see how scientific this is.
Crystals, what are they? No, seriously, look at all these amazing structures and forms. They're beautiful, they're powerful, and they're
Make
light.
it 1.25
life.
or something.
Yeah, this guy kind of reminds me of what's that other YouTube? They do gaming, videos and stuff.
Chabisky?
No, they do trivia for gaming, and God, I forget what they were called, but they seem to have a similar structure, and the voice over and everything seems to be similar.
Manifesting within the earth, the blossoms of the mineralogical portion of the earth. Recognition of these energies and forms of crystals can greatly benefit your personal growth. It is a very basic consciousness, not as intricate or advanced as some life on earth. Crystals definitely don't have the thinking capacity of humans, or even the...
I don't think crystals are living things.
No, they are. Look, it has eyeballs right there in the mouth.
I believe that in order to be a living thing, you need to have DNA. That's one of the qualifiers, and I don't think crystals have DNA. I don't think they respond to stimuli. I don't think they take in sustenance to survive and excrete sustenance, and I think there's 7 qualifiers that something needs to be a living organism, and viruses technically aren't living because they don't have DNA. They need a host. So that, I don't know. Let's see what the logic is here.
...of plants, but they are life. And today I'm going to show you how this works.
What the fuck?
How does he have 10 million subscribers and was that way loud?
People are stupid. That's why. It's the same reason why there's a show called Ghost Hunters. That's a successful TV series. And there's several supernatural shows.
Like that.
Well, it's something I think 1/5 of Americans actually take the QAnon conspiracy theory and everything seriously. And like I mentioned, with ghost sightings, it's something like 1/5 of Americans think that they've lived in haunted houses. They think that they've had literal encounters with some kind of supernatural entity. So you look at flat
What?
Earth conspiracy theories, and a large amount of people buy into this kind of like nonsense. So what?
This dictionary has no pages.
Yeah, animator and everything.
There's no pages.
Crystals are defined as being a mineralogical body with a characteristic internal structure and enclosed by a symmetry of plane faces. They are, however, much more than that. We've discussed before that everything in the
That's the basic dictionary definition of what a crystal is. Fairly certain that the scientific definition of what a crystal is more complicated. Has more to do with like carbon bonding and everything.
universe is a vibration, existing through
Your
many
crystal lattice kind of bonding.
different frequencies at once. Our physical bodies are on this physical plane.
Oh god. Okay, so what was that right there?
to listen to
Oh, the
this.
sixth dimension. Shep, do you know what the fourth dimension is?
Man, I don't know what none of that is, man.
It's time.
What?
So, I have heard through like hearsay and shit that there's more than 4 dimensions, but the big thing is like, okay, you're like one dimension would be just like one axis, x-axis or y-axis. 2 dimensions are x and y-axis. A third dimension is xyz. So then, fourth dimension, the reason time is considered the fourth dimension is, think of it like in mathematics, you have a 3D shape. And imagine, you have that 3D model moving through, like, a time plane. So you have, like, I guess, a t-axis. So imagine, like, you have the position of that 3D model, and then a second later, you have the other position of that 3D model. And then 3 seconds later, you have the next position. So you have this kind of, like, 4-dimensional grid. So that's why time is considered the fourth dimension, but I don't think there's a fifth or sixth dimension.
Exist
And if there is, then it's not what he's, I can guarantee you it's not what he's depicting here.
through many different frequencies at once. Our physical bodies are on this physical plane, but the sounds that we hear vibrate to a different frequency, as with smells and even thoughts. Crystals all
What? I mean, he's talking about waves, so it's like sound waves and shit. It's wavelengths and frequencies. So I don't think he really knows what those are, and those are elements of like I guess physical, like or I guess it's more like offset of like physical objects interacting with each other. But I don't think there's no proof that humans have souls. There's
what?
spirits.
We have
Well,
souls, Gene.
I'm fairly certain that pretty much everything associated with human psychology, it has to do with neurochemistry and neurophysics. It has to do with I don't
Has
know.
to do with rocks and souls, Gene. Rocks and souls. Pretty rocks, not the ugly rocks.
But Sheb, what do you think? Do you think that humans are pretty much exclusively empirical? Do you think that there's any other, I guess, dynamic or like element of human existence outside of just pure empiricism?
What's empiricism?
Pretty much means like physical entities.
Oh, so you're talking about, okay,
So outside
I think
of the neurophysics, neurochemistry of the human brain, do you think that's what makes up our consciousness? Or do you think that there's something beyond that?
well, it's just like God or whatever. There's no reason to jump to the conclusion
You
that
can't
there's...
disprove it.
Yeah. If there's no way of measuring and showing that that's real, then it's just a bunch of adults sitting around doing make-believe.
It's a good point.
And they could do that all they want, but it just shows their lack of caring about the truth.
Yeah, well, you said measuring, and that's the thing. So with science, you can actually... so if you ask this guy, what is science, I don't think he'd be able to tell you. Chev, do you know what science is?
It's like testing and retesting, and it shows it again and stuff. That.
Well, no.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
the... Science is the scientific method.
Yeah, that. And that's like testing, and then you test it again,
Well,
and then
the 3 main steps of the scientific method is you have your hypothesis, you have your study, which is made up of research, observation, and experimentation, and then you have your theory, and that's where you have the dictionary definition of theory and then the scientific definition of theory, where in science, everything is theory. But once something is theory, that means that you actually have some level of tangible proof, or there's a notable level of credibility that's generated through the study. So if you're like a academic or a scientist, and you've gone through a particular study and you have all the results and like all the data recorded, you then submit it to like a committee of other scientists in that particular like field, and then if it's accepted, it becomes a theory. Like you have the theory of evolution, and that's why like when you have people that try to debunk evolution and they're like, it is just a theory, they're idiots that don't know that there's a difference between the scientific definition of theory and so forth. But I have a feeling if you talk to this guy and ask him, he wouldn't be able to tell you all that shit I just explained to you. And
that doesn't matter, Dean. What matters is how I feel about these rocks.
And the problem is, has there been some kind of peer-reviewed study where they've been able to, I don't know, ascertain some kind of credible data? And then has there been another group of pundits that they've submitted these studies to, where when it's peer-reviewed,
like they're not even that bad at it, where they're going to reference one single study and show their flaw, like their flawed logic and whatnot and process, but like they're not even going to go in that direction at all. Like, fuck that.
Also vibrate to many frequencies at once. Health is the natural state of any form in the universe. Considering the vibrational existence of reality...
Wait, health is the natural state? What? What about unhealthy people? Are they not in a natural...
I guess it's a gradient, Shab. Health is healthy to unhealthy.
Health is the
Considering the vibration...
What does that even mean?
Wait, what? Yeah, I'm trying to, like, what exactly...
Health is the natural state of any form in the universe.
No, it isn't.
The natural state of any form in the universe?
Yeah, it's health.
So, what is he talking... is he talking...
Nothing has been naturally born that's unhealthy.
Well, you had Aristotle.
He's talking about the act of being healthy. He's saying...
Yeah. I mean, he says forms, and I know, like, Aristotle, before science, like, he's considered to be, like, I guess, one of the precursors to modern science, and that was his big thing, he came up with the idea of forms. So if you're, like, I don't know, evaluating, like, an octopus, or I guess compared to a squid.
Octopus.
Yeah, you might say, like, hey, they have the forms of, like, these particular characteristics, and then you compare it to, like, a trout, and it's like, okay, like, this one has fins, it has gills, and so forth, so that kind of, like, everything has its different forms, and some forms are similar and shared with other entities in their forms, and I believe he also, like, hypothesized, like, atoms, how everything, and same thing with Democritus, but what he's talking about is health is the form of everything in the universe or something.
It's a natural form, and it's like, no, you're wording that wrong. Like,
it's word salad.
Yeah, it's word salad that has some sort of basis of truth to it, but it's not worded right. Like, normally people are healthy, is what he's saying, or whatever, like, along the lines of that, like, normally you're born healthy, and so forth. I don't know. It's just so stupid. It is word salad, where it's just fucking. Let me just say some things, assert it to be reality, and it doesn't matter how much it actually fits in reality, or how much I can prove it.
Health comes when the frequencies of anything are in balance and harmony with itself.
Doctor, do you think anybody with a medical degree is going to agree with the shit that he's saying?
Dude, I've went to the doctor before, and they tested my frequency. They took like a metal thing, and they hit it around me, and then they were checking. Oh, dude, your frequency off. Your frequency's off, man. That's how doctors work.
There's your heart and your QT like intervals, but that's based on physical phenomenon. So, like, I'm pretty sure when it comes to medical science, that it has to do with empiricism. So it has to do with the chemistry of all the different organs in your body, and those organs made up of tissue, and the tissue made up of cells. And it has to do with abnormalities with those particular organs and organ systems. And I'm pretty sure that medical science is bound by like pure, hard empirical science. I'd say mostly biology and chemistry, but what he's describing here, I don't think falls under like what a doctor or nurse practitioner would claim to be what health is.
Yeah, it's like
when patterns of energy are disrupted.
He's just like making assertions, and the assertions sound realistic a
They
bit.
don't sound realistic.
Well, I mean, like what he was saying there, where it sounds somewhat believable, is what I'm saying. Like, oh, your wavelengths, like what he just said there, to like
sophistry. So he says it in a somewhat, I guess, pseudo-intellectual manner, and then idiots that watch it are like, oh, this sounds kind of, it sounds credible.
Yeah,
because...
it's like I've said with Andrew Tate and stuff. Like, people like them, they just talk really confidently, and because they do it well enough and everything, people follow along. They're like, he knows what he's talking about. But it's like, no, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's an alpha.
Yeah, just because he talks very confidently doesn't mean he has a clue what he's talking about. Just like this guy.
We experience a state which we know as disease, which is a body that's not at ease. The resistant, discordant energy patterning is responsible for every negative symptom we experience.
What? Again, so what if somebody has a virus or a bacterial infection? Is that due to these disharmonic vibrations? And this I do think is kind of unethical, because he should have a disclaimer that he's not a doctor.
Yeah.
And before you, like, attempt to do any of the things that he is, I guess, recommending, go see your doctor first. Like,
yeah,
if I was going to make some video, like, recommending some kind of, like, certain herbal supplements that I take for migraines, or, like, let's say I do a video with, like, my smoothie recipe and so forth, and talking about how, like, hey, I have epilepsy, I have brain fog, this seems to work very well with making me feel more, I guess, alert. I'm going to put a disclaimer that talk to your doctor first, because I am not a certified, like, medical, like, practitioner, so, and he's not doing this.
Yeah, but see what
happens if somebody, and I know people are idiots and so forth, and like people make that argument that if they're so stupid they're going to buy into this, that it's their fault. But I still think that if you have somebody where, you know what, something very serious might be going on, and then instead of like going to get tested, they do this stupid disharmonic vibration crystal bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like somebody with cancer trying to figure out how to deal with it or whatever, or some sort of horrible ailment like that, and they come here and it's like, yeah, don't worry about that other stuff. You don't have to worry about, you know, bettering your diet or taking medication or any of this stuff or talking to your doctor. Vibrations, man, that's gonna fix you, man. And it's like, honestly, when it comes down to it, how many people are a victim of this guy because of his
I'm wondering, does it go against terms of service? Because this is something where, like, it probably does somehow. Like, I think there might be something, like, with the terms of service where if you're not a medical expert giving medical advice, there probably is something about, like, needing to give a disclaimer. So this guy might be going against the terms of service.
Even if it's not against the terms of service, it's misinformation. And it leads to people getting hurt.
Everything from headache.
So, yeah, immoral.
Cancer. Crystals and gemstones have a vibration that is free of resistant patterns. They are among some of the structures in the physical dimension which have the most balanced, cohesive
Oh, the physical dimension.
What other dimension is there? Can he show us those other dimensions?
I don't know. Well, like I mentioned, time is like another dimension, but
okay.
The thing is, time is more of a phenomenon. It's not some kind of entity.
Mm-hmm.
Strong and intentional frequencies. Their unchanging physical structure is a reflection of their innate energetic pattern of balance and strength, which are incorruptible. In the physical world, you pick up a crystal and feel it as something separate from you that you're just holding. But on higher frequencies, you're actually interacting with that stone energetically. This interaction then causes changes to your structure and psychology.
Energy is force time equals mass times acceleration. So, the way it works is that the more mass, the more energy, the more acceleration, the more energy, and energy is the ability to do work. So let's say you have a bowling ball that has more mass than a golf ball. You drop them at the same distance, so that the height that you drop them from would be the acceleration, because the bowling ball has more mass. The more mass equals more energy when you drop it. But let's say you drop the same object at a higher distance, it has more acceleration, so the more acceleration, the more energy. So what the fuck is he talking about when he's talking about energy here? It's like, just holding it? How's it producing any energy? It's completely, stagnant. It's completely static.
No, it's energy in a different way, Jane.
Oh, yeah.
You don't understand.
Semantics.
Yeah. It's like, this
energy
is the physical dimension,
on a Tuesday.
And in the non-physical dimension, see, there's the energies, and if you touch the stone, they come to the physical dimension.
Yeah, the zeta dimension.
Yeah, and I learned this all by just thinking to myself.
Through your own energetic systems. It begins a process of rebalancing the energetic structure of your body, and in a sense, can help you heal. Now,
in a sense,
is of course the determining factor.
In a sense, it can help you heal. The way he talked about it in the first place is like that's the go-to, right? He said any ailments are caused by this vibration problem. This will fix your vibration problem. So it could maybe help you or something. It's like, no, the way this video is what I'm learning is it's the opposite. No, the stones are gonna cure my huge disease and ailments and whatever, you know.
And is there any empirical evidence for this? So he's talking about science. Are there any studies that show that if somebody has a cyst or a tumor, if somebody has an infection, that it has any sort of measurable effect whatsoever?
If you're going to be accepting of these new frequencies coming into your being through crystals.
This is something that can be tested. So you can have control groups and experimental groups. One group that has these stupid fucking crystals, and the other group that I guess they have some kind of placebo, some kind of plastic fucking crystal. And you can determine that, okay, is it actually having any sort of measurable effect at all on their health regarding of whatever the ailment is? So if somebody has a broken bone, does it help their bones heal more quickly?
And if this is real, then he should really, really be pushing for scientific study in this subject. Because if keeping rocks around cancer patients and so forth are going to help them heal better and so forth, then I don't know, maybe we should start hanging around rocks more often. But he doesn't care about that.
The problem is, when it comes to trying to go about a scientific study, you need funding, usually from a university, and they're probably not going to fund something like this because it's we're not going to waste our time and money here. We need to be investing our money and finding cures to notable diseases. He should take his ALS or something.
Well, he has millions of subscribers. He should invest himself in it to help the world out, help them realize this crystal thing that he's trying to teach us. Too little people know about it.
I'm going to say crystals will heal you, because if you fight them and are non-receptive to these frequencies, you will continue to create the disharmony.
You gotta believe it.
Yeah.
Belief and will.
It's kind of...
Ultimately, though, crystals
these crystals are like their god. Yeah, it'll help you and stuff, but you just gotta believe. If you don't believe in the rocks, then it can't help you.
Or those chakras.
I don't know.
To retune your whole being back to a state of harmony and flow. Crystals have been used and revered since the dawning of civilization. In fact, the Christian Bible refers to crystals over...
Oh, God. Yeah, because the Bible's what you want to reference
I love
when
how,
it comes to
I love how I just...
medicine or truth.
I love how I just compared it to God, saying how stupid it is. And then he's like, by the way, the Bible talks about crystals. I was like, oh, well, thank you. You're just adding to this mountain of evidence. Jeez.
And that's why, 90-something% of scientists identify as atheists?
Yeah.
And it's also, I do know, like, Egyptian pharaohs, like, use some kind of, like, crystal pseudoscience or whatever for healing.
Yeah, they were stupid. They were killing people for God back then. They were sacrificing people and ripping their hearts out and shit like that. Like, what the fuck? They
bury themselves with their wives because, yeah, they want to go to the afterlife with their wives.
These people that were extremely, like, uneducated about the reality around them to the point where they did these stupid fucking things. It's like, yeah, they had it right, guys. See, this is the way to go. It's like, oh wow, well, you're really proving your point.
The four humors. Do you know what the four humors were?
Does it have to do with jokes?
No. So they did this throughout, like, the Renaissance. They believed that you had the four humors were blood, like saliva, or blood, mucus, red or brown bile, and yellow bile. So pretty much they believed that if you were sick, it was some misbalance of the four humors. So it was like, I don't know, they had, like, leech, like, leadings and so forth.
Blood leadings.
So, yeah, so, like, leech treatments and stupid shit like that. So, but here's the thing. It turned out that really wasn't credible at all. So the logic is that, hey, people who didn't have, like, the proper tools or resources to properly study this kind of stuff came to false conclusions. So it's almost like it's an appeal to tradition.
Over 200 times. Precious stones were used in the foundation of New Jerusalem. They were also used in the breastplates of Aaron, the Hebrew high priest.
So who the fuck cares?
Yeah. There's like these rich people that put it on their chest. It's like, oh, dude.
Yeah, they used to think that the reason why, like, black people had darker skin is because it was the mark of Cain or whatever. So in the Bible, that was the mark of Cain was them having darker skin.
Yeah, and I love how he points out that people like pretty stones in the past as, like, proof for all of these assertions he's made during this video. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, like pharaohs and stuff like that, they liked rocks. It's like, oh, no way, they like things that look pretty and stuff and unique and interesting. What? Why would they do that? That's crazy.
Because they had contact with the spirits, and
yes,
the spirits told
it wasn't
them
just that the rocks were freaking awesome looking and unique and stuff. No, it has a connection with the spiritual realm or something.
Babylonia, and in ancient tombs of Egyptian and Chinese rulers. This wouldn't be spirit science without some sacred geometry, though. Remember the 5 platonic solids? Science understands that all atomic patterns and molecular structures were based on these 5 forms. They create the forms that the universe manifests through. Well, here's the atomic structure of a beryl crystal.
Science does not support this 5-form, like, hypothesis at all.
It's the flower of life, the creation pattern flowing through the structure of this crystal. Now, not all crystals are like that molecularly, but they are very geometric. There are 6 categories of crystals. Of course, there are lots and lots and lots of kinds of crystals, but no matter how many there are, they will always be in one of these categories. Isometric, tetragonal, hexagonal, orthorhombic, monoclinic, and triclinic.
I don't know if what he's saying is legit. There might be some legitimacy here.
For the most part, all of these systems are derived from the hexahedron, also known as the cube. One of the biggest things about crystals is that they can transmit frequencies. From a metaphysical perspective, we can transmit thoughts and emotions through crystals, but scientifically, doesn't.
So what is he talking about, like, frequencies? Like, again, like, usually when you're talking about a wave, like a sound wave, it's wavelengths and frequencies, so is that what he's talking about? I mean, because everything, I guess, produces, a sound wave.
Does that make sense? Would you believe it if I said that pretty much all of modern computing technology was based on the living element of crystals? Consider the radio. The first radio was a crystal set. They would cut a piece of quartz crystal and touch.
Okay, so this is where you have electromagnetic radiation. And the wavelengths and frequencies are when the electrons are moving in and out of different shells and orbitals in atoms. And electrons are matter. They're like physical entities. So here he's talking about something like in some other dimension. He's talking about supernatural things that aren't like empirical. Electrons are fucking empirical.
A wire to it. The frequencies transmitted.
To be fair, it's also like has to do with the photons and stuff as well. But like, remember I was talking about the you have the electromagnetic the electromagnetic spectrum, and radio waves have the largest wavelengths and the smallest frequencies, and then gamma rays have the smallest wavelengths and the greatest frequencies. But he's like talking to, and the thing is, one of the reasons they probably used crystals, because they do use minerals and stuff when it comes to computers. Like they'll use copper, cobalt, zinc, and so forth because they act as conductors or insulators.
Yeah, it's like, if I'm following his logic where he's trying to go with this correctly, then my response is, well, why is the crystal any more special than the copper or any other thing that's on this device that was used to make it? Like, why isn't the copper wire there? Like, why isn't that really special? Because it was used.
They'll probably claim that that's a type of crystal.
Why? I don't think he's going to go in that direction.
Yeah.
I think he's going to focus just on the crystal being part of this mechanism, but then he's going to ignore the logic, the fault in that logic, that it's like, well, what about all the other things on this device? What makes the crystal so special? Why is the metal not special? Or
what about all the elements of like the human form?
Yeah,
it's the forms of all these other objects interacting with the crystal form.
Through the crystal.
The quartz!
That's right. The molecular arrangement, of course, is very stable and has a measurable frequency. And because of this, it can be used in basic technology. Nobel Prize winner Marcel Vogel discovered that...
Okay, so when he's talking about frequencies here, now he's talking about electromagnetic radiation. And electromagnetic radiation is based on like physical entities, electrons. So that's not a supernatural kind of occurrence. It's a physical occurrence.
Crystals can be reprogrammed as silicon chips in a computer, and can also be programmed with the energy of consciousness. He discovered that when a person uses a computer...
And there you go, silicon, they're semiconductors. And the whole point is that they help with conducting and insulating like electronic currents in, computer devices.
Thoughts are transmitted into the computer by pressing on a keyboard. That information is stored in silicon chips via the medium of electricity. Thought is a form of energy which can be given direction through what we call intention. He concluded, due to this discovery...
No. It has to do with the transistors in the fucking silicon chips.
Did he just say that computers read our minds?
I don't know. More word salad.
Rewind back.
Intention. He concluded,
Intention.
due to this discovery, that crystals could also be programmed without the need for electricity, by using just thoughts as the informational energy. Another interesting find...
Where did he figure this out? When?
Does he show a quote of, like, that guy? I have a feeling that he's probably misquoting him. If not, it's like, okay, you have things like Isaac Newton, where he's the founding father of physics, but he was also an alchemist. So you can have great ideas in another area, but be completely misguided in another.
Is that quartz is composed of silicon and oxygen, a combination known to geologists as the building block of all minerals. The living element within crystals is silicon. Science found in the 50s that silicon shows the same principles of life as carbon, exactly one octave down on the periodic...
I thought carbon was the major element of crystals. So I don't know what he's talking. Shab, look it up. Chemical composition of crystals.
A table from carbon is silicon. Sponges deep in the ocean made from 100% silicon were also discovered, which shows that silicon life doesn't just work in theory, but they actually exist right here on this planet.
Okay, so, but, like, a lot of life forms, they're made up of several different, like, elements in the periodic table. So you could say that about, like, human beings have magnesium and zinc and stuff that make up some of their, like, tissue. So it's like, see, this is proof that zinc heals cancer, because a lot of living organisms have, like, zinc as part of their, like, chemical structure.
But get this, the Earth's crust
It's almost like that's some kind of false equivalence.
itself is made out of silicon. It's 25% silicon, but silicon bonds with just about everything. So the Earth's crust
What about all the methane in the atmosphere? What about, like, oxygen? What about carbon? I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, pretty much all living things contain carbon. And I think carbon's the third most abundant, like, element in, like, that makes up, like, human tissue. So why aren't you, what about all these other highly abundant elements? So the logic is that because silicon is, like, an abundant element, it helps with this spiritual healing?
Actually roughly 80% silicon compound. We're literally floating out in the middle of space on a giant crystal ball. The term Mother Earth never had so much meaning.
I don't know if I agree with that. And he's claiming... Did he just say that 80% of the Earth's composition is silicon?
Crust is actually roughly 80% silicon compound. We're literally floating out in the middle of space on a giant crystal ball. The term Mother Earth
I don't know if that's true.
never had so much meaning as now, as we learn that the entire planet itself is a conscious, living being. She's aware
What?
of and everything going on in her body.
What?
The Earth is not a conscious living being. The Earth has, like, a living organism. It has ecosystems. So, hey, who does that sound like? Forests are a living organism.
Some person. But yeah, that's just silly. It's just like just no, like what people
What
people
is
don't
it,
care about definitions.
In Green Lantern, it's Marbo, the living planet. He's, like, one of the members of the Green Lantern Corps.
Yeah.
Is that what Earth is?
The Earth is my friend.
The energies within
Mother Earth.
I'm gonna marry the
are
Earth.
universal. Therefore, when you connect with a mineral and are open to receiving what it has to offer, and begin to play creatively through your higher self, you can contact and synthesize the energies from which the entire universe is comprised. This is why crystals are so powerful, and why they must only be used through the highest consciousness of the individual. Right intention during the use of crystals further serves to connect your personal energy with that of the crystal kingdom, helping you get to a place of love, of light.
Okay, so you could replace everything he's saying with any other sort. So, like, what about, like, methane or oxygen, like, other very common elements? Why, like, are, like, objects made up of, like, those particular elements? Why aren't they something that's special that help with spiritual healing? It's, like, so far the only, like, I guess, I don't know, scientific sort of or pseudo-scientific kind of connection is that, hey, they're made up, partially made up of silicon, and silicon's very ubiquitous, so therefore it must equate to spiritual healing.
And the good of all. Although each and every one of us has an infinite power of the universe within the self, we as humans always like having that.
I don't think every one of us has, well, it's not infinite power, I guess, with Einstein. E equals mc squared, where if you take, like, an object and its mass and you multiply it by the speed of light, shows that everything has, like, a pretty astronomical sum of energy. That's why you split an atom and you get, like, big nuclear explosions, but that's still not infinite.
That support from something external from us.
In fact, there's a lot of like, I guess, credibility. There's a lot of research that hints towards the universe probably being finite.
Every crystal form has its own individual energy and its own personality. Each can be used in unique ways.
Oh, their own personality? So it's not just the Earth that's living, the crystals themselves are living.
To assist one in understanding the nature of existence, or moving forward on our own life path destiny as we're consciously experiencing it. I feel that right now, as people are waking up, we're becoming more and more aware of our ancient knowledge and wisdom. Part of that information that is...
I ever heard of an appeal to tradition? It's just during the bubonic plague, they believed that it was flawed air that was making people sick because they didn't have an understanding of bacteria and viruses. So what they would do is they'd wear garlic around their neck or something, and they believed the odor acted as like some kind of shield that like shielded them from the bad air. And it would be like, yeah, people got to start wearing, like during the COVID pandemic, they need to start wearing like garlic around their neck because look, our ancestors a long time ago, they used this as a way to combat the bubonic plague. And it's like, it wasn't really successful. But I guess because a bunch of people a long time ago were doing it, it must be credible.
Returning to us is the nature of crystals. I see crystals as being very monumental in the evolution of humankind. They could provide a lot of love, light, and insight for many who are struggling with their own inner demons in this coming time.
Here's more word salad.
Things are getting more and more intense, but it's also providing people with the opportunities that they need to raise their own vibrations and frequencies to a level of light and happiness. Healing has to come from within. I'm not going to say that if you just get crystals, you'll be happier or smarter.
I am one with the crystal, and the crystal is one with me.
Or heal better. However, think of it like being with a close friend who really cares about you. They will provide their energy and attention to you to help you find yourself in this time of need. Crystals are like that.
Now, what is he classifying as energy? Because the thing is, he's using that term in a very loose and all-encompassing manner, where it doesn't really seem to have any meaning whatsoever, because I'm pretty sure energy is the ability to do work. So I don't think he's really using the term properly.
They will give you support if you allow them to, and open up your heart to the frequencies that they are emitting. So where can you get crystals? Well, there are several options. The easiest is probably just to find a local metaphysical store. They're usually...
Yeah, like you should definitely go to these places instead of pharmacies. If you're sick and you need, I don't know, some kind of medicine.
Usually at least one or two, if not more, metaphysical shops in every city. You can find tons of pocket stones, usually ranging from
that's good. It shows that we're going in the right direction when these places are starting to become popular.
Cents to $2 or $3. Of course, the bigger and bigger crystals you get, the more expensive they become. If you're hunting for bigger gems to purify the frequencies in your house, it's always fun
To
and
purify
cheaper to go
the
gem mining.
frequencies
Some gem
in
mines
your
actually allow you...
house.
Oh, go to gem. So this is another thing. It might be kind of dangerous if you don't know what you're doing to go to certain mines and mine for gems. So this is something where you probably need, I don't know, some like notable level of training when it comes to the precaution you need to take if you're like traversing through these mines. So not only is he like trying to persuade people to, I don't know, use magical gems to heal themselves as opposed to like conventional medicine, but now he's like, hey, go into mines and mine these crystals.
To go in with a pickaxe and mine your own crystals, and other have sand and water mining as well. This is a really fun experience, and I highly recommend it for anyone who's...
Well, are you going to recommend people to, I don't know, talk to professionals and to go about the proper safety precautions before they go mining? And I'm pretty sure a lot of mines have like a lot of like toxic sort of like minerals and stuff in them, like you have coal mines and so forth. And if you're inhaling like the dust, like the I guess the mineral particles and stuff, that can be pretty hazardous and so forth. So I mean, depending on what mines you're going in, it can be fairly dangerous. So I mean, here he's also recommending people to do shit that's very dangerous.
Exploring crystals. Also, I feel it's important to note that if you have crystals and you want to learn what they are, simply do a Google search for crystal properties. There are tons of sites on the web which provide information on...
Okay. Here's the thing. Who is, who's publishing these sites? Are they, like, less licensed medical practitioners? So here's the thing. He's just showing Google. If you want to do, like, professional research, you should go to different universities where they have their own databases with all the different published scientific studies. Or you can go to, like, the Frontiers or Google Scholar, which will exclusively provide you with peer-reviewed sources, which are typically sources from people who have PhDs or they have the credentials when it comes to these particular topics, and they're peer-reviewed. So other experts and pundits in those fields are reviewing them to make sure that they're credible. So it seems like, he's not telling people to, oh, dirt's here.
Gene.
I guess you wonder where I've been.
Third tier. Also, hold on. I want to read. Is amethyst healing properties. It increases nobility.
Useful information from this podcast.
Yeah, spiritual awareness, psychic abilities, inner peace and healing of body, mind, and soul. The thing that we were talking about is completely real, Gene.
Well, the human is the union of body, mind, and soul.
Yeah. Positive transformation, meditation, balance, relieves stress, communication.
It opens up your fuck. What's the blue one? The vocal chakra, right? Considering the color of the amethyst, I would have thought it opened up your ajna chakra, Gene.
Your third eye chakra and your crown chakra is what it focuses on.
See, that's the ajna right there. I can't remember if it's the third eye or the crown. I think the crown is the ajna.
The birthstone is February. Who decides what month goes to what stone? I think it looks...
the spirits? Duh.
I think it's more like an August stone to me.
Well, when it comes to the stones by month, that's more of like your birthstone. So that's something people do when it comes to getting jewelry and so forth. So I do know, like, with wedding sort of traditions or rituals, you'll get them their birthstone.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but people should understand that it is very trivial and whatever. But hold on, don't... amethyst...
Trivial? What you mean? Birthstone is the amethyst? Dude, your third eye chakra is on fleek, bro, from the jump. Yeah. Straight out the womb, you're communicating with the ninth dimension.
I'm going to have to get some
you combine this and astrology, and you're good to go when it comes to some kind of psychological evaluation. Don't go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist to get evaluated for what might be going on, like, mentally. It's about your spirits and your chakras being out of sync. So, yeah, you got to make sure you get the right crystal, like, birthstone.
So I just got all giddy inside. I fucking just realized this is spirit science. These guys are fucking wackadoos. Or this guy.
So on the bottom it says, amethyst is a powerful and protective stone. It guards against psychic attack, transmuting the energy into love. Wow.
You can use a solid amethyst geode to save yourself from all these psychic attacks you're under. You think you have lupus? No, just so many people are casting spells on you, John.
Yeah,
it's affecting your body, mind, and soul.
Yeah, you just need to get stoned. You just need to get stoned like us, Gene.
A couple of shiny rocks will set you straight, John.
Yeah.
I think, like, the psychics out there, I think they're also the reptilians. So they're hiding under human skin, and they're going around and subjecting people, pedestrians on the street, to psychic attacks. So,
pedestrians, those are our people.
What you need to do is you need to find your birthstone. You need to, like, wear it around, like, you need a headband. You need to attach it to, like, that headband.
It's like a force field.
Yeah, and you just walk around in public like that, go to the store, and then people look at you like you're a freak, but hey, they're the dumbasses, because they're not being protected from the reptilians out there and their psychic garages.
Yeah.
On the particular frequencies or personalities of
spells as they want, John. With a force field of amethyst emission, you're untouchable. Your third eye is completely impenetrable.
Do you think he has a code?
What about your fourth eye?
That's your brown eye, John. You don't want to mess with it.
No, I mess with it. What was I gonna say? Man, now I forgot what I was gonna say.
Crystals and gemstones are one of the most powerful.
You need to use, like, a memory stone.
Yeah, yes.
There you go, dude. Malachite, it's perfect for it.
Yeah.
Research.
Instead of, like, doing like Gene and figuring out some soup to drink in the morning that, like, covers all the things that I need health wise and stuff, I'm gonna focus on crystals. Like, what? I've been feeling really weak lately. I might be low on iron, but who cares? I'm gonna order some fucking stones, man. That's what will fix it.
Oh, a crystal suppository.
Yeah.
Yes.
Put some opal up there, it'll set you straight, Shad.
Yes, a lead suppository.
Yeah.
Shove it up there, and the thing is, you really don't want your liver to process this stuff. You want to, like, process it in its entirety. So get some lead, shove it up your ace
hole.
anal hole, and there you go.
Well, really, if you're trying to just cut out the middleman and get straight to the spiritual source, I can recommend an irradiated uranium suppository.
Or get a friend with he's got a hammer right there. Just
get a friend with a hammer.
Well, a crystal. Put it in the middle of your forehead and have them just hammer it in.
Calm down.
So it makes contact with your brain.
Like Lil Uzi.
Yeah, and then your brain and the gemstone are now one and the same.
Was it Lil Uzi that did it? It was one of those little guys.
Wait, somebody did that?
They carved out their skin and implanted a diamond in their forehead.
Some sort of stone that was worth a lot.
Now, did they do
Little
that
Uzi
for
Vert,
spiritual reasons,
maybe?
or did they just do
Was it
that
Uzi
for?
Vert?
I think maybe it was Uzi Vert.
I think that's what I said, Lil Uzi.
Well, did they do it for spiritual reasons, or did they do it for just? They did
it because they're a rapper and they're trying to look all cool.
He did it for materialism and instantly regretted it. I think it got infected and he had to take it out.
And like all tools, the key to maximum utilization is to learn how to consciously implement the tool. If we consciously recognize that our own electromagnetic fields...
Consciously implement the tool.
Do you see what's going on here, Gene? Do you understand?
You see the colors?
Yeah,
Do you not want those colors, Gene, around you?
Look, just wait till you take mushrooms, John. This is all going to make sense to you.
Yes! He's going to be like, dude, I finally get that one video we watched.
Then I'll open up my third eye.
The rocks are fucking
sense.
awesome, man.
are impacted by the energetic quality of each crystal and gemstone, we would see that they create an alchemical response within our own bodies and psychology, which would allow us to use them as the powerful tools that they are.
The alchemical response, dude. I can't wait for that to be documented.
I don't think that there is a chemical response outside of a very
No.
level.
You're right, John. There is no chemical response. It's an alchemical response, John.
Oh. I think besides just making physical contact with the gem and some very minor chemical response it has with the skin on the palm of your hand, in the same way making physical contact with any object will cause that same very superficial, benign sort of chemical response. I don't think it has any sort of notable chemical reaction when it comes to the rest of your body.
You got it all wrong, Gene. See, it's all about the way the energy inside of the crystal tunes and attunes to the energy inside of your body, mind, and soul. And they have to, your body, mind, and soul will pick up on the energy resonance from these crystals, John, and therefore try to match its higher vibration. Don't you get it, John? Don't you fucking get it?
Guess it's above my level of comprehension. It's too esoteric for me.
We could use them on a daily basis to promote health, awareness, growth, and evolution within ourselves and the multidimensional lives we lead. So how does one use crystals? Well, we're going to go into that next week. To wrap this video up, let's conclude with something really awesome. The 13 Mayan crystal skulls. What are they? What were they? What did they do?
Crystal skulls. That's the worst Indiana Jones film.
No, dude, but it's the best kind of crystal.
Wait, wasn't there another Indiana Jones film?
Walter White crystal, huh?
Wasn't there another Indiana Jones film after the Crystal Skull?
The new one.
And wasn't that terrible? I think
mixed things. I've heard mixed things about the Indy was never my kick, so I can't tell you. I wouldn't know if it holds up. I was never like, yeah, show me the cowboy with a whip. I could never gave a fuck.
I like a white guy with a whip. I could look up to that. Go on.
I'm going to share what
I know, in order for them to get Harrison Ford to sign on to the Force Awakens, they had to. Well, they had to he's like, oh, I'd like to wear the hat again, Indiana Jones.
I'd like to wear the hat again. I think I can wear the hat again.
But pretty much they had to give him a movie deal for a fifth Indiana Jones film in order to convince him to sign on for just one movie, because he hates his role as Harrison or as God, I can't think, Han Solo. And
the only other thing he's known for.
Well, he was in Blade Runner. And,
I've never seen Blade Runner, John. Maybe that should be a movie night. I've never seen
Indiana Jones. He's known for that.
Yeah, but Indian Han. That's what I know him for.
But do you know why he hates his role as Han Solo and he doesn't like the association with the Star Wars trilogy?
He's a guy. It's goddamn liberal propaganda, John.
No. He doesn't like that his most well-known role is playing a supporting character.
Ah,
isn't that pretentious?
Is Harrison Ford starring role in Blade Runner?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I want to give it a shot. It's one of those like backlogs in the movies where I'm like, damn, it's 5 a.m. and I'm not tired. What could I do? Blade Runner keeps slipping my mind, but it's on that list.
Blade Runner is one of those films where you really need to see it on a big screen. It's just
Well, fuck, John. What am I gonna do? Rent out a private fucking home theater and just say, hey, I'm gonna watch Blade Runner?
We're gonna go to John's house.
HD. Well, I have an HD projector.
We're going to John's house.
Movie night at G's.
But also a lot of movie theaters, like you might find that there's like in Baltimore, there's the Senator, and they they'll play a lot of classic movies. So there are a lot of movie theaters where they might have a classic viewing of
my
like
theater
Blade
does
Runner.
that nearby. They showed Caligula not long ago.
Yeah.
I'll show them.
But there are some movies out there where they definitely are designed to be viewed that way. And if you just watch them on a standard like TV set, you're not really able to get that kind of I don't know, that the kind of aesthetic that those movies try to present. That in like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Below Melchizedek has shared, but there's a lot of information available out there. Perhaps we can go into a full story another time.
A lot of information.
Perhaps
13,000 years ago during the fall of
another time. Stay tuned. Maybe I'll get to the root of this bullshit.
Okay, next video.
Hey, Melanie Beckler here.
Whoa.
In this
Is that a
video,
monkey?
I'm excited to share with
Hold
you
up, pause.
my top.
You've probably accidentally discovered one of my favorite things to make fun of, John. I mean, I'm sorry. Fuck. I mean, if I can get a kick out of talking about Christians debunking atheism, I mean, look, I feel bad. Honestly, you know, I have no moral sense of superiority for looking down on these people. And I don't necessarily look down on them, John. You know, I've known lots of hippie.
This is another crystal video.
Yeah, I see that. Crystals for protection. They seriously work like magic, except they don't. And it's sad, you know? I mean, these people think they found the answer. It's like, oh, fuck, dude, I don't need faith in God.
Wait, now they said protection, so do you think they're implying sexual protection?
You know, it could
like stone. Like if you have a
very spiritual.
No, if you have a kidney stone, it might make it hard to get the cummies out. So
kidney stones are a mineral for sex protection.
Yeah, so you need to
use these to your advantage.
It's a penal suppository, so like take little chunks of these minerals and shove them up there. Makes it hard to get the cummies out for like when you have sex.
And it hits like buckshot.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen.
7 crystals for protection. A common question I've gotten recently
I'm retarded.
Is, what are the best crystals?
I don't know if you guys know, but I'm fucking stupid as shit. Let me go on.
Yeah, it's not okay to call people stupid.
I'll stop. Shab, you may be onto something, but
what?
I don't know. There may be a level of reptilian intelligence behind these eyes. I think Gene may be onto something even more, considering the fact that, you know, it is often these, you know, people with reptilian qualities that are trying to, you know, spout the virtues of owning a crystal and worshiping the crystal, John.
Maybe the crystals don't help with, I don't know, suppressing the psychic barrages. Maybe they actually accelerate and they help attract like the psychic barrages. So that's why the reptilians want to persuade people to actually use the crystals.
We need to start educating people on how bad the stones are and how they actually bring bad things to you.
Well, hold up. The Christians beat us there because their answer is these crystals are not protecting you. They're opening demonic gateways for you to interact with the spiritual field. Yeah, it's all fucking bullshit. But this is demon magic to them Christians, Trubisky. This is demon magic right
Can't they just leave the pretty rocks alone? Like, just give them to me. I'll like them and
living
appreciate
organisms.
them.
Like, let them be.
I don't want all these weirdos with these cool crystals. Like, just give them to me. I'll start collecting crystals for no good reason. Better with me.
Kind of maybe like religion.
The thing is...
This shit is 110% psychosomatic. So if you are a person who's inclined to believe that you are under spiritual attack, and then suddenly you find someone who tells you, yes, this magic crystal here is the key to defending you from crystal spiritual attacks, because, you know, modern man, they poo-poo this, they think it's all woo-woo magic.
This literally sounds like something they would have done back in the Jesus days. Like, this rock will protect you.
No, yeah, but those people got burned at the stake for that. So, you know what? I appreciate the people's freedom to sell rocks and say it has magic powers. We should do that. Let's open up a crystal shop.
Yeah.
Maybe,
like meth?
We need to sell like tablets that, I don't know, like you can chew and suck on or whatever, and that will help heal you from the demonic possession.
Along with the uranium suppositories.
Exactly.
For protection, and whether that is for protection from electromagnetic frequencies, from detrimental energies in the external.
That's where the demons dwell, in the electromagnetic frequencies.
Everything like emits electromagnetic frequencies.
But how does your electromagnetic frequency, when it comes in contact with the electromagnetic frequency of a crystal, John? You ever studied that, John? Where's the fucking wait, hold up. Don't tell me. What's the it's not John Hopkins. That's where you go to people tell you're smart. It's where do they do studies, John? Where do they do studies?
Universities.
Yeah, but like the big study that you referenced, like
Yale.
The fucking, no, it's like the name of the specific study they do every so often.
I don't know.
You got into an argument with a certain individual about this
that study at the place, like that one study.
That's 1/3 of Americans believe in ghosts.
Yeah, well, that's Pew Research. Those are
surveys.
The
Pew Research Center, John.
Yeah.
What do they have to say about this, John?
Well, they'll determine how many
study on the effects of crystals on the human body and mind and spirit.
They don't do studies. They do surveys to determine how many people believe in this horse shit.
The Pew poll. That's right.
Yeah.
What's the Pew number about crystals, John? I'll look it up. Fuck it. How do you spell Pew Research Center?
PEW.
Yeah, like P-U.
Yeah. POO. Yeah.
From negative thought patterns, or from negative energy, or even psychic attack energy from others, crystals are
of U.S. adults believe that certain spirits or spiritual energy can reside in certain objects, such as crystals, jewels, or stones. 26% of the American populace, John. 26 fucking %. Yeah, I like that, Douglas. Crystals are as good as long as they're diamonds you can pawn for food in a mansion. Amen. I'll drink to that.
It seems like when it comes to these stupid conspiracy theories and things like people who believe in ghost sightings, haunted houses, crystals, it's always 1/5, 1/4 of the population.
Well, it was 1/3 for spirits, right, John? So
yeah,
I'll say this: more people.
Well, I think it was 1/5.
1/5? Let me look it up. Let me get the numbers from the Pew Research Center. Ghosts.
From the Pew Research Center.
The thing is, what question did they ask them exactly?
Who cares? Yeah, but you're right. It is 1 in 5, John. So more people believe in the power of fucking crystals, John, than ephemeral life after death, which one cannot perceive beyond our mortal plane.
Yeah. I like it when she said that in that one video. Like, well, what was the question exactly? I know how to do my research, and it's like they ask a large amount of questions where, depending on what you answer, they continue to ask more and more specific questions. So she knows her shit, but she doesn't know that it's not a single question that you're asked.
How can I take part in one of these Pew Research studies, John?
Well, you don't apply. They will reach out to people. Yeah.
Well, fuck them. They ain't contacted me.
Yeah, I want to be Pew researched.
Yeah, well, I want to be pooed on.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have like online. They do have online polls and so forth, or surveys,
those don't fucking matter. They can be trolled.
Yeah,
like I'm trying to do with the Pew Research Center. No, I didn't mean that. Send me an application, Pew Research Center.
But usually the kind of questions they ask on online surveys is like, have you ever filled out this kind of form or things like that? So it's the kind of stuff that, I don't know, people wouldn't really want to like troll, but a lot of their surveys, they reach out to people and they're not just asked online.
I've compiled some crystals here to share with you that are my top picks for protection for a little bit different reasons depending on the stone, because they each do have their strengths. And so you can then determine which of these you really seem to resonate with, because that's also a key thing in choosing the right crystal.
Yeah, it's like your pet rock. You need to find the right crystal to resonate with.
I'm trying to be like Thanos. I'm trying to collect all the gems for the Infinity Gauntlet, bro. I'm trying to take command of the mind, body, and soul. What you mean I need to pick my favorite one? Bitch, I need them all.
Wait, now, they said these, like, crystals and stuff are, like, living organisms, so it's just, is it okay to take them out of their natural habitat and, like, lock them up, keep them in, like, your, I don't know, bedroom drawer, your desk drawer, wherever your like, I don't know, spiritual stone cabinet. So I think they belong in the mines. They belong in their natural habitat. People need to stop going to these habitats, taking their wild. They haven't been domesticated. We don't have domesticated crystals.
These are a finite, non-renewable resource, and they must be monetized and glorified as such. Make these things as expensive as possible and as desirable as possible. To the point where you tell them, fuck it, you buy this malachite off me, you'll be able to see in the dark, motherfucker. And they'll buy it, John. They'll pay hand over fucking fist, John.
And if you don't see in the dark...
We should just make fake, like, crystals or whatever.
Yeah, we'll make plastic crystals.
and mark them as real crystals and sell them as spiritual crystals on, like, Amazon and everything.
Well, here's the loophole. We will never specifically call them crystals. We'll call it some stupid fucking trademarked thing that is another word for a plastic.
Well, the thing is, they'll call, like, a lot of these stones and stuff crystals when they're not crystals.
We're in the wrong fucking gig, John. And you're right, yeah. A lot of these minerals get passed off as crystals just because they look pretty. But these motherfuckers got it all fucked up, John.
Wait, now, Shab, did you look up the chemical composition of the crystals? What did you say?
Did you, Shab?
I was trying to look it up. I didn't see no carbon thing.
I didn't see no carbon.
I don't know.
Hold up.
What? Well, they said it was mostly silicon, and I don't know if that's the case.
Oh,
crystals for you is where is your resonance. Which ones are you really drawn to? Which ones feel good to you? That's a good indication of that crystalline energy.
Yeah, so, like...
It depends on which kind of mineral / crystal it is, John. Because there's going to be different combinations of elements based on what the fuck it comes out to be, right? What is the formula of a crystal? How do crystals have a definite composition?
Well, no, but I mean, just in general.
You want to ask about amethyst? I could probably get you a percentage, John. If you want to ask about... All right, let's see it.
Being beneficial. Also, while you don't need to program crystals, I do
amethyst
usually program my
may
specific
one
crystals
or
for
both secondary hues, both red or blue. The ideal grade is called the deep Siberian and primary purple, which... Oh, this is all about fucking colors, John. You're right. This is bullshit. Quartz are SI, capital S, lowercase I, O2. What's that? Psi O2. What's the fucking periodic table?
Well, SI is silicon. And O2 oxygen. Is yeah.
And Fe3, is that iron?
Yeah, Fe is iron.
Yeah, so it's fucking silicon, oxygen, and iron.
Yeah. I could have sworn that carbon was one of the...
silicon, John. Shab got you all
protection with clear intention. If you're interested in learning my process...
Fuck it, who cares?
For programming crystals, comment below with a quick yes or no about whether you'd like to see a how to program crystals video.
Comment no.
What's that?
Comment no.
Okay.
On behalf of your fellow pedantic pedestrians, scroll down and comment on this 4-year-old video. No.
Nah, I'm good.
She has too many subs.
Yeah, let's get to the...
She's not trying to take that heat, bro. Imagine if talking shit about crystals is what killed us. Imagine if that's the hill we died on. All the fucking crystal hippies come and find us, and they're like, you're wrong. And then they start sending spiritual attacks, and because we don't have the proper crystals to defend ourselves, we're fucked.
Next topic, Dirt. This guy is going to single-handedly prove that atheism is a fraud.
I think I closed that topic well, John.
Some form of biological
this
evolution.
12-year-old's going to teach
models
us.
would assert that the universe is billions
I don't
of
think
years.
he's 12.
All right, so hold up, pause. Shab, I want you to explain your theory of the Big Bang. What happened?
I think that God was hooking up with some bitch that night, and he really like put it down, and boom, the universe was created. You know what I'm saying?
Ate too many celestial. No, God
Big
ate
Bang.
too many celestial burritos, and he had a giant shart, and that was the Big Bang.
No, John, not quite. But Shabisky's close, but not on the money. You see, it wasn't just God hooking up with some bitch. It wasn't just the Big Bang. It was the Big Gangbang. God hooked up with several bitches and busted several nuts. That's why there's so many galaxies in existence. Shabisky and
Dude. About time you learned something, Gene.
Years old, and it all came together from one
You
singularity.
be banging all the time.
After which it started.
Damn. You
This
know,
video's volume's pretty low.
it is, but I'll say this right now. When I see a motherfucker looking like this, I'm like, damn, I'm old. I'm only 25, dude. I'm 25. I'm looking at this little motherfucker talking about this single-handedly proves atheism is a fraud.
Well, I don't know. Like, if I was in my 20s, I wouldn't want to look like this. He looks like
I wouldn't wanna
he's right
look
out of
like
middle
it either.
school.
To be frank, John, if you fucking take a look at me, I probably wouldn't want to look like myself either. But I'm not judging him based on that. I'm just saying, damn, this motherfucker looks kind of youthful despite his appearance, and I feel not so youthful looking at this motherfucker.
Evolving over time.
Yeah.
I don't know. He could be a teen.
I will be logically proving why this can't
away, Mario.
cannot be the case. And I will also be providing reasons why that even though there's enough evidence that God exists, people still reject him anyway. Firstly, claiming that the universe came from a singularity is illogical.
Look,
Since a
stop.
singularity
I'm sorry, John. God exists because there's evidence that God exists because I say there's evidence that God exists.
Yeah. And what's the evidence? The
Well,
evidence
the Bible,
is
and it was written by
evidence.
God, John. I don't know if you realize that.
okay.
It was written by the hands of man, but it was inspired by God, John. It wouldn't have existed if not for God, John.
How so? It's not like humans can't
Okay, John.
write some kind of
Okay,
narrative
John.
or whatever.
Have you read the Bible, John? It
Yeah, I
explains
have.
it all. Cover to cover, John.
It's full of contradictions, but I guess that was God's grand plan.
You read the Bible cover to cover, John?
And in fact, like it's established in the Bible that it was written by quite a handful of different people, but the thing is they're supposed to be prophets. So we're supposed to take their word that they spoke directly to God. And it's also like what is it, the four apostles and everything, or the four gospels, like those are supposed to be like those are secondary sources. Those are people that are taking what they claim to be the word of Jesus. So it's not even from Jesus directly. So a lot of it is secondary sources of people who claim to talk to prophets, who claim to speak to God. So
what if the rapture already had happened many years ago and all of our sinners are just waiting to be swept away to the end? We're waiting for the many-headed beast to rise from the sea and bring us to our knees, John.
What if the leprechauns are coming to invade the planet?
They are. Speaking of leprechauns, become a Pedantic Pedestrian patron right now, because for the month of March, we will be watching at least 4 of the Leprechaun movies. Because there's 4 weeks in March, and, you know, me and John plan to do a Pedantic Pedestrian movie night every week of the fucking month. And for the month of March, because I've decreed it to be so, we will be watching all of the Leprechaun movies we can muster.
And also, fill the goal, because if you don't, the leprechauns are going to blow up the planet. And you might be like, okay, I'm not doing this, but what's the proof? Well, here's the thing. What if you're wrong? If you're wrong, the planet will be blown up, so you better fill the goal.
I'll tell you this. Even if
okay, let's make progress on this video. Dirt's drunk.
I'm trying to make
nothing
progress
at all, since it is a singularity and is not intelligent. This singularity would also have to be infinite if it was what was in the beginning, which is much less logical than saying God is infinite. If you claim that this singularity is...
Like, what makes you think that it has to be infinite? And here's the thing, when it comes to the Big Bang, it is something where there are a lot of proofs for it. Like, when it comes to, like, they've used quantum computers and... like, I don't know, hadron colliders and stuff to determine, like, they use calculations to determine this singularity. Now, the thing is, it's really, really, really fucking complicated. So, does he think he understands? like all of the complex like equations and mathematics.
He doesn't need to understand, John. He knows God.
And in the end, like whether you think it's credible or not, the Big Bang, it's just you can come up with countless different explanations for the origins of the universe, and then it always goes back to the same old question of who created God. If God's the origin, then what's the origin to God? So they're too stupid to see that major contradiction there. There has to be an origin. It can't be the Big Bang. Okay, so there has to be an origin. It can't be God. It's just something would have had to come before the Big Bang. It's like, okay, something would have had to come before God.
Is intelligent, then you would not be an atheist because this.
Just so I can address the chat as you like that I do sometimes. Skeptical Jesus said, donate your hard-earned money to rich guy Gene to throw his Scrooge McDuck-style vault pool. And yes, do that as well as to donate money because Gene is right. I'm drunk. And I've only been here for fucking 30 minutes. So if you wish to see Dirt continue to be more drunk, donate your money so I can be paid in this meager amount of alcohol that John allows me to drink. And I will not drink anymore unless compelled otherwise through money for John.
Well, the money also goes to Shab.
Oh, so, you're right. You're right. I just get the whiskey.
I'm the greatest.
Well, I don't know. I could throw more towards Dirt if you guys give us money.
The singularity would be
look,
your
my
power.
lifeline is hanging on the line here, you motherfuckers. You see, Dirt gets thrown on the side. Come on, Pedantic Pedestrian.
Then you would be saying that something that created everything was unintelligent. Now, with all that put together,
so why does it need to be intelligent? Why can't it just be like incidental?
This is why if you claim
because nothing after the because
singularity created the universe and you still want to be an atheist, then you would have to claim that everything came from nothing. Since this singularity, if it were infinite and intelligent, would be
well, the thing is, the singularity is as far back as we can go based on the evidence that we have. That's not claiming that it has to be the definitive beginning. And there's actually quite a bit of research that shows that, you know what, there may have been like some kind of phenomenon and stuff that predates the Big Bang. So this is where like he doesn't understand how science works. Where in science, everything is theory. So when it comes to the Big Bang, as far as we know, that's as far back as you can go. When it comes to looking at the like timeline of the universe and so forth, that doesn't mean that if we continue to study it, we're not going to find that timeline regresses more like backward. So this guy, like, he's a dumbass that doesn't understand like science whatsoever, just like the crystal healing like scum fucks. But it's also like it's with like the atom. They used to think that, hey, it was just the atom that's the smallest particle of matter. Then they found out that atoms are made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Then they found out that protons and neutrons are made of quarks and everything, and there's a Higgs boson. So the point is, it's like, as far as they knew, the atom was the smallest particle. Then they found out that there are even like more constituent particles of matter. And then at that point, as far as they knew, the proton and the neutron was. And people are like, yeah, they said that was the smallest. Now they're saying this is the smallest. It's like they never claimed that definitively is the smallest particle of matter. They claimed as far as we know, this is how, like, I guess this is the smallest we can go when it comes to subatomic particles. It's the same thing with the Big Bang. When it comes to all the data and stuff, that is like the I guess point of like as close as they can get to the point of origin, but there could be more before this.
Yay, God. The problem with the universe being created by nothing, however, is that if the universe came from nothing, why?
And we don't know if it came from nothing. That's the thing. It's just he's saying this, and I don't think that that's part of the Big Bang where there was nothing. We know there is a singularity, and then something resulted in like the Big Bang, which resulted in like the origins of our universe. So you saw like the origin of like planets forming and celestial bodies like stars forming galaxies, and now the universe is expanding and all these celestial objects are starting to expand farther apart. But there could be something prior to that. And the thing is, our universe, where you look at all our galaxies and stuff and the observable universe, maybe there could be other universes or whatever where there's other sets of expanding galaxies. Maybe those expanding galaxies from some other Big Bang phenomenon might collide with our galaxy from one specific Big Bang phenomenon. And you know what? Maybe like there are multiple Big Bangs. Maybe it's like Futurama, where it's just linear and it's like I don't know, not Groundhog's Day, but Groundhog's I don't know, millenniums. And it's like if you go too far forward, then you go all the way backward, and then it just continues to repeat. But the thing is, we don't know 100%. I don't think any of the scientists out there that study this are going to claim that it is definitively, without a doubt, the origin, and there can't be anything that precedes it.
I don't know, John.
Asserting that nothing could create everything that we...
I think you're onto something, as well as the ancient Vikings, John, because they both described a similar situation called Ragnarok, where everything would come to a head and war would break out amongst the gods and all would be destroyed, only to be rebirthed and repeat the same cycle over and over again.
We see around us also goes against the law of conservation of mass, which claims that matter is not created or destroyed. Evolution is...
Oh, that's true. So like, what's his point there with the conservation of mass?
Deemed scientific, but it actually goes against the own scientific principles that have been gathered by people throughout time.
Oh, and I'm sure he understands what these scientific principles are.
Another common objection is goes against the own scientific principles that have been gathered by people intelligent would be a god. The problem with the universe being created by nothing, however, is that if the universe came from nothing, why do we have such order? Asserting that nothing could create everything that we see around us also goes against the law of conservation of mass.
Okay, so why is there so much order? That's kind of like, hey, in order for there to be any notable structure, it can't be incidental. It has to be designed by somebody. And that's another, like, false dichotomy. That's another assertion. It's like, why can't it be incidental? Just because, nothing after because. And it says, what is it? In physics, chemistry, the law of conservation of mass, principle of mass conservation states that for any system closed to all transfers of matter and energy, the mass of the system must remain constant over time, as the system's mass cannot change. So the quantity, well...
which claims that matter is not created or destroyed. Evolution is so often deemed scientific.
But so I love how he's like using science to try to debunk science at the same time. But whatever, go on.
Well, he's trying to claim that science contradicts itself, but when it comes to the law of conservation of mass, that means that one form of matter will be converted into another form of matter. So it doesn't mean that, like, hey, if you have an object, that very same object is always going to exist. It means that it can change either at a subatomic level or a macroscopic level.
But it actually goes against the own scientific principles that have been gathered by people throughout time. Another common objection is people say, well, doesn't God have to have a creator? And he doesn't, because this is why. Time, space, and matter...
Oh, he doesn't, because...
We're all created, and there has to be something beyond time, space, and matter to create all things in the first place. Now, a Christian...
So, why can't that apply to other things? Like something incidental, like the Big Bang. So it's just... God doesn't need a creator because here's some more word salad.
Would say that the original first beginning, the start of everything, and the beginning and the end would be God. But an atheist would have to default to nothing being the beginning and the end. In fact, there is enough evidence to prove that God has to exist and evolution cannot be true. But the reason...
So, why can't... So, one, we don't know if there's a beginning. It could be infinite. There's no way to really prove one way or the other. But the other thing is, and there's a lot of evidence that shows that, you know, things could be finite, but he's also claiming that, hey, there has to be like an origin and so forth, and it's just, then why does the origin have to be God?
Is this for why people do not believe in him. John 3:20 says, For everyone who does wicked things hates the light and does not come to the light, lest his works...
Because the Bible told me so. That's the evidence. That's the proof.
...should be exposed. People are naturally inclined to make up their own image of God in their minds, or deny him completely because of the bad things that they do. The reason why we hate God is the same reason why a burglar might hate a police officer. They've done something wrong and they don't want to get caught, even though it's completely...
Oh, yeah, because God really seems to be very fair when it comes to distributing punishment globally. I mean, all those innocent... I guess it's kind of like the president of Israel. All those, like, children that are being killed in the crossfire in, like, Gaza, they're all partially responsible. So I guess all these people dying of disease globally, they were just bad people and sinful.
Logical for God to exist. People do not want the moral accountability that comes with believing in him. This might seem far-fetched, especially to my atheists out there, but let me prove that the reason is because people hate God. We can also intuitively know that God is serious about sin.
What's that?
I'm just telling this guy I'm not his atheist, bro. Like, fuck off.
Okay.
I'm not your atheist. Shit.
By the fact that people die. Here's why. The Bible says in Romans 1:20, "For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world and the things..."
Okay, he's reading passages of the Bible, so atheists don't take the Bible seriously. So it's just, why does it even matter what's written in this book of fairy tales, written thousands of years ago?
And no, one of the argument he's trying to argue against here, he's not even making the full argument. It's not just because people die. The idea is there's a lot of horrible stuff in the world constantly happening on the regular, and it's odd that a all-loving God created and runs this joint when every day there's, you know, I don't know what the number is of children just starving to death. You don't understand
God's grand plan.
Exactly, John. He is a loving God. Not only does he love you, he loves to watch you suffer.
And I think that's not, like, I think there's better arguments against believing in God than that, but that is one of the arguments, and it's a decent little argument because the world is full of that. I mean, I find it pretty odd that I don't know what percentage of animals have to rip up other animals every day in order to survive. It's
That's
very
this woman took the apple from the tree, or
it's
the forbidden fruit from the tree.
It's a very odd.
They subjected us to sin.
It's a very odd thing that there's creatures that can just survive off of plants, and then there's ones that have to rip up other animals and tear their heads off every day in order to even survive. And
then there's natural disasters that kill
constantly
lots of living organisms, but
and I don't know. It's not the again. I think there's better arguments against God, but it's a decent little argument, and he's not even fully making the argument. He's like, oh, just because people die. No, it's because of all the horrible shit in the world constantly, and it's a logical thing to think. An all-loving, all-controlling God would probably not want people getting raped on the regular and murdered and starving to death.
Yeah.
You know,
it's okay to beat your slave as long as you don't kill your slave through beating them.
Yeah, like why wouldn't a god design the world where everybody can just eat things off of plants all day and we don't have to worry about food and starving to death and killing things?
We don't even need to eat food or whatever.
Yeah,
unless we want to.
Yeah, whatever. Like, it's a weird system for something that's
we wouldn't
so
have
loving.
to deal with kidney stones.
That have been made, so they are without excuse. It also says in Romans 6:23 that the wages of sin is death. Very quickly, I would also like to address a common argument that people say against Christians that use the Bible to prove the Bible. I am proving the Bible with the Bible as much as you could.
He's playing 40 chess with us.
Prove that the president lives in the White House by looking inside the White House. You can see that the Bible's true about what it says about itself because it actually says things that we can look at outside the world and see
like what? Like what? Like what? Say it. What is he gonna? Is he gonna give us examples here? I want examples.
Here in Lord of the Rings, it talks about how there's like trees and grass and stuff, and you can see that outside of the book Lord of the Rings. So that must mean that Lord
I
of the
wonder
Rings
if it's going to be
happened.
stupid to that point. Like let's hear. What are the examples?
There's like humans in Star Wars, and you can see humans in the real world. Therefore, you know what? This galaxy far, far away must exist. There's galaxies outside of like Star Wars and stuff. So there's galaxies in the Star Wars movie. Therefore, Star Wars It is just it's a non-fictional narrative.
Any atheist actually use the existence
by
of
a
death.
rule of numbers, because we're living in a multiverse, Star Wars must be real, John.
Well, if there's a multiverse, that means, like, the problem there is that means there's infinite gods, there's infinite Zeuses, there's infinite Thanoses.
And that's the problem, Gene. Our God's got to win. And not all these fucking atheists are really fucking us over in this war of the gods we got going on here, dude.
As a reason why God cannot be good or righteous. However, they use this argument because they do not understand that they are guilty against God and how serious God takes it. The other religions of the world, other than Christianity, do not have answers for death that are coherent, that are logical, that make sense. Because why would God allow bad things to happen to good people? But the better question is, why?
Well, he's subjecting us to sin so we can experience adversity, so we can develop. We can grow.
So he's not going to say examples of what he talked about before, and he's probably not going to show examples of why their religion on their idea of death is so fucking stupid and illogical, but ours is fucking logical as fuck, man. Like,
why does God allow good things to happen to bad people? Because we've sinned against him. And the answer is, he has amazing grace and mercy and steadfast love that we don't see because we think we deserve no harm done to us.
What? So why doesn't he extend that love to good people and innocent people?
And children.
Because he will not show you love, John. He will show you mercy with a swift end.
Yeah. This guy is such a fucking idiot. It's like, because he's such a great person, he has love for everybody, and it's like, but then why is he allowing... So he's addressing, why does he allow good things to happen to bad people? Is he going to address... Why does God allow really fucked up and bad things to happen to good people? Like all these kids in war-torn countries having bombs dropped on their heads?
We're good. The Bible also claims this. It says most men proclaim their own goodness. And when people say that they're good people or they like to assert their own goodness, as I have personally seen many times when I've asked people if they believe themselves to be good people, it proves the Bible. We are bad people because God's righteous is infinitely higher than our righteous. And he demands...
Here's more word salad.
Eternal payment for our finite sin, because that finite sin has eternal consequences. Every finite sin that we do is a sin against an eternal God.
Yeah, so God, like, allows bad things to happen to good people because good people are, like, not one with their chakras, and we all have our chakras and stuff. And they profess themselves to be good, and like, what is good? So they see themselves as good when they're not one with God in the ancient universe.
Yeah, this is kind of like on the level of the stones bullshit, the crystal bullshit we were just watching, and
it's a bunch of tangential fucking word salad, word soup.
And just like that guy, this kid talks very confidently while he speaks, so people go, "Oh, whoa, what a smart kid! Wow, I didn't need to share this on Facebook. Show everybody why they're stupid if they don't believe what I believe. This is so smart. Such a good argument he's making."
And it demands an eternal payment. And unless you believe this, what I'm about to say next
demands an eternal payment because it demands an eternal payment.
Yeah, because it does.
Because
will sound like utter foolishness to you. The only credible religion to have a payment system for sin that is not somehow working off our bad deeds is Christianity. Working off...
Oh, yeah. It happens to be the religion that your mommy and daddy brought you up with. I'm certain that if he was raised by, like, an Islamic family or Hindu family... He'd find his way to the Christian God. He'd find his way to the Bible.
Off our bad deeds does not even work in a court of law, and it certainly will not work.
There's definitely no bias there.
For the God of the Bible, who is a righteous judge, as Psalm 7:11 describes him. This is why there's eternal payment for, in actuality, our eternal sin.
Now, that argument he made about the Bible, what about what's in the Quran? Or the Book of Mormon? It's just, like, what was it, in Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, like, don't they have all those, like, videotapes and stuff? It's like, what about the fact that you can see things in those tapes that you can see in reality outside those tapes? What about the stuff in the Quran that you could see outside the Quran? It's just, he's too much of a dumbass to see that argument applies to any sort of, like, written scripture.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Any presentation.
It's so stupid, this eternal sin thing too. So it's like if you're the best person ever that just constantly is doing the right thing and everything, you're still an eternal sinner and stuff. It's like you are just born flawed or fucked up or whatever is their this religion. And it's like, does that not sound like a horrible ideology to you? Just believe that no matter what, we're just horrible, disgusting fucks that are way below God. We'll never be like him. We're shit. We're born shit. Okay? I don't know.
Yourself because you're just an innate sinner.
Yeah, it's like, no. That's horrible ideology.
Your natural vibrations are like sinful and harmful to others' psychic aura, so that's why. Yes, Dirt?
One thing I've noted that kind of befuddles the fucking mind is that, I've made no fucking mystery about it. I'm a friend of people. I've known all sorts of people. I'm friends with, I call all sorts of people friends.
You're friends with all these pedantic pedestrians?
Friends of all ages, sizes, colors, discriminations. But I've known fucking complete reprobate degenerates who turn to the Bible and say, yeah, this shit just makes sense. And then I've met I know a deacon, a man who was a deacon in a fucking church who said, yeah, nah, this shit's bullshit.
Yeah.
So the spectrum there is like, fuck, like...
I've known of a lot of, like, priests and stuff, or, like, this figure known as the Pope. A lot of these popes that have gone about some diddling or harboring a bunch of diddlers and stuff. So.
They're doing a G-money?
Diddling? Oh, in the Catholic Church? Sweep that shit under the rug, John. What do you mean?
They're doing a G-money.
Oh. G-money.
Which is either hell or the eternal sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Have you heard about what Jesus did? He was fully God and fully man, lived a perfect life, and died on the cross.
What about people like Martin Luther King that sacrificed themselves for their, like, good deeds? What about, like, other, like, Socrates was executed for, like, I don't know, teaching kids to ask questions and teaching that he was, spoiling the minds of the youth. They were being annoying to all the elders in Athens because he was teaching them to not just believe everything you hear and to question everything. And yeah, so there you go. I mean, why is Jesus so special when it comes to, like, humble, like, altruistic sort of humanitarian, like, historical figures that were executed because they spoke out against, like, other, like, political tyrants? Because Jesus is in this book of fairy tales, that's why.
I like what Unspecified Human said in the chat. They said, do you think the threat of suffering in the afterlife upon questioning believing could be why some people argue so strongly? Which, yeah, absolutely, because, if you deny me in front of your friends, you deny me in front of your father, whatever. Yeah, so, God's always watching, and if you're a bad little boy and he questions you questioning, he might just throw you in the lake of fire. So, yes, God, I believe. God, please, don't throw me in the lake of fire, of course.
Wasting the human seed is a sin, so God's always watching.
Never nut on the floor, so says
God. Yeah, that was another thing we were raised up in, we're raised in a society where it's, like, immoral to question this stuff, where people thought of you as bad or whatever, or looked at you sideways if you even question it, because you're not supposed to question it,
Don't question authority. Do what Big Brother, do what it's almost like religion's been used as a way to control the masses in a day and age before, like, the internet and television and radio or the printing press. So it's the Catholic Church wasn't a big fan of the printing press, and it's almost like religion is a way to teach people to shut their fucking mouth. Don't question the pharaohs. Don't question the church, or else you burn in hell.
So, one thing I'll say is, because I know you guys are both atheists, and you don't live in the rural South. I was born in New Jersey, and now I live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and that's where I grew up. So I imagine, yeah, you guys also faced, some like criticism or derision or be like, oh, this weird guy, when you were like, yeah, no, I don't believe in that. So, I don't know to what degree, because to me, yeah, I feel like
you're an outlier.
Satanist fucking weirdo because I don't believe in God. But as I've grown older and grown up with the people I have and really picked their brains, really it comes down to, yeah, I don't know, this shit's all a little funny, but it's what my family believes, and that's where they think they're going with when they die, and I want to be with them when they die.
I could see.
I don't care if some random stranger believes in Christianity and shit like that. It's like, I'm not going to try to convince people or shit on their religion if they're like not bothering me, they're respecting others. But if I don't like somebody, it's kind of the same mentality of, it's like, I don't care if somebody's fat, but you know that a lot of times if people are overweight, it probably gets under their skin. So it's just make fun of the person for being fat if they're pissing you off. I'll do that with religion.
Yeah.
Where I don't mind shitting on somebody's religion and talking about how they're a retard who worships some magical sky god if they're irritating me. Yeah. I do it to a lot of relatives I hate all the time. I make fun of them for being dumbasses that worship a book of fairy tales.
Yeah, I could see people in the South being a little more, what's the word?
Extreme.
Extreme. Yeah.
No, so here's the deal. I've been at work, and I was a manager of an AT&T, and I come out. I was shitting in the bathroom. I worked at a dead ass AT&T. Barely anyone ever came the fuck in there. But I come out one day, and my fucking coworker, he's sitting out there, and he's fucking just chatting it up with some old lady about, oh no, I don't believe in that, blah blah blah. She's like, oh well, you need to know Jesus and repent for your sins. And I come out and I'm just smiling, customer service face on, and she looks at me and she's like, did you know your friend doesn't believe in God? And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. That's I mean, I guess that's his business. And then she was like, well, you need to tell him, because I forget what the fuck she said, but all I remember is what I said to her. And I was like, she asked me if I believed, if I was a Christian. I said, oh, yes, ma'am. I've been washed in the blood of the Lamb. But then she told me, like, oh, you need to tell your buddy. And I was like, oh, he'll be fine. I think all rivers lead to the sea. And she was like, like, she immediately got fired up. And I was like, okay, this conversation needs to end. And he was like, why'd you do that, bro? I would have debated with her. And I was like, dude, I don't got time for that. I'm on the clock. I don't want to hear that shit.
No, but what I would have done if I were you, and she's like, did you know your friend there, like, they don't believe in God? I would just be like, fuck God.
Brian, you're fucking brilliant. I wish I would have thought of that in the moment, Brian, because that's fucking hilarious. If I would have just looked at him and be like, oh, so you haven't been washed in the blood of the Lamb, son?
You're fired.
Get the fuck out of my store. Get your shit and go.
That would have been great.
How would you like a family plan of cell phones for 4? Yeah, you're right. That would be a salesman tactic. You're right, Brian. God damn.
She would have tipped you.
Dude, I received tips at AT&T.
I spoke to God, but it wasn't the Christian God. It was the Wiccan God. So you're worshiping the wrong God.
Wiccans don't believe in a God, do they? All right, let's go back with the video. Back to the video.
God really showed his true love, that he is the embodiment of love and is not willing that any perish, but that all come to repentance. But if you harden your heart against this message and do not trust in him...
leprechauns are the embodiment of fear. And, yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's why you got
similar to if you had a
pedestrian leprechaun to no fear today.
Fine for billions of dollars that you could never pay off in court. If someone else, a very rich man, paid off that fine for you, you could be free to go. And Jesus did this on a much, much greater extent because he was the only one that could pay an eternal fine.
Do you think he's a conservative who defends big business?
Yeah, for sure.
He's the kind of dumbass that it's the blank slate fallacy. You can hold everyone at the same standards.
Someday, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, genetic and environmental factors need not apply. So it's just
this is the
rich people are rich because they worked hard and everything. And
this is the kind of person that doesn't understand or respect logical processes to get to the right conclusion. Like there's certain processes you take to get to the right conclusion, and he's showing that he doesn't care about that. It's all about just like, oh, it's real because I found this reason that I assert it's real, and like your beliefs need to be built on like good like logical, reasonable evidence.
He doesn't question anything he's told. And it's also, like, you got a lot of dumbasses where there's no flawed institution, there's no flawed practice, there's no flawed policy. A system's in place, therefore it needs to be in place. So I'm going to tell teacher on these kids because, well, it's against the rules. I'm morally and ethically sound because it's against the rules to not turn in a Jewish, sort of refugee in Nazi Germany. And I'm a good boy. Because I do what the authority says I need to do.
He was the eternal God. The message of the Bible is to repent, to acknowledge your sins and turn from them, and put your faith in the risen Savior, Jesus Christ. Jesus is the only one to ever rise again for sins, and he is the only one who will be able to raise you up to eternal life.
So, how do you know that Jesus actually did this? Or it was the heavens? I don't think you were there to observe that. And I think it's just because there's this book of fairy tales that says that it happened. But you know what? What about all of these other like fictional scriptures and stuff that talk about like what about all the Greek religions and stuff? Like how do we know that all of that stuff didn't really happen?
Scooby makes a good
if
point.
If this sounds untrue, just
what's that?
On to the next thing. Fuck this 12-year-old.
Is it possible that
I know, we've only got 26 seconds left, but it's not worth hearing, bro.
Fuck it. He's just making the stupid... He doesn't make... He didn't make any sort of argument. Okay, here we go. He's gonna make a good argument.
Atheists claim that nothing existed, when nothing is the absence of anything. Number two,
dude, hold on. I do not claim nothing existed. I don't know anything, really. I know very little about the Big Bang, and I kinda don't care to learn about it because I just don't believe in the God thing. I don't need to learn about the Big Bang to not believe in the God thing. It's not one or the other.
See, Bisky, the whole universe was in a hot, dense state.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I don't believe, but I kind of don't believe the Big Bang Theory because I don't know enough about it to believe it. I'm gonna assume that that's the most logical.
It's very complicated.
But I don't need to look into that and believe in that in order to not believe in God. It's not one or the other kind of thing.
And yeah, what you're saying is what they're claiming is a false dichotomy is that you have to believe in the Big Bang if you don't believe in God, and it's like you can think that the Big Bang is a flawed scientific theory and also not believe in God.
Yeah.
Nothing decided to blow up into three-dimensional matters.
Which not saying that I do, but still, I just don't.
Wait. We need to hear his arguments.
Let's go on.
Number three, atheists believe.
Wait, what was number two?
Yeah, what was two?
Blow up into three-dimensional matters, literally after being nothing forever. Number three.
More word salad.
Atheists believe that nothing created another omnipotent friend called Lady Luck. Then Lady Luck uses its omnipotence to arrange everything perfectly, in spite of the luck.
What the fuck is Lady Luck?
I think he's just claiming that it was incidental, I guess. It was just happenstance that life came to be. So I guess he's claiming he's trying to personify, I guess, happenstance.
Laws of science, like thermodynamics. Number four, they believe that after matter.
Wait, what? So, God, this is even more like...
yeah, you need to slow it down, yeah, for sure.
It's a greater level of word salad than the last one.
Another omnipotent friend called Lady Luck. Then Lady Luck uses its omnipotence to arrange everything perfectly, in spite of the laws of science.
I don't think everything's arranged perfectly in the universe. The universe is very fucking chaotic. There's a bunch of gamma ray bursts. There's a bunch of meteorites colliding into planets, black holes. What's that?
Oh, sorry.
What's that?
I don't. The gamma rapers. Keep going.
Yeah, the gamma rapers. Go on.
What did you hear?
Nothing. Go on.
No, tell me.
Go on.
You said gamma ray bursts, and it sounds like something else when you say it real quick.
Gamma rapers. Keep on.
So, whatever. It's just There's lots of stuff in the universe that causes a lot of collateral and so forth, and he's saying that there's all this order, but even with living organisms, it's like there's this thing known as like cancer, when cells mutate and they keep dividing.
No, it's all perfect, Gene. It's perfect.
Yeah, like it's almost like we dealt with this pandemic.
Perfect. We're made in God's image.
Yeah.
God is imperfect, obviously.
Yeah, it was all created perfectly. So it's like you have these tectonic plates that collide and cause these things called earthquakes, like the one in Turkey recently, where thousands of people will die in the process. I mean, it's all perfect.
If it's so perfect, then why is Gene? Explain that,
Exactly.
fuckwad. Exactly.
Like thermodynamics. Number 4, they believe that after matter orders itself after 12 billion years, they believe that the Earth appeals to omnipotent chance to get things done. 5.
What? I guess we don't have the level of cognition to comprehend what he just said there.
They believe that omnipresent chance finds an extraordinary mud puddle to generate all living biological forms from. That this mud puddle is so awesome, billions of years later, it can never be reproduced again. Number 6.
Gene, but did you ever consider the fact that I nutted in the primordial soup and that shit got the fishes walking?
Yeah, and what he's talking about could be happening all the time, and we haven't discovered it yet. Did you know, Gene, that we don't know how eels reproduce?
I didn't know that.
We don't know.
Shab told me that, and I thought I knew some shit about animals, but Shab blew me the fuck away with that. Did you know this, Shab? Sorry, while we're fucking going on a little tangent. Just a few weeks ago, they first ever photographed a baby great white shark. In all of human history, no one's ever seen one before until a few weeks ago.
Huh.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly.
They don't know shit about the reproduction other than they've seen pregnant ones. They have no idea about where they fucking spawn or breed or anything like that.
Yeah.
6. They believe that several mass extinctions happen, but evolution, forget it. It goes into hyper mode. 7.
Wait, what? So is he arguing that because there's been 6 mass extinctions that shows that evolution is bullshit? But I thought God created the universe perfectly, so didn't the dinosaurs go extinct? And that wasn't even the most significant great extinction. There was one before that, like that was called like the Great Dying, the Great Killing. But
does he not?
Didn't the mass extinction happen because the Earth was struck by a giant fucking meteorite? So once again, this perfect fucking design, but things like that happen that cause mass extinctions. But he's talking about how, like, hey, if evolution's true, why did mass extinctions happen? And it's like, because when it comes to evolution, it's not claiming that it yields perfection. It's Christians that claim that God yields perfection. And that's their argument with intelligent design. And the whole point with evolution is that it just needs to be good enough. It's not necessarily a perfect fucking system. That's why people have genetic defects. That's why your testicles are on the outside of your body, where they're susceptible to... Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, like those two things, it doesn't have to be...
wisdom
it's another
teeth are a thing.
It's another false dichotomy or whatever. Like oh, it can't be that there were some mass extinctions and evolution exists. It's like, why not? What, like... It's like, how... I don't know. It's like, how can the car drive?
Hyper mode? So I think he's saying that, hey, like, the millions of years since the last mass extinction, that, like, how did we get to where we are now when all these animals went extinct? So it's like, it's going on hyper mode. And the problem is, with these mass extinctions, it's not like pretty much all life on the planet went extinct. It's that a very large percentage of certain life forms went extinct. And usually what happens when there's a mass extinction, it's usually animals higher on the food chain. It's usually animals that have a much larger structure. So that's what happens when the dinosaurs were killed, is that rodents and smaller mammals and stuff are able to come out and start competing and evolving.
Yeah.
And
that's kind of part of evolution there. Like the ones that survive are the ones that go on. And it's going to be, like, sometimes it's going to be because of genetic reasons or whatever that they're more likely to have survived that. Some of it might be more luck, but that's just part of like survival of the fittest and so forth with evolution. There might be big events, and then only some are going to survive, and they're going to go on. He thinks mass extinction means everything's gone. I think that's what he thinks.
Or 0.001% is gone, and
they also believe that eventually an amoeba turns into an ape.
Wait, now, Dirt, look up what percent of...
I'm sorry, I've already looked something up and have got it in mind. I was hoping you'd forgive me a quick diatribe because Skabibi blew my mind. Science can't explain how the bicycle works. Did you know that, John?
I don't think that's true.
Well, it fucking blew my mind, John. It blew the fuck out of my mind. I'm going to issue this challenge to a man who I know is well acquainted with the bicycle. He's a bicyclist. He's a fitness man. He's a fucking brilliant engineer. I'm going to challenge him. I'm going to be like, dude, you fucking tell me how a bike... It's, well, you know, I describe you, John? If the shoe fits, wear it. But I did have another man in mind. But if you could tell me how the bicycle works, John, I challenge you and issue that. But all I'm saying is I did a little bit of fucking reading because it blew my fucking mind. You know, Skabibi said he'd post a link, but I was already looking it up myself. But I can't remember what I explained. Something about gyroscopic theory or the perpetual motion or the motion of the tires that keeps you upright. But I'm thinking like, you played GTA San Andreas, John?
No.
You haven't? Shav has. Played GTA San Andreas, Shav?
Sure.
I just noticed Crow was here. Crow, you ever played GTA San Andreas?
Yes.
Yeah. So you know when CJ rides the bike and you fucking pumping it as hard as you can to get that maximum speed, and he's pumping it and the bike goes from like side to side all the way to the ground?
Yeah.
I used to do that shit. Riding my bike as fast as I can, going through my area, dude. I would again, I can't explain how the fuck it worked, but I'm like, I saw this in GTA. It probably works, and sure the fuck enough it did. I was wobbling going down the street, dude, getting speed.
Well, I think it works because of counterbalances and countermaneuvers. But apparently in the, the Cretaceous, mass extinction, the one with the dinosaurs, it was 76% of living organisms died off. So that means 24% of life on the planet was still alive. So that's still a significant amount of species roaming the planet to compete and evolve.
Yeah. Did you know that I mean, considering at the time all the fucking monsters that existed, mammals did actually thrive in the Cretaceous era?
Well, yeah, but at a smaller scale.
Yeah, at a smaller scale because they were food, but they could hide very easily because everything else was so fucking big. Not everything, but depending on the environment and habitat.
Well, that's the point with cataclysmic events like that, is that usually smaller life forms are they have the upper hand because usually they're hiding in caves or in small burrows,
crevices and whatnot,
buttholes.
Yeah.
Buttholes.
But listen to how incredible this is. Later, Darwinists conjure up a theory that we.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Now, I think the last time
twisted Indica's opinion.
He said something like they believe that apes came from amoebas, and it's that sounds like G-Man. You think we're related to Corn of the Cob?
Yeah.
Well, we actually are.
It can never be
I
reproduced.
like that, Twisted.
Again.
So look, yeah, I fuck with you, Twisted, because as a person who grew up in the South and questioned religion and all sorts of things, I dabbled in other mysticisms and spiritualities, just to be like, okay, well, what do these motherfuckers got to say about it? And you're right, it's all bullshit.
No, you're gay.
Number 6. They believe that several mass extinctions happen, but evolution, forget it. It goes into hyper mode. 7. They also believe that eventually an amoeba turns into an ape.
Yeah, show me a canine turning into a non-canine.
Later, Darwinists conjure up a theory that we, human beings, are related to apes. And interestingly enough, they accept this theory even with the lack of biological and verifiable evidence. And
There's
So
fucking
where?
plenty.
Yeah, and then where's the empirical evidence of God and spirits and so forth? So more like rules for thee, but not for me. Special pleading fallacy. It's like, hey, well, I guess the Bible is the end-all be-all of evidence when it comes to God and all that supernatural phenomenon. But yeah, there's plenty of empirical evidence for evolution. It can be observed firsthand, especially at like a basic like cellular level. But it's also like, has he ever heard of a thing known as domestic breeding, where we've been able to take wolves and turn them into things like pugs and poodles and mastiffs? So it's like you can see evolution in action with even on the macroscopic level with things like that, where I mean, we've almost turned like one species into separate species, because there are a lot of I think a lot of canines that are too like distinct from each other genetically, where they're not even able to reproduce anymore.
And lastly, number 8. The atheistic cult made a vow to stay in opposition to logic.
Cult? Atheism isn't an organization. There's no scripture to atheism. It's just a basic, like, it's just some identity that people have, belief. That's it. And the only qualifier for being an atheist is you don't believe in God. That's it.
Nope, you have to join the cult, Gene.
There's no cult. There's no organization. There are no prophets.
No, we're part of a cult. You didn't know that, Gene?
Reason,
Idiot.
truth, and true science. And anything to simply keep God out of the equation. Those are 8 amazing facts.
Hold on. Play
Yeah.
the 8th. Hold on, play number 8 again. He's saying that not only are we part of a cult, but we all vowed to this stuff that he just said.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
John likes when I address the chat. There's a message that exists in chat from Christ brings a sword. He addressed Douglas Thorne and he said, you know, John, I don't think he was talking about you. But he said, John fell on his face as if dead before the Lord told him to rise and stand up. Did that happen to you? Did that happen to you, John?
Nah. Must be another John. I do know there's a lot of... Maybe it was like John Adams.
Viable evidence. And lastly, number 8. The atheistic cult made a vow to stay in opposition to logic, reason, truth, and true science. And
we stand in opposition. So it's true science. He does know that, like, again, close to 100% of scientists identify as atheists. And it's just, there's a correlation between like illiteracy and church attendance. There's like a correlation between like obesity and church attendance.
Gotta read it for me, John.
There's a correlation between having more education and being less religious. So it's just there's a correlation between like neighborhoods, districts, and so forth being less religious and having less crime. It's like people distance themselves from religion more and more the more educated they are. So it's just this guy, he's claiming that, hey, atheists, they go against logic and reasoning, and I'm sure there's no Dunning-Kruger effect going on here.
Not only that, it's just silly. Like, oh, they're part of.
And this is another guy where if you asked him what is science, he wouldn't be able to tell you.
And if you asked him for proof of this cult that all of us atheists are part of, where we do this vow, like, prove this. When did anybody here like no, just stop it. It's silly. What kind of what universe is he living in? What do you think, Drunken Crow?
Another stupid thing that people like this do is they call us Darwinists or evolutionists or like. I'm not a gravitationalist, but gravitation does exist. Or gravity does exist, and it's a theory. So, like, what's the fucking point of Darwinist or evolutionist or?
Yeah. Well, it's just like the Big Bang thing. They have to make it one or the other. When in reality, like, you can not believe in evolution and you can not believe in God. It's not.
Oh, he's talking about the John dude that comes after like, was it Matthew, Mark, and Luke?
Anything.
One of the 4 Gospels.
What up, Just Bro?
Keep
You're
God.
Just
foreign
Bro.
territory. Glad
Those
to
are
see
8
you,
amazing
bro.
facts of atheism. I'll be.
Yeah. This guy really schooled the atheists.
He schooled me. I feel like a
On
dumbass.
today's episode of Stupid Things Atheists Say,
Yo, he's got
we're
the
going to
dog
look.
man on his shirt. These stupid atheists don't know shit about the dog man with the corona of God behind
Kind of
his
looks like a
head, dude.
camel.
Nah, dude, that's a hybrid humanoid canine figure, bro. That is a canine becoming a non-canine. Eat that shit, G-man.
Good
Read up.
G-man.
Look at it's someone else's fault.
Do you think he's a conservative with those,
No. No. You don't gotta
On
be
today's
conservative
episode
on
of Stupid-
those, John. Bone airs. You ain't gotta be. You
I
ain't
think
gotta
he
be
needs more
conservative,
guns,
get bone air.
firearms in the background.
Stupid Things Atheists Say, we're going to look at it's someone else's fault. Welcome to Missing the Mark, where we look for meaning in strange places.
Damn, you got accuracy.
I'm
though.
Christopher.
Talk that shit,
Now,
John.
this
He got
is one
you
I've-
at 50-yard range.
What's that?
I said, talk all that shit you want, John. He's got you at a 50-yard range.
Yeah, bitch.
That's how you prove that you're right, is by using violence to best
this
the other
is 40
person.
minutes long. Are we on 1.5 speed?
Oh, shit. Yeah, maybe we should save this for next. Well,
I don't know if I got time for this guy. In the
Yeah,
dog
here,
shirt right now, bro.
I
just
gotta-
talking about crystals.
I gotta pee, so play the Kittens and Carnage intro, and I'll be right back.
I don't have it.
We're gonna do the intro. Hold
Hold up your kitten.
Hold up, fuck.
Yeah.
Keep going, chat, baby.
I'm gay, gay, but gay. Whoa! I like the way that cat looks. That's so cool. They're
He's
gray.
cool, dude. He's the Gerber baby. He's a perfect model, dude.
Oh my god, I
He's
love
got little
him.
white mittens.
Yeah, the mittens are just like the what am I thinking? The cherry on top. Like the cat is really cute, and then it's like, oh, mittens too. He's got
a tuxedo too. You couldn't see it because I was holding his chest, but he's got a white triangle on his chest. Pretty ass cat, bro. He's sweet as fuck too. I'm holding on to him so I can give him to a friend, so I can continue.
We need to all bid on the cat, guys.
Yeah. Starting the bid at $500. You can submit
Yes.
the bid now through John Morgan's
StreamLabs. He looks so soft, and then his eyes are so unique.
No adoption fee, free to a good home.
I'll give you 2,000. 3,000.
Nah, dude. I ain't even gonna put this cat in the same house as Jack. Because what if Jack just murders this motherfucker because he thinks he's too cute?
It's worth the 3,000. Just kidding. I'll give him. He's just gotta learn the fight. He's gotta learn to defend himself around here. He's gonna learn real quick.
Nice ones.
Yeah.
1 billion for the cat. All right, now,
1
now
billion.
you're talking. You know what I mean? My soul don't cost that much. Wait, I shouldn't be so bold. Wait, does Christ has a sword still here? I'm just kidding. I don't have a soul. I'm just kidding. I don't believe it.
Yup.
Souls are gay.
Wait, Gene.
Yeah.
Look at the cat, Gene.
How do you feel about this one? How do you feel about him?
I don't know. I prefer ones that are, I don't know, more white.
Whoa, dude!
Oh
this
no,
cat's
I'm
a
sorry.
Fucking Gerber baby of cats, bro. He could be a model. Let me call up Purina, or is that dog food?
Wait, so are we gonna do the March meetup?
I thought it was May now.
Like,
yeah, May. Are we doing the May meetup?
Maybe.
Maybe. Skeppy Jesus, are you coming to the May meetup?
Maybe. I mean, look, my living situation's on the line, John. I don't know if I'm gonna be where I am right now in May, so we'll see how that shit goes, and
maybe. Well, Shab, people need to donate because again, money can go to Shab for his airplane tickets and everything, because Shab's a poor motherfucker.
I mean, we could make that. We could make that right now. I mean, I'm not. Maybe we could have this in the executive boardroom or whatever. But I mean, we could take all the PPP donations from this moment thus far to ensure that Shabisky gets out to Baltimore in May, and I could take a fucking bus. Me and Danny can drive in our little shit box. I mean, it'd take a long time. We'd feel like shit, but
well, a lot of people in our community, they live like in the Northeast and stuff, so fairly close to Maryland. So
Jespro, meet up in Wyoming, Casper, Wyoming. We'll go hang out with Cobra, hang out at Frosty's, drink some peanut butter.
Well, for people who don't know, I have like aphantasia, so I don't have like mental imagery, and I don't have like an inner voice. But apparently, there's a lot of new research that shrooms, psilocybin, can actually help people like open their third eye and everything. And we're gonna do in Washington D.C. Shrooms are decriminalized, so that's one of the things we're gonna do. We're gonna do a shroom meetup.
So listen, Christ Brings a Sword is gonna love this. So John, yes, has a condition in his mind that does not allow him to produce images in his mind. If you ask John to think about a fuzzy pink football, John would, in his brain, probably form words that say, do you even form words in your mind?
No.
So what happens when I say, imagine a fuzzy pink football?
I just think of
Think of it.
Yeah.
But you can't, so that's strange. I don't know how to put myself in that shoe, because in my brain I can conjure like, okay, yeah, a fuzzy pink football. I can see the image right now, and it's fuzzy like a fucking Muppet. I don't know, but
he doesn't even have bus sex dreams like the rest of us guys.
Yeah. Okay. So that's another thing. He doesn't have dreams that are real. He can't. When John Morgan dreams, he claims to think that that is just a deep thought experience. He's thinking on different levels or whatever. He's thinking. He does not.
I'm thinking in my sleep.
As we know it, he doesn't have a dream where you're like, oh shit, I'm at school and I'm naked and all my teeth are falling out. This is so embarrassing. John doesn't have that shit ever, because whatever. But we are going to give John Morgan mushrooms so that he can experience nightmares.
I can experience PTSD flashbacks that I don't experience.
Yeah, you're gonna.
A lot of the fucked up things I dealt with as a kid. It's all gonna be coming. It's like, oh my god, I don't like this. I want it to go away.
Well, hold up, John.
All these images are distracting.
I'm gonna prepare you for a real possibility where that happens. I mean, you could visualize shit that happened to you and be like, damn, that sucked. But you don't want to do that. It's all about controlling where your mind goes with it, John, because you have that power, and I believe in your willpower to have that power, and that's why you need a shaman like me to guide you through your mushroom experience.
You haven't. I thought we talked to you about this before. I thought we were talking to him about this when we were like discussing like the meetup and stuff. I thought we were discussing this in Vegas.
Talking to who? I thought so. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't realize it went as deep as the dreams. Maybe he didn't realize. But yeah, it's like that shit. The plan is to perform a holy ritual to open John's third eye so that he may experience nightmares.
Yay! And then it's just from then on, all he has is horrible nightmares every night. He's like, guys, I wish we wouldn't have done that. I don't even want to go to sleep anymore, man.
Get some trazodone, John. It'll help with that. Just chill.
Do you take trazodone?
No.
Apparently that fucks with your REM sleep. It's not
I've never had it. I mean, honestly, I could probably use some sort of sleep aid because I could probably use some REM sleep. But if trazodone takes that away from you, that is not.
Well, do you dream?
Yes.
Apparently, that's a good indicator that you're actually having successful REM sleep.
Gene, do you remember me telling you about exploding head syndrome?
Yeah. I forget exactly.
Just to reiterate real quick, I had a quick dream. It was literally a few seconds, and I got out of the car. I was at a party, and I'm seeing people I haven't seen since high school. I'm like, oh, shit, man, how are you doing? And by the third hand I shake, the bomb drops. My vision goes black. There's a flash of blue. And by the time I fucking reorient my environment, I'm like, oh, shit, there's shelter. I got to run. And then the blast wave hits, and I wake up. And I'm telling you, dude, this is the loudest shit I fucking ever heard in my life. And immediately, within 2 seconds of waking up, I Googled, can you dream decibels? And the first result I got was exploding head syndrome, where apparently it's associated with a loud noise and a quick flash of light, and then you wake up because of stress and lack of sleep. It's happened to me twice, and that shit.
Yeah. When it comes to reading, I pretty much exclusively read nonfiction, like history and science, because fictional content, I don't get TV in my head, so that's why I've always loved movies so much.
Hardback.
But the books are always better, even though most people don't read.
I'm gonna address the chat. This is better. I like this idea. Rather than trying to open your third eye, John, what if we gave you mushrooms and gave you an exorcism?
I don't know. An exorcism might seem fun. Maybe that's what's wrong with me. Maybe that's why I'm too bland and dry and monotone.
Can we give you an exorcism on mushrooms, John? I think that'd be fun. You can just play along if you're not feeling it, and I'm sure the mushrooms would help with that.
Wait, what was the demon in The Exorcist? Was it Cthulhu or Pazuzu?
Yeah. See, John's already thinking. John, can we give you an exorcism?
Now, talking about movie night, I saw the first 2 Exorcist films. The second one was fucking terrible, but apparently the third one is Red Letter Media. I was watching one of their things, and they apparently the main dude on Red Letter Media says that that's one of his favorite horror films, the third Exorcist. So maybe you should watch that for like one of the movie nights.
I've seen the first one. That's it.
Yeah.
We should watch the Leprechaun movies.
Yeah, dude.
Well, we're doing that in March.
Starting March. Become a patron March 1st. Or right now. You know, who knows what we might do this month, because there's still a couple of chances it could happen. But March, we are watching the Leprechaun movies because the universe is aligned to make it so. It's March.
I believe there's like
Leprechauns are the things to fear.
What is it? Warwick Davis?
Yes.
Isn't he the Leprechaun?
Yes, and he is such a star fucking actor for these shitty movies. He is literally so good, and everything else just sucks around him, dude. It sucks.
You know, they have a Chucky TV series. Do you think they should make a Leprechaun TV series?
Only
No.
Is Warwick Davis still alive? No.
Yeah,
No.
he's still alive. He's still alive.
Wait.
Plenty of other little people there that need jobs.
Peter Dinklage is the Leprechaun. I don't think he'd do it. He wouldn't play the Seven Dwarf. I don't think he'd do the Leprechaun. That's too much. Damn, the world needs Warwick Davis.
The world needs more little people actors.
For sure. I mean, because look, there's nothing demeaning about it. And I think, you know, I mean, well, I say that loosely. If you take a shitty role or someone wants to take advantage of you, there can be shitty things about it. So fuck that. I mean, take a role that's responsible and you feel you can be the character. I think I agree. There needs
Get
to be
John Cena to be the Leprechaun. There you go.
Dude, fuck yes. I'd pay money to see John Cena as a Leprechaun.
No, Warwick Davis is still alive.
No shit. You think he'd do the Leprechaun? You think he's in Leprechaun shape? He just has to kind of like...
I don't know. He was born in 1970.
Wait, what's his name? The Big Show? Maybe they should get him.
Big Show is the Leprechaun.
Yes.
He just did the Leprechaun show. Fuck it, dude. Throw him in the Leprechaun suit, give him a couple $1 million, and make some motherfucking 2024 money.
Or make it like, what was it, Trolls 2? They weren't even trolls. They were like goblins or something.
Dude, the problem is... all the
Make it like the Leprechaun.
Yes, straight to
But they're
VA.
not even leprechauns. They're like giants or something. Trolls.
Have you seen Leprechaun in the Hood?
No.
Oh, you're in for a fucking treat, John.
Oh,
Okay, let's start watching the video.
Far back. Like, I don't care about the argument. I don't even know what the argument is about. I just want my car. I don't want to deal with anything. I know anytime we get into it, whether I'm right or wrong, he puts his hands on me or he threatens to put his hands on me. It gets very...
Wait. Okay, this is something a lot of people are sharing. Like, the guy mistook, like, a acorn for a gunshot.
Okay, yeah, so the acorn fell on the car, or fell on a metallic surface, and the cop did think it was a gunshot, and we'll see the rest.
Very violent. There he is.
In your car or walking up?
It's like 17 minutes, so...
But Mom said car is not there.
Oh, you got the whole extended cut, my dude. I didn't know there was a 17-minute cut of this shit. I've only seen a maximum of 3 minutes of this body cam footage. You got the whole shit right here. You got the whole shebang, John.
It happens later.
What the fuck he has going on? But
yeah, what the fuck? Motherfucker.
Value that.
Like how much I paid for my car?
Yeah, or how much you think that it would value out right now.
So okay.
What?
Wait, okay.
He must have. Wow.
Oh no! So
I know there was another, another deputy that showed up.
Who was with this guy?
Yeah.
So go back. Wait. No, go forward. The next clip. Yeah, go to that. Just go to. See this guy.
No. This is.
No, I think maybe you should see it from his perspective first, and then if you're curious, go back and see the lady who ran over to see what the fuck happened.
Zidane just subscribed.
Zidane!
I'm pulling out beautiful switch.
Yeah.
Hear the acorn.
Damn, Danny's trying to sleep. I suck, dude. I need to shut up.
Shots fired!
Poor Danny. It's my last.
This reminds me of like when you're a little kid, like when you're like 6 years old and you're like playing pretend with other kids. Oh my God! Shots fired! Ah!
What?
Have you seen this, Shep?
No.
There's no way. I don't know. Do you think he's just full of shit and he wants to be in a situation like this, or do you think it's PTSD?
I don't know.
I gotta take cover.
So pause. Do you know what happened, Shabisky? Do you know why he freaked the fuck out?
I could see an acorn fell on his car.
You saw it happen?
Or I didn't see the acorn. I saw
right. You saw the title.
And you guys explained it too.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, this is
okay.
weird.
So
what?
Within the overall population, it's just like a fifth of people believe in crystal healing and QAnon and all that bullshit. Haunted houses. Now, cops tend to be a bunch of dumb fucks. So, what do you think the average is with cops? It's probably like 2 and 3. Like,
can you just before it's too late, John, go back like 10 seconds so we can hear his groans of pain one more time.
Oh!
Back like 5 more seconds, John. I'm sorry. He's already on his back.
I'm hit!
No.
Did you just say I'm hit?
Yeah. Let's go back. Can we just roll it back one more time, all the way to the beginning? See if you can spot the acorn.
You know, like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes? It's Attack of the Killer Acorns.
How do you mistake an acorn for a bullet?
Yeah, those two things you just heard, which was nothing on the body cam and all those gunshots, sound pretty similar in real life, Shabisky. You had to be there.
Yeah, it's like a gunfire is extremely loud, and an acorn falling
what
is
about,
extremely
have you ever heard a gunshot
quiet.
with a silencer?
Yeah, I mean, how about a suppressor on that?
Yeah.
Also, I do want to point out that he thought it was coming from the guy inside the cop car, who was handcuffed, unarmed, and alone.
Yep. In a cop car already apprehended, he was firing into a police car.
Wait,
Maybe he was able to like get himself like escape artists. Maybe he had like a paper like clip and stuff, and he was able to use that to like lockpick the handcuffs. And then he has like those like really small pocket pistols.
I was
thinking
thinking
he had one of those or a gun pen.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, he already had to be patted down. So you're maybe close to there, John. Because Khabib even said sounds like suppressed fire. Maybe it could be one of those like Men in Black, like the 3-inch pistol kind of things. But truthfully, where my brain went was, maybe he had a 38 special because they already patted him down, but maybe he had a 38 special straight up his ass.
He had a pocket pistol shoved up his anus.
38
concealing it. And then when he picked the lock of the handcuffs, he just shat it out, and yeah.
No, he took apart his cuffs and things in the car, and he made his own gun there, his own makeshift gun in the back of the cop car, and then he constructed his own makeshift ammo too in the cop car.
First, he constructed a makeshift 3D printer, and then he 3D printed it.
Yes. This poor cop. This cop is a victim, as far as I'm concerned.
He was able to use the vibrations of the metals in the car and stuff.
We should
because he used his chakras to convert
He's an alchemist.
He used the vibrations to convert the minerals, the materials in the car into a 3D printer, and then use that to make a gun.
Classic alchemy. Let's appreciate his groans of pain.
I'm here. What? In the car. I shot through the car.
Oh my god! I gotta take cover.
He did an Arnold Schwarzenegger right there.
Dude, that's too lame to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's like Steven Seagal.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I'm good. I feel weird, but I'm good.
I feel weird, but I'm good.
I feel weird.
Shab, we gotta play like pew pew lasers.
Yeah?
Hold up.
Dude, you gotta help with the role play.
I'm telling you, I feel so guilt-free about cracking the fuck up about this shit because nobody was hurt.
He killed somebody, didn't he?
No.
I got magical wizard armor on.
Not a single fucking shot hit.
Oh, I thought he killed the dude.
No, I do believe he, the deputy, resigned or, stepped down.
Yeah, he resigned.
I think, he definitely should not be employed as some kind of law enforcement officer anymore. But I also think they probably need to employ somebody to be some kind of, caretaker for him.
I hope...
As if the police in America cannot be made more of a laughing fucking stock. Yeah, you resigned, buddy. No, they said you gotta go. You can do it gracefully or not.
I think he needs some kind of, home care aide that watches over him, and I think he needs to be on a leash.
I hope he can't own guns after this at his own home and stuff. I sure hope not.
Bro, literal stormtrooper, you're right, with John Morgan with the laser beams, pew pew. Literal fucking stormtrooper. Number one complete fantasy he ever got hit, but I've not watched Star Troopers, but I know it's a meme. They can't hit shit.
But in the stormtroopers or the Starship Troopers?
Stormtroopers. I ain't never seen.
Yeah. Well, in the original film, well, no, the first scene when they're raiding the rebel transport stuff to get Leia, they were able to outshoot the rebels. But after that, there's lots of scenes where they're talking to each other, and you just see all the lasers flying everywhere.
I'm good.
I'm good. I feel weird, but I'm good. He's.
I don't know. A lot of cases when officers are just they're fired, but they're not held accountable and put in prison. Usually, I'm like, oh my god, they need to go to prison. I just feel sorry for this guy,
dude.
It's
this shit brings about a
put him on disability. Whatever, he doesn't need to work.
This shit brings about a unique joy in my life. I'm telling you, so I don't know if you covered this, John, but I tried to tell my boss man about this today because he knows I do a podcast on Saturdays that's where I get my news and I get drunk. But fucking, I I told him today, like I was like, man, you know, I haven't done my podcast in like 2 weeks. You know, I ain't got my news. Here's where I get my news. I try not to pay attention if I can help it, because goddamn, what a wonderful world. But you know, I was like, but this is the news I saw, and I was trying to bring this up to him, but he's like, yeah, but have you heard of Alexa fucking whatever the fuck who just got assassinated in Russia? And I'm like, damn. You know anything about that Alexa?
Yep. We're gonna get to it.
Yeah, dude. So I was hoping we would, because he was telling me about it. And I'm like, damn. Spoilers.
I might have hit my vest.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, I didn't get to mention this because we started talking about that. So the idea, what I was trying to say was, I was trying to tell him about the cup acorn thing, and he was like, "Yeah, but have you heard of Alexei, whatever the fuck?"
Yeah, it's a lot more entertaining.
Yeah, this shit I can laugh about. I can't really laugh about Alexei.
You share a news clip of Alexa's like death on Facebook. No one's gonna watch it. You share this on Facebook or yeah.
It's funny because
all your friends are gonna like share it out as well.
You know, he's an older man. He's on Facebook and he's like, yeah, you know, I shared some shit about it today.
Yeah,
you know,
boomers and their Facebook.
Got it. And he literally was like, yeah, let me check it right now. And he was like, yeah, nobody even liked it. He's a cool ass guy. Look, his girlfriend's streaming. That was his girlfriend who was making a statement. Apparently, it was a domestic issue. You can hear her in the background. No, because of course she thinks her fucking boyfriend is sitting there in the back of the cruiser, fucking riddled with bullets.
Now, cops tend to be conservative.
Sitting there pissing his pants, like, what the fuck? I hope this guy got a hell of a payout, because holy shit.
Well, Dirt, cops tend to be conservative. Do you think he believes in the QAnon conspiracy?
What? Maybe, but what the fuck does that have to do with the price of eggs in China, John?
I didn't hear you say anything about that.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
You never heard the saying, Gene?
I ain't heard nothing about QAnon, dog. But maybe.
Stay inside your house. Stay inside your house.
Yeah, we're surrounded. I think there's 4 shooters.
Listen, stop. You like when I address the chat, John. You know, Christ comes with a sword, kind of overshown. Douglas Thornstone, who's in the chat right now. But finally, he's posted something I feel like addressing. He said, YouTube is a kid's show. You would go insane with fear if you knew what the real world was like. I've seen 1 million people slaughtering others. The earth is a living hell, and don't forget... I think we're all fucking quite aware. I don't know if you've seen 1 million people get slaughtered.
No, he's been...
That's a lot of people.
He's been huge wars just watching people getting slaughtered in front of him.
He's one of those people where... I forget what they call them, but there's people where their idea of a vacation is going to, like, really dangerous, like, war zones and stuff. And there are people, there's an industry where it's like they'll give you a vest and stuff, kind of like how the press goes out. And they like going to like these particular like high like conflict zones and stuff, and maybe he's one of those people.
Yeah, you just said I get around, dude.
He's gonna travel to Gaza just to I don't know, see the action up close.
I like you, Douglas Thornstone. Feel free to subscribe.
I think Douglas is a murderer, and that's why he's seen so much death. I think he's secretly a murderer.
He's Kim Jong-un. That's how he's seen
deaths. Yeah, Kim Jong-un subscribed to us.
I heard that's his alias on World of Tanks.
Yes.
We happened to find we came across Kim Jong-un's sock account. Okay, now it's getting gotten boring.
Yeah, well,
what the hell? Shoot some more.
He's still ready to fire, even though he completely mag dumped into that car in about 15 fucking seconds, missed every shot, and had his fucking whatever deputy fucking partner run up also like, oh shit, we're shooting at this vehicle right now. And not only did she dump a bunch of shots into the fucking car, which we can go back and watch if you want to see, John.
Isn't it a police vehicle?
Yes.
So
like,
aren't
shit, we're shooting at something? Let's get shooting, because we're cops.
Well, I mean, aren't, like, windows on police vehicles, aren't they usually bulletproof?
There's probably all sorts of armor in that vehicle, and that's probably what saved this man's life.
Yeah. And I'm guessing he probably, as soon as, like, bullets started flying into, the windows and stuff, he probably ducked under the seats.
Himself. If it was me, I'm not fucking prideful. I would have been pissing myself, being like, oh shit, this is the end. Fuck. Death by cop.
Instead of suicide by cop, it's homicide by cop.
Yeah, straight up.
It was an accident.
I don't know.
It was an accident.
They would have just planted the gun.
It was an acorn. It was an accident. I think he deserves a raise for this.
This should be
dude. Watch like you hear all the other sirens. Watch like a bunch of other cops show up, and then they all start shooting at each other, and then like acorns start falling from the trees.
No!
War zone!
Yeah, bullets are hitting the trees, and it's making acorns fall, and there's more bullets flying. It's like, oh shit!
Hamas and Hezbollah.
It's an all-out war out here.
Oh my god! Get the National Guard out here!
I don't know. I felt like it.
The attack.
Watch that. You see like
it felt like
it looks like mulch or whatever.
I feel weird.
What if that's just a bunch of bullets?
I feel weird, I feel really weird. I think I have a tummy ache.
Now
Damn,
look
at
all the riflemen coming.
Yeah, they're coming with the big guns now. They're like, oh, God. I don't, you can't feel like the rest of these cops.
What if he's like, oh my god, I'm hit, and then like you know how there's like the maneuver where they like get their wounded comrade in cover. What if they're like doing that? They're dragging him, but he's completely fine.
Yeah, they are. They literally got him to cover. They pulled him behind the house. That shit is insane. These are the pigs that are walking your streets. And this is already she's taking cover at this point. She's trying to control the situation.
Okay, no!
Get
back! I'm not gonna tell you go! Get back! Get back!
This is well after shots have been fired. This is well after shots have been fired. You probably want to go back about 3 minutes.
Oh, I forgot it happened in Florida.
More.
Get in the house! Jesse!
Does anything not happen in Florida?
Get back! Where is he? Where is he?
He's all crawling across the street. How much of a dumbass did this cop feel like after this?
43, give me traffic. Shots fired.
He made all of his buddies and the cop, like all of his other cop buddies, brought out the big guns. Like, dude, something's going on. Yep. I got shot. Oh shit. Oh. And then they figure
out a South Park episode where it just keeps escalating.
Yeah, an acorn falls. It's something that sounds like a cartoon.
It's literally out of a fucking cartoon.
Off of McLaren, we're off of McLaren, shots fired, I got a deputy down. Jesse, how are you?
Mockery of reality we live in, dude.
We got a deputy with Down syndrome. Deputy with Down syndrome.
That's an insult towards Downies.
43 SO, I need EMS.
You're insulting the intelligence of the mentally retarded by comparing them to this dude.
Last one standby. Suspect is gonna be in the vehicle.
I'm such a douche.
Yeah.
The cop wasn't even shot. He probably just pulled something when he was rolling around.
Yeah. I got a tummy ache. I'm down. I got a tummy ache. Shoot at that person.
Next video.
2 a.m. last Saturday morning, deputies called to the report of a burglary at the second-story apartment off Uvalde Road in Northeast Harris County. They're on high alert after seeing a broken front window. Officers unloading.
Cops seem a bit too trigger happy. Seems like they just want to shoot something.
It literally sounds like she called shots fired before she even shot.
Was the car alarm like they thought it was they thought it was shots fired.
God.
The apartment off Uvalde Road in Northeast Harris County. They're on high alert after seeing a broken front window. Officers unloading more than 24 rounds through the front of the apartment. One deputy reloading her gun and continuing to shoot.
Go down.
Shoot to kill.
A woman on the other side of the wall identified as Ebony Pouncey shot several times.
Dude, These are the amped up, fucking steamed up hogs ready to pull up at your house and be like, "What's going on? Oh, this is scary. I see movement. Shoot it."
Yeah, like why in this situation?
AI is really accelerating. So I think one of the first jobs that we really need to push to get rid of is police.
What?
They should be some of the first people replaced by AI. Where are the RoboCops? We need them.
We need stricter rules with them. This is not the way they're supposed to handle this situation. Because I can tell you right now, like, okay,
they stricter rules. We need more extensive training, and we need to have, like, I don't know, much more, like,
I don't know. They didn't,
or whatever, like, qualifications.
If you're a sworn law enforcement officer, you cannot play Call of Duty or any first-person shooter. You're not allowed.
Like this situation, I would have I just imagine them getting out of the way, like off to the side, yelling out. Like cops are supposed to make them known that they're there whenever they go somewhere like this. So they should be shouting and telling them, "We're the police. We're here. Come out of the house. You got so much time," and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Come out of the house. Like, they just go up to the window, and they didn't, I'm not even sure if they vocalized very well that they were there and everything, but they should be doing that kind of procedure. Standing out of...
Idea.
Standing somewhere where it's safer, and then making it vocal, making them known that they're there and that they need to come out. But we'll go on.
So wait. I have an idea that would cut back on all of the terrible police officers. It would probably filter out pretty much close to 100% of all the bad cops. You part of the application process is, do you believe the earth is flat? Do you believe in QAnon? Do you believe in haunted houses? Do you believe in crystal healing? And if they answer no to all of those things, chances are the level of police brutality, the level of shit, like the amount of shit like this happening,
I don't know
would
if
just
you can
go
attribute
down
the belief in
astronomically.
Crystal healing to police brutality. I don't think those are the motherfuckers who are into crystal healing, John. I could be wrong.
No, they believe in some stupid bullshit. I'm sure of it.
Let me address my respectable fan in the audience, Douglas Thornstone, once again. He said, "I like cops. They're just kids doing a job. None of you could do it better. I guarantee it. You talk tough, but you're delusional."
Who are they talking to me?
All of us.
Wait, who said? Where is that? I don't see that.
It's a ways up. I just
if you're talking about me, I would do a better job than those cops we just watched, because I would be far more reasonable with my job than they are.
Yeah, okay, so
like I just
like extortion and stuff and racketeering.
They're shooting at you. That's fine. That's one fucking thing. But nobody shot at this bitch. She just dumped a mag. You
think those stupid bitches we just watched shoot into that window are something special just because they have a badge? They're not. They're just.
Dude, I would just be like, hey, I'm a cop. I'll let you off if you give me half of your drug money that you're making. That's what I would do. Therefore, it would cut back on all the people in prison.
The fact that they're so ready to shoot and everything like that shows that they're beneath us. They're not better than us. Those cops we just watched there are beneath us. All of us would do a better job as a cop than these people.
Oh no.
Even you, Douglas Thornstone, I believe in you. I think you.
Yeah, I think by some chance you wouldn't just fucking go gun like the acorn. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, there's a child. They probably shot me. Boom, 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 boom. I think you might be a little more reasonable, Douglas. I don't know.
Yeah, I would just. I'd be one of those cops where I wouldn't shoot to kill. I would just shoot to cripple. I would and keep firing there.
They don't train you to do that, John. Aim for center mass. You're gonna shoot.
Well, I don't care. I'm not some fucking sheep like all of these fucking cops.
And when they saw that woman wandering around their own home, coming to the answer the door for the police, that woman was a threat. She's like, "Oh, ma'am, thank you. You came 15 minutes after the burglar done broke through my house and run through and took my jewels and money. But I thank you for coming to save me. Let me give you a description." But they say, "There's somebody in the house." Boom, 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 boom.
I would think if I was a cop, because I would just be like, you know what? Whatever the crime is, give me like $100 and I'll let you off. See, the ticket is like double the price. Going to court, all that stuff's really expensive. So I'll cut you a deal.
Gene would be like the cop that pulls you over and finds your sack and is just like, takes it, puts it in his pocket, get the fuck out of here, and go back to his police car.
I'll make sure my police camera's off. That's when I turn my police camera off.
Yeah.
I had that happen with a bag of weed.
Yeah, but he probably threw it away, I'd imagine.
Maybe, but he sure tucked it in his fucking pocket.
Yeah, maybe he did. Like, he's like, woo, that's some good shit. All right, fuck off. I'm gonna smoke.
Yo, Reggie, you go home, boy.
Yeah.
Let me catch you again.
Yeah, you guys got that good shit.
Deputies only then finding Ebony is supposed to be here. Her friend rents this place. They broke their own window to get in after forgetting their keys, the friend said in an interview on Friday.
I told Ebony to break the window. That would have been the third time the window would have been broken since I stayed here. We were there for about 20 minutes. The next thing I know, I hear loud banging on the door.
That banging is deputies.
Ebony grabbed her gun and ran to the door.
The next time she saw her friend, she was shot several times. A neighbor downstairs filming this video.
I live here, please.
You know what I would do? If I came across somebody who is like engaging in like some pimp engaging in prostitution or some drug dealer, I'll be like, here, look.
Where's my cut?
Well, yeah. I'll be like, I'll help you. You call me whenever you see any sort of competition. That's how we'll get my fill my quotas. And I'll arrest them to make sure that, hey, you got a monopoly in this area. I help you, you help me, you give me half your cut. I make sure you have the monopoly, and look, like I'll have like a rap for them and everything. Yeah.
I'd be the good cop.
No, I could much less
I could imagine.
in the streets. You won't have all these shootouts and stuff with all these like competing like dealers.
I'd imagine if I was a cop and Gene was a cop, that's how the story would go down. I'm the good cop, Gene's the bad cop. I figure out he's like doing bad cop stuff, and I have to try to turn him in. But then I figure out
I know all the dealers, so I'd be like, dude, like when this guy comes to get weed, I'll show them
teach
a photo.
him a lesson.
Like make sure it's laced with PCP and all that shit.
Break his knee.
All the bad shit.
Yeah, or I'll break your fucking knees. There you go, John. You have to exhibit a little bit of force. John, you want to make a serialized television series about a fucked up, corrupt cop?
Yeah, dude. We need to make like
make it
kind of like Breaking Bad, where the Ozark.
Sorry, wait. This is another one of those things we need to delete the stream for. We need to call the show Murphy's Law. Officer Murphy is the worst fucking cop. Imagine.
I like the sound of this. This sounds like a show that could take off. Not by the name, but by this concept.
But Murphy's Law. Do you know what Murphy's Law is, Chef?
It's a law.
Anything
it's the law, dude.
Anything bad that can happen will happen.
Goddamn right.
Huh.
What about evil leprechauns taking over the planet Crow?
That's season 8.
Okay.
No, that needs to be an anime.
Yeah.
That same neighbor initially calling 911 to report a burglary after hearing his neighbor break her own window.
The only crime that was committed that day was done by the police. It was unjust, it was inhumane, and it was not okay.
The two deputies that you see in the video there, they are still on paid administrative leave, which is standard protocol for any officer-involved shooting. Now, the Harris County Sheriff's Office, they say they're still investigating this incident.
They deserve a raise and more ammo, bigger guns.
Again, we're going to copyright this, John. I need you to spend whatever money you have to copyright this right now, but if you do that, you have what it takes to play Officer Murphy. You can be the starring role.
But I think these deputies as well, they need to be fired, but they also, I'm fine with taxpayer money going to like some kind of conservatorship for them towards the state. They need their like mental care aide, home nurse that just watches over them. They just need a permanent babysitter. They shouldn't be cops.
I'm tired of this fucking bullshit where cops murder someone and it's just like, oh yeah, they're on paid administrative leave or whatever the fuck, and it's like what? Like they just murdered somebody. They shouldn't be on paid leave. They didn't
They're
like
mentally retarded, so you can't really hold them accountable legally.
It's not like they got in some little trouble where they said the wrong thing to one of their coworkers or something. They shot and murdered somebody. They don't deserve to go home on paid leave. That's just so crazy. It's crazy in this world.
When that investigation is done, will we know if these deputies act as they were trained or if they will face any disciplinary action? Meanwhile, community activists, they say they want an independent investigation.
Where'd Drunken Crow go?
Rest in peace, Drunken Crow. He's outie. He's outie.
Oh, here's a shroom.
Magic
I think I'm more
Now, to be fair, if mushrooms are like providing people with some kind of healing, maybe crystals can.
And I don't know nothing.
Static
I
Mom?
can't testify for nothing. I mean, this is all hearsay. I don't know a goddamn thing. But from what I know, in the last 2 years, mushrooms have become much more widely available.
Yeah. It needs to be legalized. I mean, come on. Let's get the Supreme Court behind this and just be like, you know what, all drug, it goes against freedom of speech.
And I actually started listening and looking at my kid.
You know what, I kind of think they say the Supreme Court has the least amount of power when it comes to all the branches of government. I kind of think that what are the checks and balances when it comes to the Supreme Court declaring something to be constitutional or unconstitutional? Like, couldn't they say that, like, hey, the Third Amendment, putting pineapple in pizza is unconstitutional. It goes against, like, the Second Amendment or something. What's preventing anyone from questioning their interpretation of the Constitution? Go ahead, Dirt.
Roll the shit back about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
This woman just said, I started paying attention to my kid and actually fucking what? Actually looking at them?
Shrooms is the cure to child neglect.
And I actually started listening and looking at my kid from the heart. That's our Eva Pilgrim.
Okay.
I never really looked at him before.
I was never really paid
listening to my kid
attention.
from the heart. Never mind. I don't want to do shrooms anymore because they're engaging in the same kind of crystal healing word salad.
Reporting on the growing popularity of magic mushrooms across
That's
the
how
U.S.
you know something's bullshit. Is when you got all the pseudo word salad.
Yeah, I bet that
bullshit.
bitch we just saw got some fucking crystals, dude.
Yeah.
I bet that she got some crystals.
I never actually looked or listened to my kid before.
Well, to be fair, who does listen to their kids these days?
And in today's Spotlight, we're looking at how and why people are getting into the psychedelic, including a new study from the National Institute on Drug.
Hold on.
What's that?
Okay, this is one of those things where they're not going to be specific enough where it's misleading and so forth, I bet. Because it's going to be either people... It's going to be either people that are using the mushrooms probably and it wasn't grown correctly, or they're taking way too much of it at once.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Seizures.
No, it's seizures of the
substance.
Yeah.
Law enforcement seizures.
Oh, shit.
By the
wow, Shab.
Oh, I was reading it wrong. Okay.
I've seen someone have a seizure on mushrooms.
I feel so dumb.
Dude, I hear, like, magic crystals, they definitely exacerbate seizures. So definitely don't do the crystal healing if you have epilepsy.
Gene, if you have a mushroom seizure, I'll take care of you.
I'll stick my hand in your mouth if you get a seizure, Gene. Don't worry.
You're not supposed to do that.
I'll stick my fingers down your throat.
You're not supposed to stick anything in a person's mouth.
You just put something under their head.
You'll get
and make sure they don't knock it back.
Don't worry.
I'll turn them on their side and make sure they're not.
I'll start punching you until you stop having a seizure.
Wake up!
Stop! Stop seizuring! Stop! Stop, John!
Mushrooms has increased dramatically in recent years. Let's bring back our panel, Barbara Heidi, and joining us for this panel is ABC News contributor and op-ed columnist for the Los Angeles Times, LZ Granderson, and ABC News medical contributor, Dr. Darian Sutton. Dr. Sutton, got to start with you on this one.
Damn, that guy got a cool hairdo.
He does have a cool ass hairdo.
Psilocybin is the active ingredient inside these mushrooms, which gives them the name.
Why is it like gray on top, though? I don't get that part.
He's getting old, man. Fuck you.
Hey, so magic crystals, now it's magic mushrooms. I don't know. I'm becoming even more skeptical of, like, the shroom healing.
From data that it activates serotonin receptors in the brain that can be associated with mood and cognition, which is probably a part of the reason why there has been found to be some benefit in certain studies, although not robust, in terms of treatment for things like PTSD, depression, and anxiety. This is a chemical that has a long history.
Like, read a book and get that TV in my head. That's really what I want.
Shout out to all the
I want to create a mind palace.
Shout out to all the Cro-Magnon Neanderthal motherfuckers who ate a bunch of mushrooms, so forever we knew that those ones were good to eat.
Yeah, dragons. Yeah.
Now, they say, like, you need a babysitter. What if you just handcuff yourself to your bed, like in Gerald's game?
Well, that's a good way to
do the
screw
shrooms
yourself.
that way. What's
That's a fucked up movie.
No, I said that's a good way to screw yourself.
What do you mean, screw yourself?
I'm gonna get high and handcuff myself to something's really like. I don't know.
That's why. Wait.
What if you need to go to the bathroom or drink or eat?
What if we tape John?
Well,
to
just wear a diaper.
Board? What if we tape John to a wooden board? We crucify John with duct tape, just to make sure he doesn't go werewolf when he's on mushrooms. And then, what if we all die from a bad batch of mushrooms, and then John is just stuck crucified till he dies?
Yeah, we should stake his ass to a fucking cross and then give him mushrooms.
Can we, John, mushrooms and crucify and
They have like handcuffs that have like they don't require keys. They have like
they have pink fluffy ones like we can put on you.
Well, they have like a
hot.
numerical code.
A what code?
Like a numerical code, like like on your typical like.
Yeah, John, but we're not gonna
that.
lock you up where you can reach that shit. Like I said, we're gonna crucify you, John. Are you ready?
So this microdosing has become.
But you're like that. What if you need to eat or something? It's like what? Are you gonna be high for like 72 hours?
No, John. We'll feed you something other than mushrooms. Or what if we just crucify
you're saying that's
you
a good way to
like for a week, John?
That's a good way to screw yourself over, and it's like, how would you screw yourself over if you're saying like, what if you need to like eat like your restroom? It's like the worst thing that would happen is you piss yourself or shit yourself, but it's like when it comes to like eating, it's like you can go weeks without eating. It's water that's a big thing, and you can go like 72 hours without drinking.
Gene will like handcuff himself to his bed and then and try out shrooms, and we'll come back like 2 weeks later, and he's just skin and bones. He'll be like, guys, it's okay. I still have another day.
And he's got like a hamster water
well,
bottle.
How long does psilocybin last? Because it sounds like what you're saying is
8 hours, 6 to 8 hours, depending on how much
it makes you high for like 2 weeks.
No, that's why
you're the one that
feed you nothing but mushrooms.
The joke is you handcuffed yourself to the bed and you can't get the fuck off of the bed now because you handcuffed yourself to the bed because you did some drugs.
Oh, my bad.
You don't get nothing, Gene.
You keep the keys within like reach and everything.
You're too high. You lost the keys, Gene. You ate them.
You put them in some area, like you put them in a drawer.
In your reach, John. That's crazy talk. What if you go werewolf mode?
Or like I said, you have the ones that have like the numerical codes and stuff on them.
You will be handcuffed with 2 separate pairs of handcuffs to a wooden crucifix, John. You are not escaping.
Yeah, bitch.
Popular with shrooms. Are there any safety concerns associated with this as this gains popularity?
Safety concerns. You handcuff yourself to the bed and starve to death.
There are. As an emergency physician, I have to say that there are some concerns that can become an immediate emergency. For one, these types of chemicals can destabilize someone. They can lead to an increased risk of a psychotic episode. They can even increase one's risk of ideas of self-harm or suicidal ideation.
Well, I'm very emotionally unstable, so I don't know how these shrooms will affect me. I mean, I'm a pretty unhinged dude.
Ballistic and just straight.
Yes.
Dude, what if we literally
It will awaken my emotional state, my mania.
Let me shed this mortal coil. I'm ready to die.
I've never had like mania before, but I'm gonna get it from this.
We're here for you, John.
I'm gonna experience what it's like to truly be angry and have like a Rob Feast moment.
Damn. Trying to run a business here.
We're trying to run a business.
And so for that reason, and also not knowing its potency and possible drug interactions, you have to be really cautious with these types of substances.
Yeah, you don't. I would say if you're breastfeeding, probably don't take mushrooms.
So what if you do shrooms and peyote and cocaine and a bunch of alcohol and stuff all at the same time?
Then you're having a party. You're having the time of your life.
Sounds like a lit ass party.
Ooh, an LSD.
That's a good one.
Always laying this out very clearly for us. Barbara,
stacked, you're on for a 24-hour bender there, John. You're not going to bed.
No, do you think it's good for your heart? You got to really exercise your heart.
A night like that will take 25 years off of your life. for sure.
This landscape is clearly evolving when it comes to recreational drug use. The study we mentioned shows that researchers found that seizures of these magic mushrooms has been going up.
Seizures have been going up.
Especially in the Midwest. What do you make of this?
Well, I'm certainly very concerned.
Maybe that cop was on shrooms. Maybe he like confiscated some shrooms from somebody, and it's like, okay, get out of here. And then he did them, and then he's like, oh, shots fired.
Really skeptical about how whether this should be accepted or anything. I understand some people, if this helps with depression or PTSD, others that haven't been responsive.
Barbara
to things,
comes
this might
star.
be helpful, but obviously.
Barbara sounds like I don't know. Maybe she doesn't like smoke shrooms or whatever, but she sounds like she smokes like a few cartons a day.
I think she sucks a few dicks a day. That's why she sound like that, Miss Cumstop.
Be helpful, but obviously it has to be very controlled and researched a lot more and looked at, but not in a recreational way.
Yeah.
I guess not. I guess not. Prove it. Do it.
You want to filter it through bong or water so it doesn't, because you don't want spores to get in your lungs, Shad.
Yeah, I do.
If you filter it through a bong and
don't tell him that.
Catch the spores, you can smoke mushrooms.
What's wrong with me growing
to achieve the similar effect?
What about smoking black mold?
Dude, I think LSD has a similar chemical structure to mold, so I don't know. Maybe you take a big fat mold dab, you get
mold's kind of very broad.
Ergot. It's ergot that makes LSD.
It's therapeutic psilocybin use.
Well, apparently, like people smoke cinnamon sticks and they make your lungs bleed.
Yeah, that's like grand time.
Yeah, like why the fuck are you gonna do that? That's
at the top of the segment. You heard that mom telling
me. Like there was a kid I knew in high school that was doing it. I'm like, it makes your lungs bleed. He's like, so, like, wow, you're so cool.
I was one of those kids in the 5th grade. You crush up the Smarties and you're like, and you take a puff. You remember that? But then quickly after that, I started smoking actual cigarettes. But
what about smoking?
The trick is you're not supposed to inhale the Smartie dust because, well, it'll kill you.
I feel like
you heard about people that smoke like rosemary and lavender and shit like that.
Yes. So people will mix that shit in with their weed, which to me is like, bleh. But another thing that apparently is gaining in popularity is smoking a blunt of rose petals. Weed wrapped in rose petals.
Yeah, that's mainstream.
I've never I heard about it probably a couple.
You can buy it from the dispensary and stuff, and it's just like
So I started seeing it at my smoke shop. Granted, I stopped going to a smoke shop because never get it where it is, but.
The rose petals are probably grown specifically for that.
Yeah, for smoking. But I've never smoked it. People say it tastes good. I've never had it. I don't know.
I don't know if I've had it yet.
Maybe we should do a rose petal stream. We'll try the rose petal. Let me know.
The Pilgrim, how magic mushrooms really did change her life. LZ, do you see this becoming the norm in more states? Do you see more states passing laws like those?
Well, certainly if they follow the pattern that happened with recreational medical marijuana, it certainly seems that way. But I think what really needs to happen before that is that we adjust the way we talk about recreational drugs.
Now, I forgot what they said, like, his particular occupation is he like a shaman? A weed shaman?
I wasn't listening. I was
he looks like
too much. But
out of all the people here,
his name is LZ.
Yeah, his appearance seems to like most closely like resemble what the shaman character.
Because the tone really was said by President Nixon.
Liz.
Yes. War on drugs, which wasn't based on science or research, but rather prejudice. And so, I think we need to rejigger how we think about this. We certainly know during the Prohibition era that Americans are going to do what Americans want to do when it comes to drugs. So maybe this time around we could be more thoughtful about it and have policies based on science and not prejudice and emotion.
I was going to legalize shrooms, and then I got high.
Dude, so look, he's right. Drugs were criminalized in America in order to persecute minority populations. It's true. It's factual. Look into the fucking history. Opium for the Chinese, weed for the Mexicans, cocaine for the blacks. Yeah, America has a strong fucking history of
and there have been leaked phone calls and stuff with Nixon and Reagan and stuff where it's established that they were trying to find like laws to pass to make it so they were targeting certain like minority like communities. Like, hey, these tend to be the drugs that are most popular amongst these demographics, and it was a way to It's like, okay, gym pro laws are gone, but how can we still segregate them by just like cramming them into all the prisons and stuff?
Drugs are bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Heidi, would love to get your response to that. And is there this attitude shift?
What isn't a drug?
You know how?
To be fair, it says.
Holy shit! I'm sorry, Douglas Thornstone. I'm glad you're still here. Where the fuck do you live where cigarettes are $50 a packet?
In prison.
You know what? I believe
that. It's in like Borough, Alaska.
No, wait. It doesn't mean
Are you
like
for real,
packet
Douglas?
as like
Are you in the Jimmy?
Like $50 for like a 10-pack.
Australia.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So
well, those are Australian
Well, then
bucks, so that makes up like
so it's
like
more like
one American buck.
So it's more like $20 or something like that.
Yeah.
It is. This is
I don't
something
know.
like that.
I don't
There's,
know the
I think,
exchange rate.
I don't know what the exchange rate
Yeah,
is either.
look it up. I know the Canadian dollars are a few bucks lower than like American dollar.
No, but Douglas is right. Yeah, they fucking in Australia, it's like 20 to 30 or 20 to 50 for just a pack, not a packet or a carton, a pack.
And they're such a backwards people.
They call it a syntax in Australia, Douglas?
Okay.
Because that's what they call it here.
What is it, Chad?
Hold on, actually, hold on.
You take forever to fucking Google shit. Why does everyone take forever to Google shit?
Look, listen. You called me the Google guy. Shabisky's a Google guy, dude. You got two Google guys on deck, and I'm not going to compete with him. He's gonna achieve results at his own rates. He's got this. He's looking up the Australian exchange rate
Look,
right
you just
now.
go to Google and you just look up like
Hold your
U.S.
fucking
to
horses,
Australian
bro.
dollars.
He's working on it.
Okay, $32.
Okay.
U.S. $50
Oh,
Australian is 32
God
U.S.
damn, for like fucking 30 cigarettes, 25 cigarettes? Holy
No, it's 20.
20 cigarettes?
I guess I don't know how many or what brand they have in Australia, but I smoke Marlboro Red 100s, Cowboy Killers, and they're almost $10.
Coffin nails. How the fuck? You got disposable vapes? Because I stopped smoking cigarettes like a year ago. I may have had a couple of cigarettes in the past year because I got drunk and I'm at a party and I'm like, yeah, let me get a cigarette because I'm a piece of shit. But I try to go for the vapes. I wonder if that's any more cost effective in Australia, or if y'all like, what's up with that? I'm curious. Scap, I figured out how to get rich quick on World. He's got one of these get rich quick schemes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, let's continue the video.
Psychedelics, and that we kind of saw with the same with recreational marijuana use. Is this an issue for voters as they consider what their votes are going to be at the ballot box?
No, fair. Just when it comes to getting people to show up to vote, how do you like when it comes to voting to like legalize recreational marijuana, like those kind of ballots? How many people do you think they got to show up compared to like most laws that they put on ballots?
It's the only one that I voted for. I never vote. I never vote for any president or anything. But when it came to legalizing weed in my state, that's when I went out and voted. Only time I ever cared to.
What's important?
Mm-hmm.
I used to do drug enforcement in North Dakota, and I've watched as there's the growth of all of these products that are asking people to use something that is not normally occurring in their body to change their state of mind.
Boy, here's somebody from like some vacant.
People are using drugs to alter their state of mind. Now, ain't that some shit?
They're putting unnatural stuff in our body, and she looks like the chunkiest one out of like all four people here.
I'm
all 5 people
retarded.
here.
Ah!
It's like, it's okay to put lots of McDonald's, all that extra cholesterol in your body, but artificial. Yeah.
Fuck the Big Mac. This shit grows out of the ground, and you're telling me you ain't never heard of a symbiotic relationship? Fuck you, bitch.
She's the kind of person where it's like, I bet she does have like alcoholic beverages at her home, and she probably knows plenty of people who smoke. Is she gonna be like, oh, they're doing unnatural stuff?
Have a drug problem in this country, and so to say, okay, nothing to see here. We're just gonna let this catch fire the way we did.
You know what? Fuck this bitch. Okay, I've dealt with people with real drug problems, and their problem wasn't they do too much shrooms. That's never the problem, dude. It's like
different drugs have different properties, and the same way there's a difference between it's like spinach is food, a Big Mac is food. I guess they're the same thing.
Yeah, but it's like you never hear a story about like, oh, Joey kept stealing money from me, man, and all this, and I figured out he was doing shrooms. He was stealing my stuff and pawning it so he could buy shrooms and
you got
stuff.
all these people addicted to caffeine and stuff, and just people's lives are all
it's
going
like
downhill and
it's
everything.
like meth and shrooms are not the same thing, bitch.
Well, they're both drugs.
They're both drugs. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? That's what I thought when
they
when
both fall within this very, very broad category. Therefore, they're the exact same thing.
Well, you made me think of that when you talked about that kid. You said he was smoking cinnamon, and you said that makes your lungs bleed. And he's like, so? I feel like probably if you talk to him about it, at least at that time, he probably thought of drugs as just this blanket thing, like drugs are drugs, and it's not that way. Taking
that kid did lots of drugs.
Yeah, but I mean, it seems like a lot of people, especially when we were younger growing up, teens and stuff, people didn't really make the distinction between like these different drugs. Like there's a huge difference between marijuana and heroin and meth, and these things are extremely different. But because they're called drugs, they would just think of it almost as they're all the same. Like, so what if I smoke cinnamon and it makes my lungs bleed? Like, so what if I smoke cigarettes? That would be bad too. Drugs are bad. That's just the way it is. Like, whatever. And it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the thing, Shab. Like, a drug is any sort of substance that has a chemical effect on the brain. So is oxygen a drug?
We don't need to keep that debate up, Gene. Okay.
Is dirt a drug?
Yes, dirt is a drug. He makes
exactly.
He makes me really high.
And some definitions specify that it's something that isn't a food, but some don't. So, is pizza a drug?
You're a drug.
Yeah.
That is a trend that we should not. It's a treadmill we should not get on. And one of the reasons why this is so dangerous is because over the years we have not researched these products because they haven't had medicinal uses otherwise. And so we've got the use ahead of us.
Is urine a drug?
Yes.
Science here.
Always important to know the risks, even if there are those benefits.
Solar opposites, fermented piss.
I'm gonna piss on you.
Oh, I don't think you guys have seen that show.
Guys, Barbara, Heidi, LZ, and Dr. Sutton, thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. At 35,000 feet, tempers can flare, and sometimes situations escalate quickly. Cell phone video from a Southwest flight Monday from California to
punch
Hawaii
violence.
captured two passengers exchanging words or appearing to exchange words. The video shows others on board breaking up the mid-air fight. Airlines credits
Dude, look at him. Like the jest.
Video shows others on board breaking up the mid-air fight.
Yeah. Okay, he was pointing.
Southwest Airlines credits its crew and customers would help into the
Southwest Airline, isn't that the same airline that they dragged that one person out of? Like, they were about to take off, and like security like beat the shit out of this guy and dragged him out for like no reason.
All the airlines, they're dealing with shit like this.
Who's the situation? Writing, our number one priority is safety. This slow motion video shared by
they all say the number one priority is safety.
Passenger shows officers with the involved parties after the plane landed. Airport security would not comment, but Kauai police tell NBC News its officers did respond to assist, but no arrests were made. It is, however, the latest example of bad behavior on board planes.
Let me be clear. The FAA has zero tolerance for unruly behavior.
The FAA says incidents involving unruly passengers peaked during the height of the pandemic, particularly around the issue of mask mandates. Nearly 6,000 cases.
Yeah, see, they were making everyone wear masks, and then violence broke out. I mean, yeah. That's why, like, you shouldn't have been listening to, like, all the pundits out there. Like, that's what happens when everyone's wearing a mask. And all these people are getting vaccines, and now, look, they're all, like, getting violent.
Trending down.
There's this correlation has to, equate to this causation.
Significantly, over the past few years, flight crews are still encountering disruptive, at times combative individuals at higher rates than before COVID.
How do you negotiate?
The fabrics and stuff, the material and the mass, like
I hate hair pulling. As a motherfucker with hair, I can sympathize.
I'm gonna pull your hair when we
Chab, I would rather you fucking full force kick me in the fucking balls than
I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna grab your hair and kick you in the balls.
I would respect you more if you kicked me in the balls.
I'll do whatever I want.
Somebody pulled my hair, I would just punch them in the gut as hard as I can.
Your hair is getting long as fuck. Does the work from home help with that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I like it.
What a girl.
But when I was in high school Rika, there's a kid who did that, and that's what I did. I just punched them as hard as I could in their gut, and that was it.
Found somebody who may be behaving badly or not behaving appropriately.
The most important thing is we want to diffuse and de-escalate the situation.
They may or may not be being a bad boy or girl. They may be being a bad boy.
Like, I don't know if they do this, but shouldn't they have, like, just some security officer on each plane?
Yeah, it's called
that motherfucker duct taped to the fucking seat.
Yeah.
It's called an air marshal.
Well, yeah, like an air marshal, but do they have one on every plane, or?
I think they have one on every plane, but if I was the captain of the plane and we were mid-flight and something like this happened, I'd be like, okay, yeah, since this dude's fucking around, we're landing in the Pacific.
Or interfering with flight crews can carry hefty penalties, fines of up to $37,000, and potential criminal prosecution. It's why the FAA has been pushing a series of memes as part of a social media campaign. It also includes PSAs warning passengers
they know how to reach out to all the Zoomers
about the consequences. Sarah Nelson is president of the largest flight attendants union.
Flying is not a right, it's a privilege, and we can only do it when everyone is playing by the rules.
I mean, so Tom, what if you find yourself on one of these flights and some man or woman's out of control? They're unruly. What
she is right. It isn't her right, because these privately owned companies and stuff that are doing it. So it isn't your right as an American citizen to be able to fly on the plane.
Also, flying is against nature. It's unnatural. It goes against God.
Just spray them with a bunch of bear mace.
You know, I've asked the flight attendants this. They say just talk very calmly. If you can, ignore them, but talk very calmly. Nice, sweet voice. But if it starts getting serious, the flight attendants are trained. Leave it to them.
He's zip-tied. He was all
They just need cattle prods.
Passenger down. That said, if things get out of hand, if flight attendants need help because a passenger is becoming physical and violent, they do rely on the help of other passengers to contain and restrain somebody who is being violent. Passengers should come to the aid of flight attendants in these situations, Greg.
All right, time to sell.
Yeah, I'm sure. A lot of people are very well trained when it comes to physically restraining others.
Oh, senior correspondent, thank you, Tom.
Can you believe this is like the conversation we're having? Right. Like, what are we supposed to do?
A lot of people, it's like, yay, helping.
How to help out flight attendants with an unruly passenger. We are for like lifetime bans. Like, I think.
Yeah, you act like that. Sorry,
yeah,
no more flying on any airline.
Yeah, you don't get the privilege.
That's our rule.
Every year, 60 people die in incidents involving those walk-in freezers, but experts say there's a simple fix that could save lives.
It happens more than you think. Restaurant workers getting trapped in freezers. At this Arby's in Louisiana, disaster struck when the general manager, Nayette Lee, entered the freezer. Suddenly,
Yeah.
That always fucking scared me, because I would go into the fucking beer cooler to change a keg or whatever, and I would like open the handle. You see that the white handle on the inside?
Yeah.
I'd push that, because that's supposed to fucking open the other side, the mechanism or whatever. And sometimes there was like too much like air suction that like the door wouldn't fucking open. I'm like, fuck, I'm stuck in here.
Bro, I worked at a motherfucking Chili's where I was a host, not host. That's a lie. I was a server, I was waiting tables, getting paid my $2.75 minimum federal wage for a tip making service. And then, everything else.
I don't believe in tipping.
Tips. That shit's stupid. Don't ever fucking work for tips. It's a fucking scam because people don't give a fuck about you. At least where I fucking live.
Be fair, I always give big tips.
Anyways, and good, John. I'm glad you do because, I remember seeing this is a little diatribe, but I remember you in Vegas and you're like, fuck it. Give the guy a 15 tip. And Shabisky was like,
I'm like, what the fuck? You could be give me that.
I try to like give people a 30% tip. What?
Give me the tip.
So you guarantee they never spit in your food.
You're right, and you're so right, John. You know, that's a problem. You know, that's a problem with tip culture. But whatever. That point aside, I worked at a Chili's where I was just doing my shit, waiting tables, getting my fucking $3 from every table I fucking fed fucking $50 worth of food to. And fucking, I'm just chilling. Next thing I know, EMS comes rushing through with a stretcher. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? They came in through the back. So, of course, they don't come through the restaurant. They came in through the back door where we take
You shut them in there, didn't you?
No. So it was a dude who was a friend of mine. Now, I'm not going to give you his real name, but I'll tell you this. The first time I met him, he was like, yeah, bro, everybody calls me Panda. Nobody called this motherfucker Panda as far as I can fucking tell. Anyways, that man was a character. Long story short, they pulled this man out on a stretcher from the fucking freezer. And, you know, maybe he was fucked up, maybe nodding off on a little...
You look like Jack Nicholson from The Shining.
The only... You know, he kind of had a fat... I wouldn't say he looked like Jack Nicholson.
Well, at the end of The Shining, he froze...
What's the name of the character in The Shining?
I forget, but at the end of the movie, like, remember when he was, like, he was out in the snow and he was all frozen?
Oh, shit, you're right. No, I didn't see him. I saw the stretchers come in, and I was like, "Oh fuck! I got some drinks that need to go out." So I'm on my own fucking business. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to see.
Don't be rubbernecking.
But
did he die?
Long story short, no. He survived. But all I've ever known him to fucking do was go back there and hit the cart. You know, hit the little weed vape. You know, who knows? Maybe he could have been fucked up off a little something. He claimed to be real. You know, he was about that life and all that shit. You know, they call this motherfucker Panda, but but whatever. He's fine. He's still living, and he sings on Snapchat like an R&B guy. He goes like,
he overdosed on the frost healing.
He's a white guy. What?
Got the crystal healing. He overdosed on like the frost
he
healing.
May have overdosed on that crystal. There's no telling.
The door shut behind her. In this video given to us by the family, they say the plunger, which is designed to open the freezer door from inside, didn't work, and the backup emergency button had been disconnected. She was locked inside. There was no one else in the restaurant.
She didn't have a phone?
Situation. I don't know. Like I said, I've only
Who
ever
in this
known
day and
motherfucker
age?
smoke weed.
See, this is why everyone needs to get Elon Musk's Neuralink or whatever. You need to just constantly... Everyone needs to have like an emergency button on their like temple or whatever. Hey, I'm stuck in this freezer. Yeah.
The sensors have gone blank.
And then like the Amazon or like I don't know, the Amazon, Microsoft, the Universal Core like drones come and save you.
The temperature was minus 20 degrees. It's believed she was trapped there for 6 hours before she was discovered frozen to the floor. Attorney Paul Skrabanek
Wait. What did Skeppy said? What was it? They laugh out loud. At least it was the GM and not. Whoa, Skeppy! Look at you dehumanizing the general managers.
Damn. So look, I'll say this right now.
What's with that bigotry?
This fucking shit happens. This bitch died in a freezer. Sorry, this lovely woman who had a family who loved her, who unfortunately perished in an unfortunate situation. Sorry, I spoke crudely. This bitch died in an unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
But it happens. I worked at a department store, which is Macy's still a thing? Does
kind
Macy's
of a double
still
check.
exist? Do Macy's still exist? Like a mall?
I don't
You go to
know.
a mall, there's a Macy's?
Well, I think... Well, okay. What?
You've been to a Macy's?
I've been
Does
to a
that shit still
Macy's.
exist?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it still
I basically
exists, I
worked at a
think.
ghetto Macy's, and it didn't happen at my store. It was like a shitty, rotten mall kind of thing where it's a department store. They somehow straggled along, but a bitch died in the toilet stall, and she wasn't discovered for 3 fucking days. At one of these fucking mall department store motherfuckers, bro.
Yeah, that's because no one goes in there these days.
Because no one gives a fuck, bro. And that's part of the closing procedures. Make sure there's nobody hiding in the bathrooms. But of course, you see fucking Brenda with her legs still hanging out on the shitter, and you're like, oh, she'll come.
Did somebody leave the toilet seat up and like she got stuck?
I don't remember how she died, but she died and was left there for days, which is terrible. Whatever. Don't work at a department store. Don't work for a terrible corporation. I don't know.
Thing about this is she was the manager, so that means that she should have taken care of the fact that the
she deserved to die.
I'm saying
it's her fault.
I'm saying
if it wasn't her, it could have been an underpaid employee who had nothing to do with
That's
the
my
fact
point.
that that shit malfunctioned.
Yeah.
So you know what, Trubisky, in a roundabout way, I agree.
Yeah, like maybe this is like what will come, like, you know.
Yep, this is hubris. And it's
you
think you can run a general store? You think you can run all the stores in the district? What just happened? Because that's the thing. A general manager, you know, so GMs, you're right, GMs run one store. GMs run one store.
What about BMs?
The district manager runs the entire district. So she was in charge of this motherfucking Chili's or whatever the fuck it was. And it could have been any fucking underling. Like, this bitch, she was top of the fucking chain. And you're right, Shab, it was better her, who maybe like once upon a time, people were like, who's to say? I don't know. But maybe it's like, dude, I pressed the release button and it didn't work. And she's like, oh, it's fine. You just got to press it again.
Yeah, she just probably figures, like, screw it. I won't lock myself in there, and I'll just try to check every day before I leave the store. It's not that big of a deal. Like, whatever. But it's like
maybe like they have those. They said they had those plunger like switches or whatever, where like you could always use that to unlock.
It didn't function.
But yeah, so
also
maybe
the emergency thing. What didn't?
Yeah.
And that's something she was overseeing, right, as the manager. Yeah. So that's my point. Is she was putting everybody else in danger with her bad oversight, including herself.
But even if she's the general manager, there could be like people above her that, when it comes to the things she's supposed to like pay attention to and manage and document.
John, you're 110%.
They probably don't train her.
We've submitted a ticket. We're waiting on a repairman. You're just gonna have to make do for the time being. You're right.
But it's also, that might not have been one of the things that they told her that she needs to like review or keep up with. Yeah. So it could also be their fault in terms of like how they train the general manager.
Yeah.
No, what they do is so if it happened repeatedly, an underling, a fucking just new guy or whatever, would be like, hey, they talk to the manager or the general manager. They'd be like, hey, this is getting stuck. We need to fix it.
But wouldn't they have to get trapped in there in order to?
Well, yeah, but if it happens multiple times and she knew about it, because didn't they say it happened multiple times?
Well, they say that it happens often in general in restaurants.
So it's not just her forgetting. It's because I work at a fucking fast food restaurant now, and like once a month or like once every couple months, we have not just a health inspection, just like an everything inspection, and something like that would be on the list of being like, okay, yeah, this store needs or like gets docked points or whatever.
Well, then wouldn't that be the fault of like the inspection team for not inspecting it?
All right, shut up. Go on with the next thing. Okay.
Presents Niall's family. He says the freezer was known to be a problem.
Folks would get trapped in this freezer, and other workers would have to go let them out.
They said it was known to be a problem.
Victoria Ricano found out how dire the situation can be if you do get trapped.
This freezer is set at 10 degrees. We're going to step inside. It's freezing already.
Wow,
you can see my
10
breath,
degrees.
and I don't know how much longer I could stay in here. I think it's time for me to get out.
Dude, watch them like when they put her in there just for like this broadcast.
She gets
what
stuck.
If the handle broke on the other side? And they're like, holy shit. And then there's an emergency switch to try to like let her out. And then that's broken. And then they try to make like a call, but like the phone lines are down or something.
Me in there a minute. I think that's all I can last.
About 60 people a year die from walk-in incidents.
You heard that right. Forensic scientist Howard Cannon says 60 freezer deaths a year. He says some freezers don't have basic safety features.
There's no way to inform anybody on the outside that you'd be stuck in here.
Yeah. My respected fan Douglas Thornstone in the chat. If you want to be intelligent, then invent a freezer with a handle on the side of the door, on the inside of the door. It sounds impossible, which no, it really fucking doesn't. But try anyway. It's your only chance of displaying superhuman intelligence. Which, right? Isn't that such a fucking sham? Isn't that a shame?
I wonder why they really don't do that.
We can't invent safe fucking freezer doors.
Well, Dirt, look at why, like, in walk-in freezers, they don't have a handle on the other side of the door.
I'll do it.
Because there might be a reason.
Questions whether this emergency plunger would work properly.
So this
and
is
I
the
bet
plunger.
it's some kind of, like, financial reason or whatever. I bet it's because, like, yeah, whatever. The money we save from not having the handle, we prefer that over the life of our employees or the safety of our employees.
Right here.
Yes, ma'am. And as you can tell, this one's a little sticky.
Skeppy said it's because they get frozen shut. If it's on the inside.
Yeah.
That plunger can get off center and cause the door not to
go out. The plunger thing will glow in the dark.
Open. That should be smooth, and it should open this door on the other side.
What we're talking about isn't complicated.
No, simple procedures can save lives.
The family of the woman who died in the Arby's freezer is suing Arby's and the local franchise.
There's an Arby's, dude. God damn. Imagine dying for a fucking Arby's, bro.
I mean,
got more meats now.
Right, not even an Applebee's or whatever.
They had like
Arby's?
an emergency switch. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, isn't there... Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on the place. I know a lot of places, like, when they haul cargo and stuff, there's, like, the cargo bay that, like, you can enter and exit that way.
Both deny any wrongdoing.
There's a partial vacuum inside the walk-in freezer that makes the door difficult to open.
Yeah.
American icon of strength, perseverance, but for too many people, it symbolizes something else.
I drove myself here because I felt like I needed to get myself out of pain.
I remember seeing him when I stopped and getting off of my motorcycle. He appeared to look my direction, and that's when he just went and jumped. So I had yelled something to him.
Whatever he yelled was enough to distract me enough and pull me out of that dark place that I was in.
I thought he was gone. I went running up there and I see his T-shirt through the...
Oh, I've seen this before. And
side deterrent nets.
Yeah, there was a story of this one guy who actually survived jumping, and like he regretted it like halfway down.
Most suicide attempts end in regret, honestly.
Yeah, instant regret.
Slots. I talked to him for 92 minutes and my head never looked up. It was something in his voice, the compassion in his voice, and that's what saved me.
Years after Highway Patrolman Kevin Briggs interrupted Kevin Berthea's suicide attempt, Berthea does not shy away from his lowest moment.
I wear it proudly because I want people to know that your worst days prepare you for your best days.
On average, 30 people have leapt to their deaths here each year, more than 2,000 since 1937, according to bridge authorities.
The first recorded suicide occurred within the first few months of the bridge's opening.
And when Briggs started patrolling the bridge in the 90s, part of his job was to look out for people
It kind of remind the last Rick and Morty season with like the spaghetti from the corpses. They had the bridge and they had a bunch of like grinders or whatever.
God. Did it say 2,000 a year?
No, 30 a year. 2,000 since 1930.
Oh, okay.
Oh, 30. I was about to say 2,000
So that's half the amount of people that die from being locked in freezers every year.
Might be on the edge.
I would average 4 to 6 people a month who were either on the sidewalk we would see and talk to, or maybe in their car writing a note, thinking about it, or up and over that rail.
He talked with hundreds of people and helped many of them, sharing the stories in a book called Guardian of the Golden Gate. But it wasn't until now, after
That seems kind of like, I don't know, you think that the impact, you'd break your bones and stuff, but if you're still alive, then you would die by, like, drowning.
Either that or
right there.
shark.
That first green sign, John, that's for us.
Pedestrian.
Years of suicide prevention.
Skating, no skateboards.
Advocacy and studies of the power of deterrence, the bridge authorities installed these steel nets, a $224 million project.
The way the nets are designed, you don't even really see them unless you're right above them.
You talk to the few people who survived a jump from the bridge, and almost to a person, they'll say the second their hands left the railing, their life flashed before their eyes, and they experienced immediate regret.
And the nets offer a second chance.
The net has a deterrent effect for two reasons. One is it visually interrupts your view of the water. It reminds you that it's there and other people have been here before you. And two, it's designed to hurt. Falling 20 feet into taut steel mesh is evidently like falling into a cheese grater. It's not going to end your pain. It's
designed
worse.
to
And those two
hurt.
things together
It's
are
this-
working.
why?
Here they put this in before it was even finished.
What's that?
Why would it be designed to hurt?
To hurt. Well, apparently it's.
They're trying to teach you a lesson. They should have like a thing that pops out and gives you.
Maybe if you don't talk over the dialogue.
Maybe if you don't talk over my dialogue.
Make it worse. And those
I was making it fun.
See,
it's gonna make everybody laugh, Gene.
People have been here before you. And 2, it's designed to hurt. Falling 20 feet into taut steel mesh is evidently like falling into a cheese grater. It's not going to end your pain. It's going to make it worse. And those 2 things together are working. In the first year they put this in, before it was even...
It's not a net, it's a grate.
Yeah, but doesn't that so you're depressed,
well, I think it's
yourself. Doesn't that reinforce like the self-harm thing though?
Well, a lot of times it's like you said, the instant regret. So I'm guessing maybe there is a psychological reason behind it, where that pain they feel and they survive it. It's a way to be like, you know what, I don't want to die. Maybe if it's like a net or whatever, and they jump off and it's like, I'm in some net. Okay, I'm still gonna jump off. Maybe when they feel a shit ton of pain, maybe it snaps them out of that suicidal tendency. It's like, you know what, I don't want to die.
Or another thought is, I'm so fucked up from the pain of landing on this fucking fence. I'm gonna jump anyway.
Bridge fell by half. There's research and study that shows if you're able to get people through the peak of their pain, that often they do not go on to attempt and go on to...
Yeah, see, there's research behind this.
Live long and productive lives.
That's true for Kevin Berthia. These 2 men from opposite sides of the bridge are now friends and peers in suicide prevention. They say these nets are a crucial last line of defense.
Something got to be in place. Something, has to be in place to say that we care.
Those folks who come across it and all of a sudden, I've had enough. That's what this will hopefully prevent. Then it did its job.
And perhaps someday everyone who walks onto the Golden Gate Bridge will walk off.
Now, let's be clear. This is not a solution to the mental health crisis that we're seeing in this country and around the world, where suicide rates are in fact going up in many cases. And so we're going to need, experts say, a total overhaul of how we do mental health. But this kind of architectural intervention really can be effective. And it's not just at the Golden Gate Bridge.
You know what? I think there might be a good solution to help improve on our mental health crisis. Make shrooms legal.
Yeah, this is something we're seeing around the world at icons.
Pay people livable wages.
Pay people in mass.
Statues, bridges, towers, all of them putting in...
I don't know. The rate of narcissism's going up as well. Narcissism's rising at the same rate as obesity. So maybe if we had less narcissists in our society, there'd be less depressed people. I think all the narcissists are making a lot of the non-narcissistic people depressed. So is this like...
This is the kittens.
Well, Indonesia and Malaysia, they have like orangutans, so I didn't know they had otters. And well, they have otters in Singapore, so maybe they do have them in Singapore.
We ain't got orangutans in North America, but we got them motherfuckers in zoos, John.
Yeah, but Singapore, they have street otters, alley otters. What's that?
Is this the Jungle Book too?
Oh, no. What's where is the Jungle Book's in India? And I don't think they have orangutans in India.
Nah, I'm the king
or
of
maybe,
swingers.
Maybe they used to and they went extinct. Look it up, Crow. Or Dirt. Dirt, look it up.
And had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I want to be a man goes right down and be just like the other man. I'm tired.
Dirt, are you doing your job?
Oh, Pete, dude. You never know. You don't know that song, John? You never seen the Jungle Book?
Yeah, it's from the Jungle Book, King Louis.
I want to be like you. Oh.
But look it up.
I want to be like you. It's true.
Those orangutans, they could probably crush the otters. Like it's just no problem. Oh my god.
Orangutans are not native to India, and in fact only live in the islands of Borneo and Sumatra, although they may have once been slightly more widespread across Indonesia and Malaysia. Modern orangutans do not seem to have ever lived in India, although some of their ancient ancestors may have.
Wait, isn't
So Jungle Book is inaccurate.
Wait,
Jungle
did you
Book's
say
a lie.
Sumatra? You said Sumatra, right?
Mothra? What? Sumatra?
Sumatra. Okay, yeah, but isn't Shere Khan a Sumatran tiger?
I don't fucking know. He's some kind of tiger.
So I don't think it was India.
Who knows, dude? You ask Rudyard Kipling. Oh wait, he's dead.
Well, wasn't
No, yeah,
was
it definitely took place in India.
Yeah, Baloo was a sloth bear, and they're native to India.
Yeah, you're right, Bill Hicks. Wait, the Jungle Book is just a fucking story? What?
Well, that's no excuse for it being inaccurate. To be fair, I do think that's kind of a good sign for stupidity when people sit there and they're like, this isn't accurate, and they think they're being clever, and it's like, dude, you can point out hundreds of shit that's inaccurate in like any fucking movie.
Yeah,
you dumb fuck.
Ain't inaccurate.
This game isn't accurate. That's not how that works.
Oh, I've
Not very realistic. 300? It's not realistic because there's a scene in the movie where they fought a troll, and there weren't really any trolls in the Persian Empire.
This, John. Why do so many Americans say orangutan when it's an orangutan?
I don't know.
I don't get that. Where'd it come from? Who started it?
I don't know. Maybe it's what is it? Homograph, where it's a word that has multiple different pronunciations.
The first human to say orangutan, have them drawn and quartered, just to fucking be rid of. Orangutan does sound better. I admit it. The orangutan does sound better than orangutan.
Dirt, I have an answer to that question. It's because when they invented the orange drink for astronauts, they called it Tang, and they had an orangutan for a mascot.
Is that factual and accurate? And that's what made orangutan?
I don't know. But I that's a possibility, a high possibility.
Let me just smoke some more fucking weed, man.
Out of Russia, say activist and politician Alexei.
I was talking about this. Alexei Navalny, that's right.
Was it Twizzed Indica or whatever? What? How did I miss this? What, our show? Yeah, more people need to watch our stuff.
Welcome aboard, my friend. It is.
We're the best pedantic pedestrian podcast around.
Navalny is dead. Navalny was a vocal opponent of Russian President Vladimir Putin. He was a lawyer and spent years rallying others and leading protests against the government.
Now here's my theory. I think Ukraine assassinated him to make Putin and Russia look bad. You think I cracked the code?
No, I think he got his crystals mixed up.
Foundation.
Oh yeah, he wasn't keeping up with his like crystal healing practices.
FBK, in hopes of exposing criminals inside the Kremlin. He leveraged social media to spread his message, gaining over 6 million subscribers on YouTube and almost 3 million followers on Instagram. Navalny came in second in the 2013 Moscow.
Look at him, that nationalistic pig. Engaging in sedition.
Mayoral race, losing to a Putin appointee. A few years later, he ran for president against Putin. In both 2013 and 2014, he was convicted of several counts of embezzlement. The European Court of Human Rights later ruled that the cases violated Navalny's
Do you think that was like a kangaroo court sort of a charge and trial?
right to a fair trial? In 2021, Navalny was put in prison on accusation of parole violations, sparking protests across Russia and concern from the international community. While in jail, the charges of extremism and fraud were added, along with more prison time to Navalny's sentence.
And the decision by Russian authorities to add imprisoned opposition figure Alexei Navalny and 8 of his allies to...
Do you think these were just charges? Can you answer the damn fucking questions, Dirt? Try to add to the dialogue.
John.
Keep the dialogue going.
Read chat and I laugh,
Okay.
and maybe you'd read chat and you'd laugh too from time to time, John. You just gotta let loose and let the fucking
raise it or we riot.
Grab you by the horns, John.
Wait, Agent 006. It's been a while. I'm glad you're back. I don't know, 006. Raisin's kind of gone bonkers. I think. She's been getting banned from Discord after Discord, so she yeah.
To the registry of so-called extremists and terrorists is disturbing. Mr. Navalny.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, she sent me a dox threat and she was looking into where my relatives live and work, and she called my fucking relatives, and she's been sending magazines to my house. And I know she got banned from, like, Hannibal and Monty's Discord because she was, like, lurking or like, what was it? She was, like, butting heads with his wife because she thought...
And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I don't know if that's necessarily needing to be discussed.
Yeah, 006, but she was sending... like, or she kept, like, butting heads with Monty's wife because she thought Monty was, like, hitting on her.
John, you're just gonna worry about.
And then Galen said that she was,
John.
Galen said that she was sending, like him death threats and so forth.
Oh
so,
my God, I don't know.
I mean, Galen cut ties with her. She's gone off her fucking rocker. Whew! Yeah,
that was a drop on me. I mean, you know, I don't know. I haven't.
What's that? And didn't she tell you, Crow, that she knows where all my relatives like work and live?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
Something like that. Maybe not all of them. Maybe just a choice.
She told Timmy that, and she told all these people that.
He said, she said. And who can?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I do think Galen does kind of exaggerate some things. So that's one I kind of maybe that claim you should probably take with a grain of salt. But
I don't think she threatened to kill Galen. So you're right. Maybe that doesn't sit right with me. But
well, I don't know. Did you see that tweet she made about like Monty, where she's like,
I don't know about that either. I mean, none of that is. I mean, you know, falsified until proven fact. So I wouldn't speak on all that necessarily, John. That's advice for man to man.
Okay.
He remains imprisoned on politically fabricated grounds. We have been consistent.
We've been consistent.
We call again for his immediate and unconditional release.
Navalny was serving a combined 30-and-a-half-year jail sentence. Reports came from Russia's federal prison service on February.
Alexei Navalny.
Is it Alexei? Saying in part, Navalny felt unwell after.
Felt unwell after a walk, almost immediately losing consciousness.
Yeah,
Emergency medics
I'm
confirmed
completely
the death.
fine. You know, I was on the PPP podcast the other day. I gave a full interview of how I'm doing and the kind of shit I've exposed for, why I'm in prison. But then, you know, I go for a walk the next day and I just really don't feel good. Next thing you know, I'm dead. How's that happen? It's probably just,
I don't know.
Probably just a mystery. I'm sure you don't have Tucker Carlson's opinion on this issue.
Well, God was punishing you for being a bad person. You weren't being one with the, like, I don't know, the sixth dimension with all the crystal vibrations.
For a walk, almost immediately losing consciousness. Emergency medics confirmed the death of the convict. Some people are not convinced either of his death or that it happened in the way that it was described. Navalny's wife...
all these conspiracy theorists.
Wait,
didn't Navalnaya spoke about
have an interview with Tucker Carlson recently?
Yeah, and then Tucker Carlson went for a walk and dropped dead. Or is that fake news?
Yeah, you know, he was about to board his plane back to America when, you know, suddenly he fell faint. And he mentioned to a bystander that, hey, I don't feel so good. And next thing you know, he collapsed dead. You know, the exact cause is uncertain at this point. We're suspecting a heart attack, but it is under investigation. Let me show you. Drunken Crow, it's good to see you, buddy. Your beard's coming in nicely. Have you thought about what color you're going to dye it next?
I was thinking maybe blue again.
Blue is good. Danny's about to dye her hair black and blue. Or actually, run that
back. I dye my hair?
I'm about to dye Danny's hair black and blue because that's my job. What color you want to dye your hair, John? You think you can pull it off and then work for home with your kind of job? Your kind of salary?
Maybe blue, red, green, cyan, purple. I'll just have like rainbow braids.
You, John, right now, and it hurts my soul to do it, only because I've known a woman named Cyan. That's not the correct pronunciation. It's cyan, John. It's a cyan blue. Cyan, no, that's almost like Cheyenne, but it's cyan, John. And I'm not going to correct.
Don't be pedantic.
I'm being pedantic
security conference. I don't know whether to believe the news or not. The terrible news that we receive only from government sources in Russia.
But how did Poland force Hitler to invade?
They were asking for it.
Yeah.
Did you see what Poland was wearing? Sorry, I'm gonna go get more drink.
Dude, good job. Even though the like Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy and stuff, they were definitely guilty of a lot of evils and atrocities. But here's the thing: the butterfly effect. If you go back in time and you stop, like I don't know, you do the murder, unalive Hitler as like an infant or whatever. Well, then the world would be much worse because the kind of atrocity Poland's World War II, where Poland expands and everything, takes over Europe, and then allies with Japan, much worse.
Russia, because for many years, and you all know this, we cannot trust Putin and the Putin government. They always lie. She went on to say that Putin and his government bear responsibility for what they did to our country, to my family, and to my husband. Alexei Navalny was 47 years old.
Shock, outrage, after one of Vladimir Putin's sharpest critics, the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, was reported dead in a Russian prison, reportedly dying after taking a walk, a fatal walk.
Now, what's with people calling like Russia a dictatorship? Isn't it a democracy? Isn't it a republic?
In theory, John, but when you have
well, I mean, China is a republic, and North Korea, it's the Democratic Republic of North Korea. So why do people keep calling these republic? Why do they keep calling them dictatorships? Erdogan's not a dictator; he's a president. Putin's a president. Yeah.
Do you have Tucker Carlson's footage at all? Do you have any clips from that or anything?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, fair enough. I wouldn't either. But what I do want to know is, have you heard anything about it?
No.
I don't know. Apparently, I heard somewhere along the lines of like, Tucker Carlson said to Putin, well, of course, all types of world leaders have been responsible for killing someone. It's, it's just some get caught and some don't. Thanks, Tucker Carlson, for your wonderful insight.
Yeah, it's something I never would have thought of.
U.S. officials are still waiting to confirm the Russian state media claim. Navalny's wife had this to say just a short time ago in front of dozens of heads of state.
If it is the truth, I would like Putin and all his staff, everybody around him, his government, his friends, I want them know that they will be punished for what they have done with our country.
Dude, she's making threats against the government. I mean, do you think, I don't know, if she's living in Russia, I think she's going to be locked up in like a week or two.
Nah, it's going to be fine for her. She's going to go for a walk and, we'll never
She's
hear
going to
from her
drop
again.
dead.
Family and with my husband, they will be brought to justice, and this day will come soon.
What strength to stand there in Munich. With us now, CNN's chief international correspondent Carissa Ward and Matthew Chance, chief global affairs correspondent. Carissa, you could see the anger and also the resolve from Alexei Navalny's wife there.
It was a very emotional moment, and she actually started out, John, by saying, I thought for a moment, do I go
Yeah,
into...
she seems very angry. Something else, like if they didn't point that out, something I really wouldn't have taken. I really wouldn't have noticed.
my family right now, or do I stand here and address you? And then I asked myself, what would Alexei do? What would Alexei want me to do? And I have no doubt that he would want me to stand here to address you and to issue that withering rebuke to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, at this stage, we don't know exactly what killed Alexei Navalny. We have only been told through Russian media that he took a walk at the penal colony where he was suffering terrible treatment, where he had...
I think it was the Biden administration.
Been in less than good health, and yet when we saw him yesterday via teleconference from a courtroom, he appeared healthy, he appeared jovial. We've also heard a report from his mother, who told Novaya Gazeta, the Russian publication, that she wouldn't be accepting condolences because she couldn't believe it, because she had...
Now, these people are guilty of crimes of sedition against the government, so are we really going to believe what they have to say?
Seen Alexei Navalny on February 14th, that he had appeared to be in good health and good humor. And so there are real questions about exactly what happened.
I mean, they are standing up for some kind of convict.
To him. But you heard also at the Munich Security Conference, the Vice President Kamala Harris saying, whatever happened, Russia is responsible. He was in the custody of the Russian state. And so the question really now becomes, what does this mean for Russia's opposition, which has already been so brutal?
To be fair, in the United States, you got lots of people dropping dead in prison. And it's, they're in an American prison, so...
Dude, not to mention Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, who, whoopsie, I just happened to fall asleep, and the
people dropping dead,
and I could not see Mr. Epstein himself when he was, where he hung himself.
But you also got people not just dropping dead, but dealing with some other kind of human rights violation from dropping the soap.
Or I seen
stomped out.
seen something or seen a video or whatever. I think it was Colorado about 5 years ago.
Somebody died.
No. Wait, no, was it Colorado? I don't know. There's one state that said that they weren't gonna that they don't have torture sites or torture warehouses, and yeah, it turns out they've been, after they outlawed or banned torture warehouses, they have torture warehouses. And there's been cases of 82-year-old people going to prison and then getting sent to torture warehouses.
Well, don't go to prison. It's their fault for breaking the law. It's their fault for doing shrooms.
An 82-year-old woman?
A 2-year-old woman?
An 82-year-old
I'm sorry, but that's what I heard.
Let me just envision this project for you right now. The worst case scenario for the May meetup. We're chilling in a hotel room, cheap fucking Motel 8, cheapest money can buy just to chill out and take mushrooms. Next thing you know, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we've seen your live stream. Did you know mushrooms were federally illegal?
Damn. No, Gene's gonna get us a master suite.
That's why we're not gonna share our location. But maybe Shab's gonna get high on shrooms, and
you're right.
Whoever our sitter is, Danny, we gotta give her our phones and feel like, yeah.
Danny will be our security.
Danny will be the camera woman and the door answerer.
Damn.
We need one single sober person to take care of us.
No, we're not gonna film it.
It's not gonna be me.
We're not gonna film it.
I can't.
No, why not?
I can't accurately be a shaman for John.
Okay, because we could still get in trouble if we upload it afterwards. So let's not.
No, we'll film it.
We'll figure it out. Anyways, I can't properly be a shaman for John Morgan without taking at least double the dose of mushrooms that he does to ensure he is on the path to safety. Because how could I?
Okay, now I'm scared to do it with you guys. We're gonna have to with Danny. Be yeah, she needs to get her purse. Everybody get your phones.
I'm gonna be wearing.
I don't want Gab or anyone bringing any cameras.
Bear mace.
Everyone's wearing
a GoPro.
No, I'm gonna be wearing a deer skull with a bear coat and a loincloth with a crocodile necklace.
I'll knock it down. Fuck you, Nicholas Rosa. Your mind's in the big time. For the $5 patrons, we'll strap a GoPro to every single one of us and take mushrooms and edit it down and see where it goes. There's gotta be some content.
It'll be the
main.
You'll find me in
maybe 500 patron tier. Maybe we should do that.
Fuck that. $5, John. It ain't worth 500.
500.
We'll negotiate behind the scenes.
I don't know, Brian says how many grams? I'm thinking 50 grams. No, fuck grams. Kilograms. That's how much we need to be doing.
He takes it by the ounce.
I have a friend who ate an ounce of mushrooms, which is 28 grams. And therapy did him all right. He's a real cool guy a few years after the fact. And it's no fault of his. I mean, something like that will wreck you to your fucking core. When you get shot by literal fucking electric lightning bolt of Thor, it takes a long time for your mind to recover. But right now, he's a stand-up guy. He's a cool-ass fucking guy. But 28 grams of mushrooms is beyond a heroic...
Wasn't it, 1,000 grams going to a kilogram, and then, a kilogram's 2.2 pounds?
Probably.
I don't know shit about
kilograms,
kilograms, bro. I ain't never sold a kilo. I kept my shit in ounces. I don't give a fuck.
Movements that Alexei Navalny had previously galvanized in Russia, or is this it? Is this the end? Is this message that there is absolutely no opposition of any shape or form to be tolerated inside Putin's Russia, John?
Yeah, and to that point, you heard from Alexei Navalny's wife saying that Vladimir Putin...
Okay, they're boring me. Next vid.
Boring!
In reality, John, I think the best case scenario for you is to eat about 2.5 grams worth of mushrooms in a chocolate.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. I want the candy, the edibles.
And if you really enjoy it and you don't have adverse effects like nightmares and shit like that, and if you actually really enjoy it, I would suggest to you 5 grams alone in silent darkness. Shout out to Terrence McKenna. He's a man. If you know him, he's full of shit. Whatever. But
we can do like a every month do like a shroom meetup.
The refresh.
Well, you don't live that far from me, so
yeah, you'd be like, "Fuck it, dude. I'll do another mushroom stream." And, you know,
dude, what if they start making them legal like across like?
I agree. I think in the next 5 years we may see it happen. If not in all 50 states, across many states. I think it's going the same way as weed because, like it said, if you don't think you can handle mushrooms, you probably won't take mushrooms.
And where are you? South Carolina?
I'm somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains, undescript and unlocated and unlocatable.
I'll
in a bunker.
I'll find you.
50 feet under the ground with that fucking Elon Musk. What's his satellite shit? Elon Musk.
Yeah.
What's his shit? His fucking satellite internet.
Oh, you know, what? SpaceX?
Starlink. I got that Starlink in my 50 feet underground.
The Neuralink connected to the Starlink. Here, I gotta pee again. Continue to talk to the chat.
You'll never fucking find me. That's what I got to say.
What do you think? What do you think about being on mushrooms and then immediately going to a sensory deprivation chamber?
I'd do it. I think that's probably one of the best ways to experience mushrooms, at least from a person like me. When I was a young, ignorant, dumb person, I would have said, everyone should have experienced mushrooms, bro. Everyone needs to try it at least once. You need to fucking eat that shit and, see what it's about. And next thing you know, like, dude, your imagination is whatever, bro. Whatever the fuck hippy-dippy bullshit you might say. But I personally have witnessed people have bad reactions to psychedelics. It's not for everyone. It's really not. I have witnessed psychedelics awaken latent schizophrenia in people who would not have developed, who probably would have developed it otherwise, but probably developed it maybe 5 or 10 years sooner because they had consumed psychedelics, which is one thing. I guess, in the eyes of some people, it was better to rip the Band-Aid off and be like, fuck it, it's whatever, I'm medicated now. But it is what it is. I'm only 25, so a lot of my major friends in that friend range, they figure that shit out already. But, it is what it is. That shit happens. A lot of times schizophrenia doesn't hit until your 20s, late 20s, something like that. But if you take psychedelics at a young age, it's a fact that it's considerably a large amount of chance that you will bring that genetic out of you sooner. So mushrooms is not for everyone. I've smoked weed with people who straight up is like, this is a dream. I'm not here right now. I'm fucking tripping. And it's, that shit's not for everyone. Weed, marijuana, cannabis is a psychedelic drug. As far as the tiers of psychedelic drug go, consider DMT the top of the sphere. Cannabis is at the bottom. But it's still a psychedelic drug, and it can, in some people with certain predispositions, incur these kinds of symptoms.
Prove it.
Prove it? Okay. I can't prove it. I'll tell you this. I remember this today. I'm dirt. I'm a piece of shit. My name is Mud. I don't remember much. John, you are dirt.
You're horse shit.
You might appreciate the story. I think I recalled my finest moment. Proudest moment in my fucking life. And I love Danny. She's the love of my life. I've been with her for, in October, it'll be 8 years now. And we're just
Danny.
counting them up. I love Danny. But in freshman year, I found out, my mom, she's good. She tried her best. She has a bad habit of picking terrible men and absorbing their traits. But when I was a freshman in high school, she had a boyfriend who was a racist piece of shit. And when they found out that I was dating a Filipino woman, I say a woman, I was in high school, a Filipino girl, they said, they sat dirt aside and they said, dirt. You know, it is what it is, and it's not personal, but I really think you should consider staying in your own race. Because your genealogy, you know, you're white, and you know, why you want to stay in your own race. And I looked my mom in the face, my mother, the one who shat me out of her vagina, and I literally said, I looked between her and her shit-fuck piece of shit of a boyfriend at the time, I said, y'all fucked up. The next time, she's gonna be black. And you know what? She was. Not because of any kind of spite, because
White people are going extinct. You don't want that to happen.
Oh, fuck that. All I'm saying is they fucked up. You know, I live in the rural South. Like I said, I was born in New Jersey. My mom's in New Jersey. She's not really... I never pinged her for conservative. This is the one thing in my life where I'm like, damn, Mom, you're racist as fuck. Hey, I love Danny, and I wouldn't ask for a better woman. But damn if I wasn't proud when I dated a black woman after my mom said don't date a Filipino woman. Because fuck you. Straight the fuck up. That's fucked up.
Wait, you're white? Because you look orange on my end.
Hey, hey. I'm sorry.
Whoa!
I was channeling your ancestors.
Whoa!
No, your mother, she's
I'm Native American.
Rubbing off on you.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's offensive to people like Honest Fred.
That was my mother's genes at play. I can't be held responsible.
How?
No, I actually did.
I'm like
bought myself
1,010th Native American.
I bought myself for Christmas a ancestry thing or like a 23andMe thing, and I'm still waiting on fucking results. It's been for fucking ever.
I don't know, Drunken Crow. I think you should get an ancestry thing for you.
Dude, I want to...
I'm my own...
That's fucked up. I want to know, Crow, because look, you know, don't take this personally. To me, on camera, you look like a white man. You look like...
It's the lighting.
You look like the... what's?
Wow, what a racist.
Guaylo? You look like the white demon? What? Sorry, but I'm saying... I want to see your Guaylo DNA.
No, I do too. Okay, so the story about... Okay, so my mom is the oldest. So my grandma got pregnant with someone who's native, and then they did something. I never heard this story, and my mom was born in South Carolina, and then she married my now grandpa. So, like, all my aunts and uncles are, like, half aunts and uncles or some shit like that. But, yeah, none of us, like, pried into why that was. And my grandma didn't give any answers. So, I was just like, fuck it. I'm going to finally get a DNA test. And I'm still waiting for the results.
Wait, you know what I want? Like, I forget what I was going to say. It's 3 a.m. already. Jesus.
And breaking news.
Time flies when you're doing the PPP.
So I'm looking for the Guaylo translation right now to see what exactly it means in English.
It's probably white.
It means ghostly man or devil man, which in Japanese or Chinese, Cantonese. Whatever. It's some kind of foreign language that calls the white man the ghostly man or the devil man.
Right now, I found out that I'm like 1% Jewish, so I'm gonna seek citizenship in Israel.
You might be able to leverage it. You know, who knows, John? You could be a part
no, but I actually don't know what my origins are. I do know that I have a lot of ancestors.
You might get hit with a bottle rocket from Gaza, John, you know, so be careful out there.
Well, don't they, like, if you want to live in Israel, you have to deal with, like, forced, like conscription or whatever?
I don't know. I've never tried to live in Israel.
try.
With breaking news, CNN has learned that Alexei Navalny has died. That's according to the Russian prison service. I want to go straight to Nick Payton-Walsh. Nick, as we get this news, there had been some movement, of course, in the last several weeks. He had been moved to this very difficult work camp up by the Arctic Circle. What more are we learning this morning about when this may have happened, and are there any potential details?
Yeah, I could beat the draft. I just gotta, I'm disabled.
At this point.
I got pissing Kool-Aid syndrome.
Oh my god.
Chad hates it when I say that.
Bad jokes.
Reports from Russian state media, but
He never does good with jokes.
Pause. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
John, not to take it on another diatribe. I know I've been waiting to talk about Alexei Navalny all night. But today, I want you to know that I was like, we missed. I gotta be there for PPP tonight, Danny, because John, we missed the last couple of fucking PPPs because John has lupus. You know what she said, John?
What's that?
Oh, he's faking it.
You're exposed, Gene.
Jesus,
exposed. Fuck her.
Dude, and I was like,
why does she think I'm faking it?
I was like, Danny,
you slapped
John
her
to prove to you that he has lupus? Just wait till you see his lupus feet. And then she was like, just because he has nasty feet don't mean he has lupus.
Okay.
I'm sorry, John.
Or she's
I didn't
really
mean to
big
make
in
it
the-
I don't think she actually deals with anxiety. I think she's a drama queen. Yeah.
What a drama queen.
I like that rebuttal. I'm gonna tell her both
Yeah.
of you said that tomorrow morning, and she's gonna laugh about that because she was joking.
I'm gonna do like
struggle, John, but she's just talking shit. And I was like,
I'm gonna
tell John you said that.
a live stream on Pornhub where I stream myself peeing my Kool-Aid, and it's like, there you go.
Yeah, John, whip out the full hog and dump your Kool-Aid and be like visible proof that John Morgan.
The full hog.
Whip
What?
out the full hog and piss in that toilet or urinal. Do it wherever you please. And say, prove that John Morgan pisses Kool-Aid. I like it. Do the leak. Let people window shop, John, but they're not worth
Show us your asshole.
And then that'll be part 2. That will be when we hit the 1,000.
I could tell by looking at a person's asshole
John,
if they have lupus.
John,
okay.
Yeah,
Will
you get
will
the
make this gambit with me. When
you get
when
the
you
lupus
hit
ape
1,000
rash.
John, hear me out. When you hit 1,000 patrons, will you show your chocolate starfish?
No.
Okay. See, John's not that big of a bettor. He thinks it can happen. And that was me testing John's ambition. And I think we can do it.
Yes.
Is it being on Live Lake seems appropriate? Huh.
I clicked on the stream again just in time to hear Shad say, "Show us your asshole."
Just in time.
Welcome back, Zidane.
Yes.
As you might expect to see, and they essentially have had for a while now the full custody of Alexei Navalny. 2 separate state media sources saying he has in fact died. Now, one of those state media sources talks about how he went for a walk on the morning of February the 16th, lost consciousness, and they weren't able to revive him. Where is he? Well, recently he was moved to the Yamalo-Nenetsk Autonomous Region. That's up near the Arctic Circle to serve out some of his term in the correctional facility number 3 there. A very hard.
Is he in one of the? Well, I know they don't have the gulags anymore, but remember the prison episode we did where one of the worst prisons in history was a gulag in Ukraine?
Black Dolphin. Or is that Russian?
Well, it was part of it was when the Ukraine was in the Soviet Union. I don't think that's what it was called, but it was they showed a human centipede thing there.
Regime,
also, I want to point out that none of these fucking news channels know how to fucking spell his name, because I've seen Alexei Alexi, Alexie, Eiyey. They don't
You
know
know,
how to fucking
and
spell his
you're
name.
right, which is strange because
Does it have multiple spellings?
well, I don't know, but I'll say this: my boss man who told me about this story before I heard about it today, because like I said, this happened a while ago, a few days
And
ago.
Dirt was like, "Who's Alexei Navalny?"
Well, he mentioned he called the man Alexa.
Alexei, yeah.
I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this man's name.
Foreign
Maybe that's
people
part of
need to
his
learn to
mystique.
have names that are more accommodating for American English speakers.
I would say Alexei. I would say Alexei, whether it was spelled like it is here or EXIE. I would say Alexei, but Alexa, that may be more accurate to the pronunciation.
It's Alexei.
Bro, when the fuck did you get here?
I just popped in.
Yeah, there's a guitarist that's like from Russia, and his name's Alexei Alaya, and it's spelled the same way.
I know 006. Like, why do they speak Russian in Russia? I mean, like, why don't they just speak English? Make things easier.
Mates a threat to their health by itself. And this, of course, a man who survived a poisoning attempt inside of Russia on internal flight.
Oh, hey, there's the Golden Gate Bridge.
Do you think the poison attempt, do you think it was one of the other prisoners that just tried to poison him? That's probably it.
My boss man today mentioned a poisoning attempt. I believe it was on this same man, where the KGB stalked this man for months, and it was proven, I think, by this man, or at least maybe this man proved this KBG assassination attempt, and that's why he's under scrutiny. But long story short, the KGB followed some guy around trying to think of ways to kill him, and they put a nerve toxin in his underwear to the point where when he got on a plane, he was like halfway across his flight before they had to emergency land, because he was like, I don't feel any pain, but I'm dying. I'm about to die. I feel it. I'm about to die. I don't feel any pain, but I'm about to die. So they landed the plane and brought this man to a hospital, and months later officially saved his life and said, yeah, he's stable. And I can't remember if it was this man or this man, Alexei Navalny, exposed that this happened to this man who's proven. Can't remember. I'm drunk. Sorry.
Do you think we're just being brainwashed by the American media? Like, just a bunch of U.S. propaganda?
Tucker Carlson tells you one thing. CNN tells you one thing. You know? And it's really fucking hard to decipher what is the truth in this fucking storm that's a brewing, where you never know what's fact and what's opinion and what's propaganda to tell you what's what. So that's how I learned to stop fearing and loving the bomb.
Yeah, I think the whole planet is just run by the reptilian overlords and all the media in every country. It's just a bunch of
souls.
They're just fabricating.
The rapture already happened. We're just waiting to be reaped.
This is
no,
just
but all the news, it's just them fabricating drama just to turn people against each other, to distract from the reptilian overlords.
I second that.
Yeah, I think Dirt's right. I mean, Tucker Carlson tells you one thing, CNN tells you the other thing. Ben Shapiro drops a song. We're all just fucked from now on.
We're cogs in the machine, man.
To find his immediate arrest.
Well, no. The crystal, like the energy 6 dimension vibrations, like the kind of vibrations that fuel. No, that fuel the reptilians is the kind of vibrations, the negative vibrations people give off when they fight with each other and engage in drama.
You're right.
So there you go. They feed off of our negative essence.
Human vibrations, John. You're right. That low energy vibe shit that people tell you not to fuck with is actually the human vibration. But that shit, that high frequency shit that's introduced by the reptilians, that's what's got you all fucked up. That's why we're poor, John, because you should be on a low vibe like a mammal. But those reptilians introduce that high vibe through the crystal.
The crystal. I like the crystal.
Here, though, that essentially he was still part of the information system, able to communicate with the outside world through social media. But once in prison,
daughter.
perhaps represented less of an acute threat to the Kremlin. And the fact, indeed, that he has lost his life in prison now, fingers will point towards Moscow, certainly behind all of that, if indeed there is confirmation of his death. And there appears now to be some of that from the Russian prison service itself. But a stark reminder, perhaps, of how Vladimir Putin views threats around him. I should say there's no reason to point the finger
I
directly
think
at
Ukraine did it.
Kremlin at this stage, although this is a key opposition figure. And as we've seen repeatedly over past years, those who oppose the Kremlin meet a dark end. Most recently, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the man formerly known as Putin's...
Wait, but Russia's like a democracy. It's a republic.
So,
dying in a suspicious plane
sorry
crash
again.
after leading-
I have this bad habit that you try to reinforce of me addressing the chat, John Morgan, and it goes a little ways back. Where'd it go? He said, who was it? Okay, so Brian, he said, also, do you see reptilians who trip on when you trip on shrooms?
Maybe.
Raise your hands. Who's tripped on shrooms?
I have.
Okay, so I've never seen reptilians. I ain't never seen reptilian, but I'll tell you this: one of the hardest times I ever tripped, I put like 3.5 grams with some lemon tech. If you know the trip, you know the tech.
So mammalians.
Well, lemon tech, I'll put it this way. Vitamin C apparently does a thing where it helps digest before you... If you soak your mushrooms in lemon juice, the vitamin C digests the psilocybin. So I don't know if you realize this, John, but when you take psilocybin, when the enzymes in your stomach break it down, it turns into DMT, or a chemical analog. And when you add vitamin C into the mixture before you consume it, it already digests it for you. So therefore it hits you quicker. But I did this one time, and that one time I was sitting in my plug's house with the homies on the floor, and I'm looking around, and in the paint of the walls I saw a mural, like a fucking collage of Buddha heads and the heads of gray aliens. And they all were fucking like morphed together, moving around the walls. And I'm like, we're being watched right now. So all I'm saying is that's the kind of shit you must prepare yourself for if you take mushrooms, John.
If you take a lot.
Watching you with their third eyes.
You're not going to take enough to experience that, Gene.
Probably not. I would not advise that John Morgan do lemon tech.
You just gotta dip it in marmalade.
Marmalade?
A short-lived rebellion towards the capital itself. So a key moment here, certainly inside of...
Okay, I think we've covered enough of the
I have
Alexei.
a little mushroom story.
Prove it.
Let's hear Negan's Jabba the Hutt mushroom story.
So me and my
Good evening,
friends.
I'm John Yang. Now that the mother of Russia.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, me and 3 of my friends, we go and get shrooms, and we're driving on the highway, and we get pulled over, and I have everybody's shrooms on me, and I'm like, "What do I do, guys?"
You're what they call the culprit.
Yeah, I was definitely the weakest one out of our group, and I knew if
the weakest link. Goodbye.
Like I knew. I was like, I'm fucked. Like I'm taking the fall for this. Like I know if we get caught with this, I'm gonna be the one to step up and say, yes, it's me. Like this is all mine. Everything in the car is mine. Me and the driver would probably get in trouble. But cop came up, asked my friend for his license and registration, proof of insurance. He goes back to the car, and they're like, dude, get rid of it. Like, throw it out. And I'm like, dude, they'll see me. Like, throw it away. So I ate them all. I pulled a Super Troopers. And
literally, who is it? Agent 006 already called it. They said Super Troopers beginning.
Yeah, that's literally what happened to me. Is I literally ate all the mushrooms, and we got to go home. And it was probably like 45 minutes after like I ate them. That dude, I was gone. I don't remember what I was doing at that time, but like my trip, I was talking to people who weren't there, and they were telling me about like things don't matter in life, like tragedies and stuff like that. Like all that shit like didn't even seem like bad or anything. Like everything works out in the end. That's what I learned from it. And then I never done shrooms ever since then because it wasn't fun. That was scared like the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Skeppy says, like if you're a hyper rational person, you won't hallucinate. Do you think I'm hyper rational enough? Think I fall into that category?
So listen, John, I didn't see that message. That message was filtered from my chat. Do not underestimate the power of hallucinogenics. I promise you, John.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think Skep is right there, maybe to an extent. Maybe if you're like that, it decreases your chance of seeing things like that. But you're not. If you take too much, you're gonna experience crazy shit like that, regardless. But
you can hype yourself out of a trip too.
Yeah.
I
for
know
sure.
people that ate like 1.5 grams of shrooms and like nothing happened to them, and it's because they were like anticipating the trip too much.
Well, Nicholas Rosa, they make a good point. Take salvia first. Test
Well,
it.
no, Skep. The idea isn't that we want to make Gene trip where he sees things. The idea is that it's supposed to help him see things visually with the problem that he has.
Yeah, with long-lasting effects. I believe the study you referred to said it was up to 9 months that the woman in question who was studied was able to produce images in her mind.
That were above average.
It's all about, like, let's make
No.
John trip the fuck out for 5 minutes.
For 9 months, she was able to see, like, visualize images in her head for above average. Like, when they did, like, a test to see, like, what her level of mental imagery was, and then it eventually went down to average. But it stayed at average.
Skeptical Jesus may make a point. A low dose ain't gonna do that.
No,
But-
how does he know that? How does you?
You're right. So listen,
This is some new thing. Gene doesn't know either. I don't know why he says that.
I'm going to give you another classic dirt story, untold. Untold. I've never told this story on the internet before.
What?
Never before.
What?
You're here for the one time.
All right, tell us the story about how you killed that kid or whatever.
Well, the first time I ever did
alive,
mushrooms, I ate 2.5 grams. I know because I measured it and I watched it on the digital scale when he was giving it to me. And what I didn't realize is, so just like weed, there are different strains of psilocybin mushrooms. What I ate this time, my first time ever eating mushrooms, was penis envy. And for those at home who know, that's a particularly potent strain of psilocybin mushrooms. Penis envy. And they call it penis envy because you eat that shit and you're like, damn, I wish I had that. And that's the whole idea of Freudian.
You get it? And then you're like, I wish my pee-pee was big.
Exactly. Anyways, long story short, I thought it would be a bright idea to take this penis envy mushroom about maybe 2 days after my friend had a terrible fucking backlash fucking, I might fucking murder you because you're my brother, but you're a piece of shit and I could fucking kill you right now. Because,
Your penis is larger than mine.
Dirt lived that life, whatever. But the next day after this fucking drama I'm referring to unfolded, I was like, you know what? I'm going to hang out with my boy and I'm going to take some mushrooms. So, long story short, I live in the mountains with some rednecks, you know what I'm saying?
Get to the fucking point!
Okay. My friend was subjected to his brother's torment when he stabbed his hand with a fork over a plate of chicken nuggets. And my friend was on mushrooms at the time, and so was I, because that's how it so happened to be. And they had a shouting match. Sorry, John, it's hard to relive this tale due to account of PTSD. But long story short, they had a shouting match, and while they're shouting, there was an ottoman, John. You know what an ottoman is, right, John? Something you put your feet on. The top cushion of this ottoman, meanwhile, I tell you, in reality, the whole thing was orange. Just straight orange ottoman. But in my mushroom-stained mind, it was a collage of green and blue and orange and fucking every color you could imagine, threads weaving within one another. And then, as my friends are shouting at each other, You know, they the fucking collage of threads, they rose up. So think of it. You know, Nottingham works, John. You know, the couch, the cushion.
Okay, let's continue with the news story.
All right, sorry, John. Long story short, I experienced a three-dimensional geometric shape condensed to the size of an atom and fucking rearranged itself to different polyhedral fucking shapes. And then, you know, it all happened. The next thing I know is...
Converted into a 3D diagram of penis.
A gun was discharged in the room. And, I came to, and it was all back to normal, and, you know, shit happened. All I'm saying is mushrooms can warp reality, John.
An acorn dropped.
Yes.
A single acorn.
And everyone thought they had guns, and they were all firing at each other, but somebody walks in the room, and they're just, like, hiding behind the furniture and just, like... shooting with their fingers. Shots fired! I'm hit!
I'm hit. I feel weird.
Yeah.
I feel weird.
Danny walks in. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Danny, I feel weird.
Okay, let's get back to the story.
Now that the mother of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has been formally notified of her son's death, she's pressing for details of how the 47-year-old died in a remote penal colony in the Arctic. In hopes of seeing her son...
Penal colony.
Ludmila Navalnaya and Navalny's lawyer went to the morgue where she was told he had been taken. But once they got there, the facility was closed. She wants his remains handed over for burial. Russia says that won't happen until its investigation is over. There's no official cause of death. Navalny's lawyer says he was murdered.
Kind of a butthole chin. I'm sorry. He just died.
In Moscow, Navalny supporters risked arrest to lay flowers at a memorial to him and a monument for victims
of
Soviet-era
why they killed him?
Since word of Navalny's death, Russia...
Yeah, that is the reason. There are other reasons outside of that, but I think that was the primary reason.
Police have arrested more than 300 people across the country. Ukrainian forces have withdrawn from the devastated eastern city of Avdiivka, handing Russia a key victory. Outnumbered Ukrainian soldiers, desperately short of ammunition.
Yeah, it's something like Ukraine, they're running out of troops, and Russia, they're starting to, like, take head with a bunch of, like, offenses, and,
Yeah, we're, the U.S. is also... not really giving a shit about support.
We gotta help Israel, like bomb the hell out of all those like kids and stuff.
Wasn't people like saying like, I don't care what happens between Russia and Ukraine. I don't care what happens between Israel and Gaza. Like of course, if the people aren't gonna fucking like be supportive of us giving money to people or whatever like that, then of course like the enemies are gonna start doing better or whatever if they're not being like as funded.
Well, from what I've heard, Trump is like pushing NATO members to be like, yeah, don't support Ukraine anymore, or they like either can't, or he's like pushing them, don't
support Ukraine. Like Putin will leak all my like P tapes and everything.
Russian assault for 4 months. At the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Kamala Harris met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky said he's hoping for a break in the months-long congressional logjam that's bottled up U.S. aid for Ukraine.
We are counting on this positive decision of the Congress. For us, this package is vital. We do not currently
I don't like
alternatives
this
because we are counting.
What's that?
I don't like him.
Why not? Because he's short?
No, because the way that in Ukraine, like, you're not allowed to be like openly gay and shit, but this guy is like he's came over to the USA.
I didn't know that.
Ukraine.
Yeah, he goes to like gay pride parades and stuff like that, but like when he goes back to his own country, he throws people in jail for homosexual acts and shit.
True?
Yeah, that's why I don't like this.
I know
dude.
Poland might,
If that's true, that's the remnants of the USSR.
When we talk about the role.
Yeah. Here, I want to look that up and cross-reference that.
Yeah, go ahead.
As it relates, just our support for Ukraine. We must be unwavering, and we cannot play.
Are you calling Negan a fucking liar, Gene? Fuck you! Fuck you!
Well, not lying, but...
Don't you be disrespecting Negan like that, you pecker sucker.
No,
Negan, I'm sticking up for you here. This has gone too far. Okay, fuck you, Gene.
I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I read, is that it's like basically illegal to be fucking gay in Ukraine, but then there's all these videos and this pictures of this dude at like gay pride parades in drag, and it's so like hypocritical. So that's why I say fuck that guy. If that's true, then fuck him. But if it's not, if it's okay to be gay in Ukraine, then I guess I was duped. I was wrong.
You were pooped.
I just want to point out the fact that this guy looks very tired.
Yeah, well, it says people in Ukraine face legal and social challenges now experienced by non-LGBT individuals. Historically, the prevailing social and political attitudes have been intolerant of LGBT people, like the Soviet Union, the Ukrainian LGBT community has gradually, the 2010 European study, 28% of Ukrainians polled believe that LGBT individuals should leave freely and however they like, the lowest number of all European countries polled except for Russia. So, under identity... well, it's not discussing legality, but it seems like legality of same-sex sexual activity. In 1991, the criminal code was revised so that as to better protect the right of privacy, and homosexuality became legal. Today, the laws relate to same-sex sexual activity when it involves prostitution with people under the legal age and consent of public conduct that is deemed to be a violation of public decency standards. The age of consent is set at 16, regardless of gender and or sexual orientation. Oh, so I guess...
No, it's legal. It's legal, but you're not allowed to, like, kiss in public or something. Like, you can be gay, but you can't kiss your lover in public, because that goes against society's norms. But in private, it's okay.
Yeah. I guess that's how it was in a lot of city-states in ancient Greece. It's like, you're allowed to be gay, but just don't be gay openly.
Mike Johnson said he won't even bring it up for a vote. Also at the Munich conference, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with Israeli officials to talk about negotiations for the release of the hostages still held by Hamas and a pause in Israeli fighting. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel would not take part in the next round of talks because of Hamas demands he labeled as delusional. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant told reporters that Rafah was the next center of gravity in the war.
Okay, next vid.
You know what, John? All right. Never mind. I'll watch this. Keep going.
You know what, John? You suck! You sucked out a pee-pee.
Damn. German Shepherds are so fucking stupid.
No, they're not.
We're not German Shepherds. Dogs. Dogs can't even recognize their own reflections. I know there's only like 8 or 12 animals outside of humans can recognize their own reflections. It's like all the great apes, elephants, dolphins, orcas, magpies. And then I believe there's a fish called the cleaning wrasse. That can,
cleaning your ass? What?
No, cleaning wrasse. Wow.
Oh. Look,
German Shepherds are smart, though, dude. Compared to most dogs.
They're the third smartest dog breed. Border Collies are number 1. French Poodles are number 2.
As much as I love dogs and their inability to pass the mirror test, I gotta go, John. You've almost had my life for 4 hours.
Yeah, Gene.
I haven't been keeping track. You know, you've owned my soul for that amount of time, and I gotta work tomorrow. You know, it's a Sunday. Those things happen. You know, I don't hold the Sabbath holy, John. I gotta work tomorrow.
Wow.
But I had a good time, and I'll be back next time and become right now Pedantic Pedestrian Patreon for the month of March to be included in the Leprechaun series.
And this Monday, what movie should we watch?
Blade Runner. I want to watch that, John. How long is Blade Runner?
Well, that's a good movie, but it's kind of a movie that isn't good for commentary.
Right, you're right, John. So you're right. So here's the thing, John. There's only fucking 4 months in March, and
4 months in March.
4 weeks. 4 weeks at least, at most.
4 years in March.
4 years of March. We're only gonna get at least 4 Leprechaun movies done. So if we do Leprechaun 1 next week, we can at least get Leprechaun 4 for March.
Well, and Dirt,
How many-
I think
how many is
3
that?
and 4 is both in the hood and then back in the hood.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy? Before Leprechaun goes to the hood, you know
He
where
goes in
Leprechaun
space.
You're
Leprechaun
goddamn
goes
right.
to Ukraine.
Yep, that's Leprechaun 6. Anyways, good night, motherfuckers. See you on the next time. Dirt.
Later,
Leprechaun
gay.
versus Pumpkinhead.
Later, gay
Later,
guy.
gay dirt. Gay guy.
Gay
dirt.
dirt.
guy.
Hasta la vista.
Pasta la pizza.
Yes.
Don't let the acorns get you.
Thank God he's gone. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, thank God, that piece of shit. That
Total
anal
dirt.
fucker.
Total garbage.
Piece of shit.
Third smartest dog breed can't even recognize its reflection.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's you. Man, that jump, boy, that was good.
He wants to go outside and flank his reflection from behind.
Tank.
Well,
It's kind of interesting because, well, for quite a while, like most like animals, cats, dogs couldn't really recognize what was going on TV because to them, like the frame rate and stuff with like standard definition, to them they see it as like a slideshow. So it's not until like you get into like high definition and so forth where they can actually like view it as a motion picture. Hopefully we don't get copyright.
No, it's like sped up and stuff. Do they react?
They need
Or
a
they just-
genetic. Well, they seem like they're getting into it and
that they're
everything,
watching it or whatever.
but I think they need to genetically engineer lions to make it so they only grow up to this size.
That'd be cool.
Dude, they need to genetically engineer elephants so they just stay like at the size of like a baby elephant. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, a miniature toy elephant.
Whoa, they're gonna attack! They're gonna attack the screen!
What's on the floor?
Governor Greg Abbott announcing the construction of a military base near the border.
Oh, here, Civil War. It's coming.
Yay!
Texas is going to secede, and it's going to be the U.S.-Texan War, and it's going to last for one day.
Damn.
National Guard troops in Eagle Pass. The first stage of construction has already begun on 80 acres extending along the Rio Grande and 6 miles south of Shelby Park. The camp will house about 1,800 soldiers. It will have the ability to expand to house more than 2,000 soldiers in the future if needed.
Thanks for joining us this Friday night.
Why
friends. I'm
do
Jonathan
they need
Martinez.
to build a
Developing right now
base for all the soldiers? Just build a wall across the Mexican-Texan like border.
a massive project underway in Eagle Pass, and when it's finished, Governor Abbott says it'll be a game changer in addressing the crisis at the southern border. News 4 San Antonio's Amanda Henderson spent the day in the border town to learn more about the latest plans.
If you've been in Eagle Pass recently, odds are you've driven right by Texas's newest border project.
To expand our border security capabilities, we are building a new Texas Military Department base camp that allows the Texas National Guard to increase and to improve operations in this area.
The governor says 80 acres have been dedicated to this new project, which he says will help them to be able to expand operations they already have here in Eagle Pass.
This will organize substantial forces also to expand the razor wire barriers that are going up.
Officials say the expansive facility will hold 1,800 soldiers and individuals.
So, I don't know how it works with like the governors and the National Guard, like in their state. So, isn't it like the federal government pretty much does have the final say with like the National Guard? So, if they order the troops to like disband or whatever, like I believe like the head of state, the commander in chief, the president has the overall say that supersedes the governors.
Individual rooms with the ability to expand to 2,300.
I brought this up. Well, it was just a comment from a Texan on Facebook. They're like, so if Texas secedes, can we still get our Social Security benefits? Like, no.
Texas secedes, I'm just moving to Mexico.
In phases. So by mid-April, we'll have a 300-bed capacity, and then we'll add 300. Basically, the phasing is.
They don't speak English. They're backwards.
300 additional beds every 30 days.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the facility will provide a single specified place for members of the Texas National Guard to stay. Right now, they are often being pulled from different areas of the state and staying in hotel rooms.
My cousin told me that most of the time, like when he's out and about, like shopping or whatever, he hears people he hears people speaking English to each other. And then, like, very rarely, like, will he hear, like, a couple, like, just speaking Finnish to each other. But, like, if you talk to, like, whatever you start speaking to as, like, the worker, like, if you're just a customer and you just say, like, if you just start speaking English to them, they'll just start speaking English back to you. Yeah, it's only, like, up in the north that they only speak, like, only Finnish or Swedish.
How many of them do you think speak Hawaiian?
I don't even think that many Hawaiians speak Hawaiian.
Good point.
Well, is it? English is what, the second?
Third.
Third.
Mandarin's number 1. Spanish is number 2.
Most common?
Increase the speed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And flexibility of the Texas National Guard to be able to
I
respond
know
across.
Portuguese is up there because
Brazil.
It's because because they have the amount of people.
Well, it's because they were also some of the big colonizers.
A lot of Asian countries, they learn Mandarin as like their second language, like in India, you know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Mandarin is like taught like how Spanish is here.
There's another 1/6 of the world's population that are speaking Mandarin right north of them.
Yeah.
We all know what's been going on at Shelby Park.
Late last year, Shelby Park was the epicenter for border crossings.
You know what language they speak in India? Shabisky?
French?
No.
Oh. Chinese?
Hindi.
Hindi? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
After the state took it over in January, they installed more razor wire and train boxcars.
Crossings have gone from 3,000, 4,000, or 5,000 people a day.
Now they need to build trenches, they need to build moats, automated turrets, minefields.
Crocodiles.
Yeah. They need to just construct these giant air drones that just fly over and scoop them up and fly them back to, like, the Mexican border. And then every time, like, it's got facial recognition and so forth. So it knows that, okay, this is the second time the person's tried to cross the border. So it flies them farther back each time. It will fly them to Guatemala, to, like, Honduras.
What they'll do is they'll have, like, a thing that scoops them up, and they'll put them in a container, and then based on, like, that facial recognition thing, they'll be picked up and put into other containers. And then the group that this is their first time crossing, you know, we'll give them a second chance. Like, we'll drop them off pretty close. But then the group that it's their, like, 5th or 6th time crossing, they're going, like, all the way down to, like, the top of South America.
No, it will fly them and ship them out to Ukraine and Israel so they can be conscripted in their military.
Robo-croc drones.
Yeah. Or no, maybe you could program it so it just drops them, like, off at a higher height. So the first time they don't get injured at all, safe height. But then the next time, drop them off where maybe it will break a few of their bones. But
Gene,
eventually it will get fatal.
If you
in
were
Minecraft.
like if you were like a refugee, like say you're living in a country and then like another country comes and like bombs the shit out of it and like you have to move to another country, wouldn't you want to like join that other country's like military to gain citizenship? Be like, dude, I want to go fuck up the people who fucked up my place. Like, you know, like why all these refugees just want handouts? Why don't they like step up and join like the military? And
What
like
if they
why
work
do we
at
only
McDonald's? Or wait,
Yeah. No,
military.
there's a handful of percentage of illegals that do join the U.S. military. I think I don't know if it's 4 or 5 years or 2 to 5 years, but they do join the military for citizenship.
Yeah.
I was thinking about doing that in Finland.
I'd
only have to do 4 years.
Well, if I don't know, World War III breaks out, where do you think you'll move to?
I want to move to Finland because I know that some shit's gonna go on.
Dude, they're a NATO state. They're gonna be right in the middle of all the conflict.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I'm gonna move to like Chile. Chile's the most developed country in South America, and South America is probably gonna be the continent that sees the least amount of conflict or involvement.
I'm moving to Easter Island.
Shabs is like, I'm gonna stay in Nevada. I'm boring.
I'm gonna, I don't know, maybe I'll move to the North Sentinelese Island.
Where's that?
It's off the coast of India.
Oh.
To less than 1% of that. One thing that we know is...
I'll just start my own country in Antarctica.
The cartels and the migrants will explore areas both north and south of that park.
Have there been any discussions with the city about the possibility?
Yeah, but the problem there, Skeppy, is it's still Canada, and they drink milk in bags, so...
Ew.
Definitely. I'd rather be living in one of the most war-torn countries than drink in a country where they're that backwards, where they're drinking milk from plastic bags.
Of the park, going back to the city?
Not that I know of.
We've reached out to the Texas National Guard to see how much this project will cost and who is footing the bill. Reporting an Eagle Pass.
Yeah, but they don't care about it because there's giant mosquitoes, like in northern territories of Canada.
Prove it.
I'm Amanda Henderson.
Breaking news overnight, home in Virginia exploding with firefighters inside. ABC's M. Wynn is at the scene in Sterling, Virginia. Good morning, M.
Good morning, Gio. Certainly a terrifying situation. The neighbor I talked to from this home right here tells me that it sounded and it felt like lightning had struck her home. That just tells you about the force of that
Good to get to the boiler.
explosion. About 100 yards in this direction is the impact.
Yeah.
When that train crashed in Ohio, I heard that shit, and I live like over 45 minutes away.
Well, wait, Brian, there is one part of Antarctica that isn't claimed by any other country, and it isn't part of the Antarctic Treaty. Drunken Crow, look up a map of Antarctica and the countries. That,
I thought there was only scientists that actually have access to Antarctica, and like there's no claim on Antarctica besides like this little scientific spot.
Well, apparently it is something like there's these weird kind of contested like territories or whatever of Antarctica, but those countries, along with all other countries, have signed some kind of like neutral treaty that no one's going to, I guess, set up any sort of settlement in Antarctica.
Home. I don't know if you can see it, but all I can see right now is just scattered debris and just the chimney still standing. This morning, smoldering rubble is all that's left after a massive blast leveled this home, killing a firefighter, injuring at least 12 others in Virginia.
Total devastation. There's a debris field well into the street and into the neighboring homes.
Firefighters arriving at the home after a call about the smell of gas, finding a 500-gallon underground propane tank with a leak on the side.
Ooh.
Shortly after, the house in Sterling exploded.
We just had a structural explosion.
That's not good.
Damage. The house is pretty much leveled.
The explosion trapping firefighters inside.
Dude, it kind of scares hell out of me. Like my like one thing that happens is like if the pilot light goes out, like in your like heater, it's just the gas can build up because the pilot light there isn't absorbing the gas, and then it could potentially. Well, you light a match and like your house can go boom.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like if your pilot light goes out, your heat's not working, turn off your AC and everything, and or turn off your heating.
Oh, your fridge too can cause an explosion when your fridge's light turns on.
That always scared me because, like, when I was younger, I had a fucking trailer house, and one winter, the fucking pilot light went out for the fucking heater, and I'm like 21 or whatever, never owned a home, And I'm like, what do I do? And my dad's giving me all this advice, and I'm like, what if I blow the fuck up right now? Trying to fucking relight it. It was scary for a second.
Well, there are a bunch of like manuals stuff online. It's not really that hard to like relight the pilot light and everything. But what if somebody has a bunch of like barrels of gunpowder and stuff, and they accidentally like light that on fire? Think that will cause an explosion?
Yeah.
No. They have it in their utility room with all their propane tanks and bags of fertilizer and gasoline.
Whenever I lived in a duplex, the guy who like lived downstairs, when he got kicked out, he had like taken the gas line off of the stove and like had it on. So whenever the like landlord like came down to like clean out the place, it smelled like gas. And my mom one day, she had like told me like, don't light anything inside the house. Like I smelled gas. And so it like filled up for like 3 days.
Jesus.
Yeah.
For help.
Affirmative, people trapped in the basement. Large debris pile everywhere. Working on trying to get the firefighters out of the basement.
The impact killing 1 firefighter, injuring 10 more, some seriously.
Whole house shook. It was a huge explosion. Some people said their whole walls actually caved in. It was horrific. It looked like something out of a war zone.
This neighbor saying he smelled gas along the street earlier in the evening while walking his dog. Now firefighters grieving the loss of one of their own.
This is the worst call that we can respond to, and this is a time where we need to support each other.
Dude, maybe we should watch that for the patrons. We should watch the War Zone again.
I think the firefighter heard an acorn and just started lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
The War Zone? You mean the incest movie? You like the incest movie? You want to watch it again, Gene? You just can't get enough of that stuff, can you?
Well, it's a very fucked up movie. Well, to
You
be
should
fair, they
watch-
did mention it.
You should watch Julian Donkey Boy.
Yeah,
To be fair, that was one of those movies where like Raisin was there and she wouldn't shut the fuck up about it being boring. And it's a good thing she left like 20 minutes in. But she had a DM about like, yeah, John Morgan forces everyone to watch these movies that like no one wants to watch. And it's like everyone was like talking about that movie for like the following like 4 or 5 days after he watched it. It's like you're the only person that like, I don't know, like runs your mouth and gets all pissy over these films, and it's just like, speak for yourself, you piece of shit. It's like,
What's the
I
next
think this,
video?
therefore everyone thinks like this. What?
2 other people outside of the 10 firefighters injured were sent to the hospital. They are expected to be okay. You can see
Everyone looks uncomfortable now. Did I
Still
make
a
you
very
uncomfortable,
active
Shab?
right now. The origin of the
Yeah,
explosion
my
is
dick's
still
a
under
little
investigation.
hard.
And just unbelievable pictures.
Yeah.
And thank you.
What, from the War Zone? I reminded you of the film? You got off on that?
No, just I was just looking at some porn. That's all.
An investigation is now
that
underway
okay?
to determine what caused a massive explosion that leveled a home in Loudoun County, Virginia.
right?
1 firefighter was killed, 10 others were injured, and 2 civilians also suffered minor injuries. Here's ABC's M. Nguyen with the details.
This Sterling, Virginia home reduced to a pile of smoldering rubble after it was leveled by a massive explosion Friday evening.
Do you think their homeowners insurance will cover that?
Yeah.
Total devastation. Yeah. There's a debris field well into.
I don't know. There are certain things, like depending on whoever the insurance company is. Like if you look at the contract and stuff, there are certain things they may not cover.
The street and into the neighboring homes.
Firefighters arriving at the residence following a call about the smell of gas.
Crews found a 500-gallon underground propane tank leaking. The propane from that leak had migrated into the home.
Minutes later, a catastrophic explosion which trapped several firefighters inside the home.
We just had a structural explosion. Significant damage. The house was pretty much leveled. Affirmative, people trapped in the basement. Large debris pile everywhere. Working on trying to get the firefighters out of the basement.
1 firefighter was killed, 45-year-old Trevor Brown of the Sterling Volunteer Fire Company.
We lost a family member. We lost one of our own. It's a system. Doesn't
Now, I
matter.
know, like, if a firefighter dies in the line of duty, they will have like a notable like ceremony and stuff, like
even
funeral.
if they don't die. My dad was retired, and they still had every firefighter has a specific like funeral service. It's the same funeral service like throughout the whole country, no matter how they die. It's fucked up. It's like one of the most fucked up. They call out to that person on the radio. and they call out to that person. I think it's like 5 or 6 times, and you have to like listen to like the silence of them not calling back. It's really fucked up.
But it's also like in like Maryland, when it comes to their police funerals, they're so fucking obnoxious because they'll have like a notable ceremony for firefighters, and it's just with police funerals, they go to such an extreme where it takes 2 hours to commute somewhere, that it takes like 20 minutes to commute. And you know what? I do think that's kind of distasteful because it's just let's treat them like they're the Uber citizen. Like, why are they obstructing traffic like that? That's just fucking garbage.
They equate it to like, oh, when a cop dies or whatever. They equate it to like a fallen soldier. Like
it's like a Kim Jong-un funeral. It's like in dictatorships when the leader dies, and it's like the whole country has to mourn their death. They do that because cops, they're the Uber citizens, so they need this farewell that's more significant than anyone else's. So let's obstruct traffic, which is completely unnecessary. So it takes people 2 hours to, and let's just put like the economy within this region on like complete halt, on pause for hours, because it's like most police deaths aren't even like over things like dying in the line of fire from like acorns and stuff. Most of them are from vehicular accidents.
So I had a this was probably about more than 10 years ago. Extended family member who was in the who was a firefighter die, and it was a small town, so like it didn't last, and the procession didn't last hours. But they had a fire truck. They had the flag hanging, or the fucking stairs or whatever the fuck extended with a American flag and everything. And they didn't do the fucking 21 gun salute or anything like that. But it was like I said, it was a small town, so it wasn't some like, in the small town it was big, but if it happened in a bigger city town, it would have lasted like 2 to 3 hours.
You know how they have like flag twirlers or gun twirlers? What about fire axe twirlers?
What? My dad's funeral, it like was where the funeral home and to like where the cemetery is. It's like very conveniently, the people who built the funeral home knew that it wouldn't like obstruct traffic that long, no matter what funeral that they do, just because like how they have it set up. But yeah, they had like the 21 gun salute, like they fired guns and stuff like that when they got the casket on top of the fire truck. And then they also have their helmet in the passenger seat of that fire truck.
I just want to point out.
Let's get to the next story.
Follows space, follows intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second comment in the last video, it was some chick that was like, "Why does this keep happening?"
No, it's the same story.
Yeah, it was the same. It was the fire fucking story, and she's like, "Why does this keep happening? Why do fires keep happening? Huh? I wonder why."
Well, I think she's talking about like to be fair, very recently there have been quite a few cases of like explosions due to things like gas leaks or like the damage to boilers and so forth. So
maybe poor infrastructure.
Yeah,
that we should probably fucking fix.
But I don't think that's too much of an absurd comment, because it's like, geez, another like case of an entire house blowing up.
This has been a
I think it's ISIS and the KGB.
fascinating week for anyone that follows space, follows intelligence, worries about Russia, where you had a member of Congress basically just like blanket out this alarm that there was this imminent threat that everyone needed to get briefed on immediately. Cleared it for all the members of Congress. They had to go to a skiff. They had to read about this right now. And a lot of us spent Wednesday just kind of scratching our heads going, what could be so imminent? It turned out that they had intelligence.
God, see, this is why we need the Space Force. If it wasn't for them, we would have known that Russia has anti-satellite weapons.
That Russia has a new capability an anti-satellite capability. And what that means is they have some way to disable, destroy, take out U.S. satellites, or they are working on a new way that possibly the U.S. does not have a way to counter yet. China and Russia for years have been working on ways to...
So, to be fair, like, people are like, oh, the Space Force, that's so obnoxious, that's so stupid. But most of what they're doing is just, like, in war when it comes to having, like, access to, like, satellite transmissions and everything. It is very crucial when it comes to communication, especially now with, like the involvement that droids have with war and controlling, like, droids and stuff, or drones long distance. So a lot of what their job is to make sure that their satellites or our satellites are up and running and they're not able to damage them. And also it's probably to attack the enemy satellites to affect their capacity to, like, function and so forth. So they should call it, like, the satellite, like, guard, the National Satellite Force or something.
Space Force sounds cool, Gene.
Yeah.
Trubisky.
Yeah,
people would probably take it more seriously if they called it something else related to, like, satellites. And yeah,
Solo Dolo is in the chat.
Damn, the cool guy himself. Do you even know who Solo Dolo is, Gene? You idiot.
No.
It could be called, like, the SSA, Satellite Supervision Agency, or something like that.
Gene, you're a
Who's
bad
that?
person. I made music
who are
with
they?
them. 2 of my songs I made with them.
Okay, that's cool. I feel
He's
sorry
the
for you,
greatest.
Solo Dolo, that you had to work with this Trubisky dude.
I'm the greatest.
I work with him, and he's a hell to work with.
I'm amazing to work with.
Satellite Defense Force, the SSA.
So, Gene, did you create your character on GTA?
Yeah. I named her Karen.
And did you look kind of like this chick? She looks like a Karen.
Yeah.
Solo Dolo.
And you did, like, the introductory stuff, and you're able to explore the map and everything online.
Yeah, that's what I did last time when we were in voice chat. So I got right to the point where I was able to save.
Okay, cool.
Prove it.
To interfere with U.S. Western satellites.
Yeah,
and we have been slowly building up defenses against those, first and foremost by the creation of the U.S. Space Force and U.S. Space Command in 2019.
See, it's a good thing Trump was in office. You wouldn't have had the Space Force if it wasn't for Trump.
We now
Did you see how happy he was? If you go back a little bit.
To be fair, with a lot of this shit, it's probably, like, people that work under the president from different, like, federal agencies and people work in the military where it's like, yeah, this is something we need. Just sign off on it.
We now have a dedicated force where these young men and women enlist and serve just to defend space and defend U.S. access to space. And that can mean defending the satellites. That can mean cyber warfare. That can mean further defending stuff on the ground that is used to communicate with the stuff that is orbiting over the Earth. It used to be that you had to just control the skies above you. World War II, air dominance. You wanted bombers. You wanted fighter jets. You wanted fighter jets above those bombers to protect the bombers. Well, now it's about protecting the satellites because the satellites control everything else. You know, it's hard to say whether the Space Force is ready for...
They need to put, like, giant, like, orbital lasers and stuff on the moon.
Have you seen the enlistment commercials for Space Force? It's like Space Force, and it's like a satellite that gets hit by another satellite, and this, like, bolt, like, just jettisons itself into Earth's orbit. Or, like,
space junk.
Yeah, just like space junk, and like, we're here to protect. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, Shabs.
Yeah?
What do you think that MMXIX stands for?
It's a Roman number, numeral
2019.
I think it's their number in the Space Force. Like they have.
No, it's the year.
Oh, it is the year. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird.
It's 2019. The MM means, like, 2 millenniums, and then XIX is 19.
Oh, well, they're trying to be all different or something. Just put 2019 or whatever the fuck.
I know.
The fuck?
What's 1,000 in Roman numeral? I know a C is 100.
1,000's an M.
Okay.
For this specific threat, I will say that in their own doctrine that they created shortly after they were established, the doctrine came out like 2 or 3 years ago.
I know, discussing the space junk, it's like something like a little sled of paint, like orbiting around the Earth, like could be moving at like the speed of a bullet, and that's why space junk's very, very dangerous, and it might, if they don't do something to clean it up, then it could halt space travel for a notable amount of time. So maybe we need to get Space Force on that. But
I heard that
also,
we have so much stuff flying around our planet, like space junk, that it also could be like if something else, like a foreign thing, like would hit that could be like way worse than just like, say, just like a small meteor hitting our planet or something like that.
I also think like for like World War III, we talked about like, hey, like a loose bolt could fly on the planet. Maybe we could have some kind of like scatter space junk like gun. We put up some satellite, and then it's designed where that satellite shoots this satellite atop of this like city or whatever, or this, and you calibrate it where it's like we know that all of these soldiers are in this location, or we know that Putin's at this location, and then it just rains down shrapnel. Probably not very pragmatic, but it would probably be cool.
Bryant's right. Most space junk falls into the ocean.
Yeah, Gene, idiot.
Well, that's because
they're designed to fall.
Yeah.
Idiot.
What's that?
Gene is an idiot.
How am I an idiot?
Shut up.
I never even talked about it falling on the planet. I was talking about it like obstructing space travel because it's in.
Gene, you're an idiot. We proved you wrong. Get over
Gene,
it. You lose.
Are you like Raisin?
You lose.
And Gene, I got a disk drive for my computer. So if you ever wanted to watch any of the rare and unusual movies, I can like stream those to you now.
You got 3 guys, 1 hammer.
I mean, that's just on the internet.
Well, here, next vid.
Abortion is the greatest injustice to ever happen to women in all of human history. Christians don't mean to impose what we believe on anyone, but this nation was founded as a Christian nation.
If I were not to stand up and fight for the senseless,
they're women and they're against abortion. So.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
I hate.
Welcome to the modern
nation, because it's
What's
not.
that?
I hate it when people
Fetus
say
lives matter.
The anti-abortion movement.
Until they
Months
grow
after the
up.
U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, well, when they grow up, they're at that point where they can pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Fetuses, they can't fend for themselves.
16 states have banned almost all abortions. But that's not enough for this new generation of activists.
Join us to make abortion unthinkable and unavailable, and make abolishing
She's fat.
abortion
What is
your
she-
family legacy.
What's that?
No, why does she care? It doesn't look like she's ever gonna have an abortion.
Well, I
She
mean, this
ain't
is to
getting
ban
laid.
abortion.
The presidential
I
election
like
is
this
looming.
guy.
How strong is this movement? And what are they still fighting to achieve?
I'm just out here trying to
We're here in Washington, D.C. to meet with a group of young anti-abortion activists who are coming in for Virginia Tech. They're here for the March for Life, which is the largest anti-abortion gathering in the country. The march originally started with the goal of overturning Roe v. Wade. Now that Roe has been demolished, the march is trying to figure out what's next. John LeBron.
Wait a second.
What?
Where's that Asian guy when you need him?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to point that out. They're holding this at Virginia Tech, a pro-life rally.
Well, I do think like what percentage of the people at this rally do you think are atheists?
0.02.
0.00. I think you need to add like several more decimal points there.
But still, it's funny. Oh, pro-life at Virginia Tech, where what was it? 15 years ago, it got shot up.
It was longer than that, but
I think it happened when I
was in high school.
Yeah, I was in the like 9th grade, so 2007 or 2008. Yeah, 2007, I think.
Yeah, but do you see the fucking irony?
I guess. I mean,
Yeah, but I was just saying we need that Asian guy to shoot all these.
No, bad in Minecraft.
Is one of the leaders of the group. He's been going to the March for Life for years.
I'm sorry I forgot your name.
Carter.
Carter,
Nice to meet you.
right.
Let's go!
Hoagies!
Let's go!
Hoagies! Come on.
Let's go, Hoagies.
That's the school cheer, and we do that all the time. Should fun to see?
Hey,
How did you think
I
realize
bet
you were-
these people, I bet you a lot of these people, they are like so like anti like the clinic and stuff until they get HIV, and then they'll love the doctor.
Good question. My family is pro-life.
Well, to be fair, doctors told people to get vaccinated.
They've been taking me to marches for a very long time, and I can't stand for the injustice of having the right to life deprived to some.
As a man, what do you see your role as in the anti-abortion movement?
Yeah. I believe that you can't call yourself a man if you won't stand up for injustice, and that abortion is the greatest
It's the greatest
that our society has
injustice?
had in a very long time.
The greatest sin.
And so,
the greatest injustice or something like that.
Well, he
What'd he
said
say?
it's one of the greatest injustices and one of the greatest sins.
And that abortion is the greatest injustice that our society has had in a very long time.
Oh,
and
never
so
mind.
if I were not to stand up and fight for the defenseless, I couldn't even call myself a man.
There are people who
I don't know. See that redhead back there?
So
proof that those who have no souls are on the side of the pro or anti-abortionists.
would say that.
Wait,
as a
Is this
man.
guy trying to say
John.
that I'm a woman?
John, so imagine a mentally disabled couple being pro-choice. Or not pro-choice, but pro-life. So the statistics of them having a mentally disabled kid being like, God says...
I don't think they are able to consent to having kids, so I don't think they should be.
Well, it doesn't mean they can't consent. I mean, it happens it happened, it probably still does happen, in institutions. But what if they were, pro-life?
Well, I mean, if they're branded as somebody who's so disabled they don't know right from wrong, then I guess, I guess it's up to whoever has conservatorship over them to decide whether they should get an abortion.
Yeah, and it's probably like the runners of like the institution or something, so they're probably just gonna strap that tardy down and suck that sucker
Okay,
out.
bad. Jesus. Negan's worse than me.
Negan's
in
a
Minecraft.
bad one. Bad.
I understand. And it's my opinion that when there is societal injustice, you can't care what people think as long as you're fighting for the right cause.
Yeah. What's that?
Do you know
Changing laws to protect human life is a noble and necessary.
Within the first month between, or like even before the woman knows she's pregnant, they have what's it called? Stillbirth, or like the kid just dies before they even know. So all this life begins at conception. So no, it doesn't. Or life begins at the first heartbeat.
That's the
no.
first cell is the heartbeat.
Yeah, and that's what, like 2 fucking months in, 3 months in.
I think this is just a result of people not having anything to do.
I think this is a result of people being dumb fucks.
Yeah.
What
exactly.
percent of the people here do you think believe in haunted houses and crystal healing?
I bet
All
you
of them.
most of these people here have those fucking steel cups. Those thermos cups or whatever.
And they're still
Because
probably fucking without condoms.
What even more important
No,
is
they're
changing hearts and
dry
minds. And
humping.
make no mistake, we will march until abortion is unthinkable.
So here
Unthinkable.
much, and it's a bit less well attended than in past years. Obviously, it's freezing cold out, But there's also the question of whether or not people still feel that the march is necessary now that Roe has been overturned.
I'm 22.
I'm 23.
They
I'm 23.
Gotta keep fighting against like people that are like trying to genocide the fetuses.
So why are y'all here at the march?
Fetus genocide.
I march because I just believe in the beauty of human life from the moment of conception. Abortion is the greatest injustice to ever happen to women in all of human history. To trick her into telling her that
Jesus
ending the life of
wouldn't
her own
want
child is going to make her
people to
life
get
easier, is gonna make her
abortions.
life better is the worst lie that we could ever tell them.
I just don't believe the lie that women are incapable. I feel like my mom had me
He's
from a
a
young
cock.
age. I just want women to know that they can do it.
He's such a fucking cock.
Yeah, he's trying to get laid, dude. I bet you look at those guys with their face covered up. They're just trying to get laid and conceal their identity.
Yeah, if they lived in a state where all the women are like anti-abortion or pro-abortion, they would be cucking for them. They'd be simping for them.
I wonder if they have. I wonder if these guys have like daughters, and then if their daughters get pregnant at a really young age, like how they'll feel about abortion then.
Yeah, they're like in Colombia, Venezuela. There's some countries in South America where it was something like there was a 10-year-old who was subjected to the R word, and abortions are illegal, so they were going to force the 10-year-old to give birth.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That could kill the kid.
But good thing we have religion to make sure that they're not committing sins like abortion.
There, just like my mom found help.
I'm just here to like speak for women, honestly, and speak for the unborn who can't speak for themselves.
Abortion hurts women!
Women deserve better!
Yeah. We're all stupid. Yeah.
There are a lot of colleges and universities and schools that will bus their students in to
I just
attend
want
the
to point
march.
out, and this has probably been pointed out before by me.
You suck? No.
No. No. So,
Chap sucks?
They had a fucking whatever the fuck it's called, a flyer that says, "Oh, babies have rights to live." Okay, so
They're
if
fetuses, not babies.
Well, it said babies, but if it's in your body, you have to, you have to go through with the pregnancy and whatnot. It's a living being. If you have a fucking tapeworm, is that the same fucking thing?
I was actually about to make a joke about that.
It's a living being. Oh,
yeah.
Fuck. I hate this shit.
Well, I mean, like a lot of Catholics, a lot of different religions or denominations of certain religions, they believe that like animal lives don't really matter at all. They believe that animals just become part of the dirt and don't go to heaven.
A lot of times these schools are Christian in some way. You can see all of these different flags from the various schools that are represented here at the march.
The United States has recently been rocked by...
We're retarded! Yeah!
This is pretty much a good sign that you don't want to go to these universities.
stories of women being denied medically necessary abortions.
You just
What's
said
that?
that the universities like make the people go to these rallies and stuff like that.
I don't think they make the people go to
They
the
get
rallies.
they get like extra credit if they go to the fucking march or whatever.
They try to
but-
persuade them and convince them to go.
Watch her suffer. It would be very hard. She would have had me placed directly onto hospice. There was no treatment that could be done.
But for many marchers, even in complicated cases, there can be a simple solution: prayer.
I'm a Benedictine monk from St.
Yay, that's a simple solution.
Yeah, just pray the baby away.
Yay!
Oh god, I fucking hate. People are so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ.
In Latrobe, Pennsylvania.
In your view, when should abortion be legal?
I don't think abortion should be legal at all because it is murder.
What about in instances where someone's health or life might be at risk if they continue a pregnancy?
I would say that I would want to pray with that person. I would want to talk with that person. I would want to let them know that seen, known, loved, and supported.
I love the non-answer. I love the non-answer. Like, it's just like, yeah, I would wish that good would happen to them and stuff like that. Basically, it's like, well, answer the fucking question. Stop playing around.
See, like, if abortion was legal, then chances are a lot of these, like, I don't know, like, premature, like, meth, crackhead babies, like all the ones here, wouldn't exist, and then we wouldn't be dealing with an idiocracy.
Yeah, but Gene, if that happened, then we would have no PPP show.
Yeah.
And be there to pray for her and to support her in any material way that I could as well.
We've all heard in the media these stories of women who have come forward and said that they were denied medically necessary abortion.
Okay, no, that's
those
fucked
situations.
up. Okay, did you not see that? There was an ultrasound that said future wife. That's kind of fucked up. Like, it's an ultrasound, and I'm guessing they're conservative. How much in the future is that going to be a wife? Is it going to be for like a child bride?
Do you think that person, they're a fetus fucker?
Oh,
they fucking might be.
Honestly, in those type of situations, like prayer is powerful, and you just have to pray and like.
I don't know, abortions. You can get a lot of good stem cells that way.
Dude, if prayer is so powerful, why don't they just pray that people don't get abortions? It's so powerful. Pray it.
How come you never see pregnant women on the pro-life side? It's all just a bunch of skinny bitches that
in their 20s
about.
that just fuck without condoms.
Dude, let's go to the next big one, and we'll be on the pro-life side, and we'll say, let's make a baby right now. Let's protest. Every abortion that they get, we'll make another one out here. Come on, guys, let's go.
Yeah.
You know what? I think, like I said earlier, with like the police officers, one like way to filter out all the bad cops, like 90% of all the cops in the country, is you just ask them, do you believe in haunted houses? Do you believe in like crystal healing? I think we should also have a test for whether or not you're allowed to have kids, and that's it. It's just 5 questions. Like, are you anti-abortion? Do you believe in haunted houses? Do you believe in crystal healing and shit? And then there you go. If they answer yes to any of those things, no babies for you.
No, well,
For many markers here, the 2024 election and
a fucking anti-abortion or like.
Oh God, they're censoring pro.
Yeah.
Of all, voting for an anti-abortion president is mission critical. How are you feeling about the 2024 elections?
I think they're critical. I think they're very important. I think they're.
First, they try to steal the lives of our fetuses, and they steal Trump's presidency. God, these terrible, evil liberals.
So many biblical issues on the line.
As I was saying,
life.
If there's ever a protest around me, whether it's pro-choice or pro-life, I will be the outlier with a sign that says, just take it in the ass.
I like that.
Yeah, we should show up with our pro-abortion signs, and then they'll show that they are really like altruistic and like Christianity. It's all about peace by assaulting us.
Well, it's obviously the pro-life side does anal more.
Yeah, fair point. But you're still wasting the human seed.
No.
Traditional family, religious freedom.
Not
The
if
United
you
States
recycle it
has
like
people.
Christian.
What's that?
Not if you recycle it like Christian.
Yeah.
Oh
good
God,
point.
don't bring that.
Jesus Christ.
Many different beliefs and faiths living here. Do you feel like, as someone who's representing an organization that's encouraging Christian values and biblical beliefs, that you might be interfering with other people's religious beliefs or their values?
Christians don't mean to impose what we believe on anyone, but this nation was founded as a Christian.
We don't mean to. We're just doing it.
No, it wasn't. You fucking moron. Do your homework. I like it when they say that shit, and it's just like, somebody else told me, so I just regurgitate what I heard from somebody else, word of mouth. I don't actually cross-reference what I hear from others to verify whether it's true or not.
Wasn't this country originally like a slave nation too? Is that a good argument anyways, even if it was? Like,
others had slaves. Our first president had slaves.
Yeah, this was a slave-owning country.
Our first, like, three or four presidents had slaves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even Lincoln had slaves, so, I think a fair amount up to Lincoln. But,
wasn't he, like, 16?
Yeah.
16. Yeah, he was the 16th president. And maybe Andrew Johnson, who was one of the worst presidents we've ever had, who seated Lincoln, he probably owned slaves, like, originally. Because he was very pro-slavery. That was the first time in, like, American history where he vetoed a bill to make all African Americans citizens, all ex-slave citizens, and then it went back to Congress and it got a 3/4 vote and went over the jurisdiction, the vetoing power of the president. What's that?
If you own slaves, wouldn't you want them to be like really comfortable and like constantly like producing for you? Do you think that's what happened? Is like the government, like way back in the day, they're like, all right, guys, we got to quit treating our slaves bad. We need to control all these people.
Well, it would be expensive to care for the kids and so forth, and it was cheaper for them to just buy slaves overseas.
And it was cheaper to treat them like dogs and get the work out of them that you can get. Right?
Like, we're slaves now, in a way.
Well, you can say that about pretty much anybody.
That's tiny bits of the system.
Wait, so we got rid of slavery in like 1816 or some shit like that, but it was the importation of slaves, but slavery in itself 1865.
I don't
prove it.
So it was abolished to import slaves, so we were like breeding them like fucking animals apparently. But
I think we were still involved in the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, secretly we didn't want to like establish that, but yeah, 1865 is when we abolished it, like full on slavery.
And do you know what the last country was to back out of the transatlantic slave trade?
No.
Africa.
Brazil.
Oh.
Yeah, 1888.
You want to know another country that was more current? It was like 1964, 65. It was one of the Arab countries.
Yeah, I think that was the latest date for a country to officially abolish slavery. I know the Arab slave trade, that went on until like the early 20th century, and then the Dutch or Belgium with the Central Republic of Congo, they pretty much were still like engaging in mass slavery there up until they had to allow the country to secede in 1956, and then there's China had slavery up until the 20s. So, and that's not really, so that's kind of a false information when they teach that America was the last country to abolish slaves, because a lot of European countries, or pretty much all of them, still had slavery in all of their colonies across the seas. So the UK or the British Empire, they had slavery in South Africa and everything up until the 30s, and then they even had slavery in India. All the Indian trading companies still were practicing slavery up until the 1890s. So Britain still had slavery in some of their territories, even past the point where the United States abolished slavery.
Hold on, I want to address Bill Hicks. Yeah, the natives did enslave each other, but so did the Africans. And they made African tribes made money selling slaves to English or European populations.
Yeah, but still, two wrongs don't make a right. And the problem with the transatlantic slave trade, which to be fair, we weren't the only country involved in the transatlantic slave trade, and I do think it was something it was less than 5% of all the slaves trafficked in the transatlantic slave trade were trafficked to the Americas or to the United States. A very, very large percentage were trafficked to all
Because
the
we were
like
trying to free them, Gene. We were trying to save them.
Well, we weren't trying. Wait, what do you mean trying to save them? Because only 5% were trafficked to the United States. Most of them were trafficked.
Ian's joking.
Yeah, well, most of them were trafficked. Well, I know he was joking, but the joke doesn't really make sense because.
That's the joke.
That's the joke, Gene. Understand jokes for once in your life.
Okay.
Gene. You're such a hippie. I mean, wait, no, a hippo.
Right.
Oh, wait.
Well, most of them were trafficked to the Caribbeans and Brazil and so forth, but yeah, and I know the slavery, like in a lot of Caribbean territories from like France and stuff, that was still going on until like in Aruba and stuff, like up until like the 1860s.
Wouldn't it be like kind of funny, like to be like a descendant of a slave in a place like the Bahamas or something? That's like, thank God my ancestors landed here. Like, it's so fucking beautiful to live here now that I'm free. Like, it would just be awesome to be like, oh, that's the luck of the draw I got is, yeah, I might be black, but at least I live in the fucking Bahamas.
I might be black, but what the fuck? What the fuck?
What would you rather be, black living in the Bahamas or be white living in fucking Utah? I'd take
move on.
I think the laws of this country need to be based in biblical values.
Biblical values.
Oh my god. Yeah, and again, we were established as a secular nation. Freedom of speech, the right to practice any religion one chooses. It's like in the Bill of Rights. These people are fucking idiots.
Agreed.
How are you feeling about the year ahead? What do you feel like?
If we were established as a Christian nation, then that would mean that in its foundation, like, it would have been illegal to practice any religion outside of Christianity. So it's just, you think about it for a second, it's like, wait, how does that make sense, it being a Christian nation?
The abortion movement should be focusing on as we go into 2024 to the 2024 elections.
I think that as a pro-life movement on the political side, we need to make sure that we have a clear message about what we believe, why we believe it.
And plus, they're saying that, like, we're a Christian nation. It's like, well, what about, like, the fact, so do you think if somebody is raped, then you should just not go to prison and pay the father 50 shekels of silver?
No, I think
and then marry the...
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say, is the victim should have to marry the R-worder.
Yeah, the victim. So it's like, but that's the punishment. You pay the father 50 shekels of silver, and then you get a free wife in the process. So
right.
That's how it works.
It's in black and white, dude.
And
yeah, and even if it's like a minor, I think that's the case in the Bible. So I don't know. Are they okay with that? And I don't think in the Bible and stuff, or in the Quran, and any of those, like they really establish like what the age is of consent. And there's lots of examples of like Muhammad married a 12-year-old.
No,
he did that to protect her.
No, he was either 6 or 9 when he married. He didn't consummate it until she was either 9 or 12.
You know, he did that to protect her.
Yeah. That.
Those representing our position, they have that understanding. For us on the ground, just more work changing the culture.
That work of changing the culture continued the very next morning.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024
Welcome!
National Pro-Life Summit in Washington, D.C.
Yes!
Thank you for being warm this morning.
Yes!
If the March for Life is a show of force, then the National Pro-Life Summit...
Yes! I'm fucking retarded. Are you retarded too? Yes!
Hey, Shad, that's an insult to retards.
Education they need to fight against abortion in the coming year. Organized by Students for Life of America, the summit is a who's who of abortion opponents, where major organizations can speak directly to the young people who make up their ground game.
Hey, that was
Abortion
funny.
is not this nuanced
That was funny. They had a MAGA hat there, and Trump has said that he is like pro-choice. Like he says that he doesn't believe that men should have an opinion in that conversation.
Well, that's because he likes to have extramarital affairs.
Well,
wait,
exactly. But it's funny that like the pro-life people are like Trumpers, even though Trump isn't a pro-life person.
If he thinks that men don't, men's opinion don't belong in the conversation, then why is he putting his opinion in the conversation?
Yeah, what a hypocrite.
It's so hypocritical.
It's wrong. It kills an innocent child. And any mom in a high-risk pregnancy that threatens, her life, we can take care of them both and love them both.
Love.
You get that. So maybe that's your question today. I want you to listen. I want you to go to the booths. I want you to sign up for the emails, get the merch, feel inspired by the work that's happening.
Give us money!
Ideals for Life of America is led by
Give
Kristen
us
Hawkins,
money!
an
She's fat.
influential anti-abortion activist with a national following.
Wait, did
The
that
group serves
say
more than 1,400
babies
chapters on
that-
school campus.
Go back a little. Did it say babies that survive abortion should not get health care?
Influential anti-abortion activist.
Where did it say it?
In the bottom, but you just skip forward and now it doesn't.
It's wrong. It kills an innocent
On
child.
the news
And any
thing.
mom in a high-risk pregnancy that threatens, her life, we can take care of them both and love them both. And you get that. So maybe that's your question today. I want you to listen. I want you to go to the booths. I want you to sign up for the emails, get the merch, feel inspired by the work that's happening here.
Students for Life of America is led by Kristen.
Pro-choice student, babies who survive abortion should not get health care, but illegals at the border should. What?
If you're, I don't know what she's trying to say. But then again, it's fucking Fox News, so.
Well, they're like a pro-choice student, so I think they're quoting a pro-choice student, and it's just, okay, so wouldn't that be more selective journalism? It's like, even if one person said that, it's just like, hey, look, one person out of like millions of people that support a view said something really stupid. This accounts for everyone, and it's not even anybody of significance. It's just, hey, a pro-choice student.
Kristen Hawkins, an influential anti-abortion activist with a national following. The group serves more than 1,400 chapters on school campuses, while Hawkins has the ear of big-time anti-abortion politicians.
Whenever the primary's over, you vote for life. You go get behind men and women that stand for the right to life.
Fuck Mike Pence.
How does it feel to know?
What's that?
Again, I want to point out that fucking conservatives will be pro-life up until that child is born and then not give a fuck.
Dude, maybe that's how Trump won, is he had Mike Pence go to all the pro-life stuff, and he went to all the pro-choice stuff, and they got people from both sides to vote for him. I bet you that's how they fucking won.
No,
is
fucking
they divided and conquered that shit. They won
for the Electoral College.
Now, like I said, up until they're born, they don't give a fuck. Because, the mom could be,
Didn't Trump also have the popular vote, too, though?
No.
Other than Electoral College?
No.
But, so, the mom could be unemployed in a bad situation and have the kid, and then as soon as she has the kid, oh, well, she's a welfare mom. And then not give a fuck about the child. Oh, you have
Don't
to do
have
something.
kids then.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're all fucking still pro-life.
Well, I mean, that newborn, they need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and start helping mama make some money.
That you will be the ones to end the violence of abortion, empowering mamas, saving babies from the pain and exploitation of.
Yeah, and they're the kind of people where it's like universal health care, to make it easier to afford a kid, or universal daycare. If you present that, it's like, no, I don't want to spend my taxpayer money on that. People can buy their own daycare. It's like, yep.
The abortion industry. How's that feel? Today, you get to choose to do the great thing and join us to make abortion unthinkable and unavailable, and make abolishing
No one's
abortion.
fucking that chick. No one is.
Well,
damn.
Anyway, seems like we got quite a bit of videos left over. Maybe we should try to do another stream tomorrow to compensate for the lack of last week's stream. So, how long have we been going, Shab?
Almost 6 hours. About
Yeah,
this. 6
so,
hours and 18 minutes. Be 6 hours. That's crazy.
You wanna peace out?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go over to the Shabisky channel. I guess I'll put
We go
it-
play GTA.
Well, it's 4:44 a.m. So I'm gonna try to get to bed.
I'm staying awake until 9 o'clock at night.
What?
Yeah, I slept literally from 1 p.m. Saturday until like 3 a.m. Sunday.
Ooh, Jay Trudeau there. God, it sucks. Show up earlier, Jay Trudeau. We need more of you in the chat. And I'm glad 006 is back. I was wondering where he was, but I do like having him around.
This
He
is
does add a lot of discussion to the chat.
This is when Troy wakes up for work.
Negan got banned from Finland, Bryant.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I didn't get banned from Finland.
Yeah, you did.
They watched
Why
the
did you
stream and they're like, we don't want this dude in here. Or this.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You got
it was
banned.
the leader of Finland was in the chat.
They're like, Negan, you are not coming here.
Yeah, they're like, this
Nuh-uh.
person, they're
yeah,
just
yeah.
rude.
No, they came into the chat.
It's not one leader.
No, the one leader that they have there in Finland came into the chat. It was
Well,
like,
they don't
no
have a head of
Negans
state.
allowed.
It was all of them.
It's like a group of people. It's not
Yeah,
like
but-
one individual person.
All countries usually have multiple people in their like federal government, but pretty much like every country is going to have one head of state. Wait, before we go, let's
poop. You want to
look
poop?
this up.
Let's find this out, Gene. Let's find out if Finland has like a king or a queen, or that some of that bullshit
Yeah,
stuff.
head of state, Mr. Sali Ministo or whatever, however you pronounce that.
Manisto.
And then they have a prime minister as well. Yep. So the president's usually the like head of the executive branch of the country, and then usually a prime minister is like would be the equivalent of our Speaker of the House, because they're the head of parliament.
Yeah, he was in the chat, or they were in the
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah,
both of them.
No more Negan.
Yeah, no more Negan. Okay,
Dude, don't say that.
all right. We're gonna end this stream, and I'm going over to the Shabisky channel and going to stream like a gay
Bill
guy.
Hicks. Wait. Bill Hicks says, "Fuck Finland. Who gives a shit?"
Damn.
Ooh, are you gonna take that, Negan?
Why do people hate me?
No, they hate Finland.
Because you're
Bill Hicks.
pro-Finnish. And they don't speak English there, and they like
Yes, they do.
engage in like wife carrying and crap.
That's funny.
Wife carrying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a huge like every year there's a race where you have to carry your wife, and it's like an obstacle course, kind of like you have to go through like the mud and like
What?
hop over things and
What?
stuff. And
Well, at least Finland, they don't drink milk in plastic bags.
they drink it in cartons. And
Yeah,
plastic
so
jug.
they're not as backwards as Canada.
But they have blood pancakes.
Ooh, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, they put blood in a lot of their like desserts.
Yeah, ban Finland.
Wait, don't British people do the same thing? It's like blood pudding or some shit like that.
See, the United
Yeah,
States needs to
European
just
thing.
annex Europe, and just make like they need to absolve them of all these like flawed, backwards kind of policies and culture. Make sure that they exclusively consume the kind of food that we consume. We need to put them on the right track. Force them to adopt the imperial measurement system. Enough with this metric system crap. They need to just speak one language, and it can't be like the British variation of English and stuff, where it's like they call like like flapjacks or like some kind of like biscuit or something.
It's a candy.
Yeah, it's like some brownie thing. So they need to speak the true, like, proper English variation dialect, which is the American English.
No, the American English is fucked, dude. Know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm... Huh? Well, me and my friends
No,
Kilo.
it is the way.
John Kilo Brown, we went down to the stove.
We need to ally with Russia. It's just like, look, Russia, you can have Ukraine and stuff, but you got to allow us to take the rest of Europe.
Fuck that.
John, did you know Finnish people can shapeshift into animals?
It's true.
I didn't know that.
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
Did you know that Finnish people have the greatest, like, vibration auras that allows them to transcend to the 7th dimension? So they can, they can pretty much telepathically link to crystals that are like miles away, not kilometers. We're talking about the right measurement system. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gene, you should do a stream where you prepare me to move to Finland so that I can learn different units of measurements and that shit.
Yeah, Gene, idiot.
Because I have a good idea from what I remember from high school, but it's been a long time.
It's just the metric system.
Yeah, I don't get it.
No one
does. How long is a meter in the imperial
3
system?
feet.
Isn't it like a meter is like 3.5 feet?
3.4, roughly.
Oh, I was close as fuck, dude.
So how long is a kilometer?
Kilometer,
Like,
I believe, is 1.6 miles.
Yeah, I was gonna say 1.5 miles.
And what is that in feet?
It's
miles, like
5280 or 5,280 feet in a mile.
Yeah, so it's like 80 something thousand feet.
So you're in the desert, and water is a mile away, and water is a kilometer.
Okay, Shab,
away.
you want to end the stream?
All right, peace out.
A mile.